Is this thing on? Hi everyone, what's good, what's good? Hello, hello, hello. I want to make sure everything is working and not broken, because yesterday when I was setting things up and getting things going, things were broken during our stream yesterday, but we're here now. Hello everyone, how are y'all doing on this fine Sunday? Yes, it is the finals for the Community Series. For the last 2-ish weeks, it's been a week of qualifiers last week, and this weekend we have been playing games for the finals. And this has been a community tournament, $5,000 prize pool. A lot of great players have taken part in this event, and I'm really excited to be here today to cover our final games with our top 8 players. This is where all the money will be played for. First place will be getting $2,000, second place will be getting $1,000, and the rest of the prize pool gets spread amongst the rest of the top 8. And we got a bunch of games to cover. In about 10 minutes, we'll be getting ready for all of these games to get going. But if you're wondering what this tournament has been about, this is a community series. So my face was in MLB The Show, and we were putting this out for the community. It's a little bit more of a casual tournament, Hall of Fame difficulty in comparison to your championship series, which is on legend difficulty. So we are getting an interesting mix of people in this tournament. If you watch the qualifiers like I was throughout the week, there was a fun mix of people in the community who were playing, and it was very fun to watch. We have a mix of players who maybe are not your normal competitors, players who are not like your top 50 players that we're seeing in competitions left and right. And then you got a whole full slate of our competitors and the players that have been consistently playing in tournaments, and it's been fun to watch everyone. We had a crazy day yesterday with some big names getting spoiled, I guess you could say. Some underdogs make their way through the bracket here, and we have a really exciting 8 players today, and I'm excited to get going here. We'll be getting going in about 10 minutes, but I do have I do have something to share with you all for the competitive type. We have some news for you, thanks to the folk at MLB The Show, about news in the championship series. If you're someone who has been looking to compete in the championship series, that'll get going on August 19th again for the qualifiers. So things will be getting moving again with this tournament. I know there have been some issues and some delays, and it's good to see it get going. So take a screenshot, save the date, whatever you got to do. There'll be more word on this as well for the championship series. But for now, I think we are, this is what the dates look like. And this is the big competitive tournament. If you remember this event, we have the qualifiers, we have a wild card qualifier for those who don't make the regular qualifiers. And then we have the final stages, the group stage, semis, and grand finals going on late September. That is going to be electric. Beginning of October to get us into playoff baseball. So that'll be exciting stuff. And when that gets going, we'll be also live here covering games and putting on some broadcasts. So make sure you are following here, because we will be doing that as well over here. But yeah, right now we're just kind of getting set up and stuff here. We have about 10-ish minutes. Games should be getting going at 1 p.m. Just quickly letting the people know that 1 p.m. is seemingly all right to get us going. And yeah, we're going to be covering and commentating on all of our games. Thuni, the legendary commentator himself, will be joining us here in a short bit as well. He's wrapping things up over on his stream right now. And I'm going to actually cover the bracket here because we actually have some time to pull up the bracket. Well, we'll talk about that and some fun matchups heading into this. I am very excited to see some matchups. We got some goon matchups going on in this bracket. So let me just quickly pull this up. And yeah, fun stuff. Here it is. Here's the bracket. Make sure I have that full screen. So yeah, if you want to see the bracket for yourself, you can type in !bracket, !rules as well. Will take you to the rules for today. But if you want to see what's going on and my thoughts on this bracket, this is what we are looking at. We got Rock and JD, both two very good players. We got Juke and Bugga. This is one I'm keeping an eye on. Juke and Bugga have competed in a lot of events and have always been consistent performers. And I'm interested to see which one of them breaks through and finds a way to maybe get to the grand finals today. We got Tier Ryan, who had a killer day yesterday, and Cafe Loves BR, two dudes who have been really good in this event. Watching them in the qualifiers and such, they have killed it. And at the bottom here, we got Link and KJ, another two good players who had some really good qualifiers in the bracket yesterday. So, yeah, fun bracket we have here today. Let me know in the chat, if you're keeping your eyes out, who do you have the pick? Who are you rooting for? Or who do you think is going to win? We got a fun bunch here. It's very cool to see the bunch of players that have made their way through. This is Hall of Fame difficulty, and Hall of Fame is a different level for these types of players. These dudes, a lot of these guys are so good on Legend difficulty. Hall of Fame is almost like playing with training wheels on because of how good they are with Legend difficulty. It's kind of crazy. So, some games will be some really high-scoring games. These are also best of 3 series today. The bracket yesterday was just a 1-game series. These are best of 3 today. So, yeah, that's our bracket and what we have in store today. I'm excited to see what we have going on with that. But if you want to see that bracket throughout this at all, you can see that. But we also have some nifty graphics set up, so you can see the in-game matchups and stuff as we're getting going. So I'll make sure to keep you all updated with that. I'm going to be keeping an eye out, people going live so you could watch their games. Also going to be keeping an eye out on Thuni, because he's also going to be hopping in with me here very soon. And he'll be joining us in the booth. And Thuni has watched a lot of esports, commentated a lot, and I'm excited to be getting in with him. We always talk a lot about getting together in the booth and making something happen, and today we're doing that. So it's exciting stuff. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything in the chat. How are we all doing? What's good? What's good? I love the picks. Got Ryan picking. I like it. Torok. Okay. I like it. DT, I appreciate the sub, my friend. Thank you. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of people competing today. I'm excited. I do apologize off the rip here. Once we're getting going, about 5-ish minutes, I'm going to be in full commentary mode about commentating, offering analysis, running the stream, because I'm going to be running different scenes and stuff, making sure things look good. So, if I miss chat or anything of that sort, I do apologize. I'm not going to be able to respond to every message. And any moderators in here who, if there's anything that's absolutely panic mode, like, oh, Scann, things are broken, fix things right now, I have the mod channel Discord on my phone. So, at me if all chaos breaks loose and I need to know of something. I might miss it on the chat, but I'll see it on my phone. So, yeah. No, I am not going to be watching the Yankee game today, unfortunately. No. I should say unfortunately, because I'm excited to watch these games. You know, I like watching my Yankees. That's really the sad part to be missing out. But also, the Yankees are pretty hit or miss, so it's okay if I miss a game or two. But yeah. Any questions or concerns heading into this chat? If you want to see all of the info, the rules will take you to that. If you want to see the prize pool, any specifics on how today works, so I can answer anything as well, since we have a few minutes before we get going. I'm going to make sure that everything is working and everyone's streams are pulled up on my end here. Some of them will be going live here probably in a few. KJ is currently live. We'll be watching him at one point. And I'm going to be going through making sure that people are alive so we can watch some games. So we're almost at that time. Just a couple minutes out. But I do want to say, I want to thank you all for hanging out with me today. I do want to make this a fun viewer experience. Hopefully, maybe you learn something about the game or how people compete. Maybe you have a fun time just watching the players put up some crazy games. Whatever it is today, I do appreciate you hanging out with me. And eventually the Thunster. And I'm excited to really be doing this event with MLB The Show. Shout out to them for getting me involved in this event. It's cool to be doing a tournament for the community and seeing everyone competing. It's very fun. So I appreciate you all watching and, you know, allowing me to be your commentator for today. And actually everyone is getting live right now, which is great. A lot of these games, it looks like, will have both perspectives as well. So we'll be able to see the hitter's perspective basically at all times, which is very good. We love to see that. And yeah. Also, I should put this out there. No, there will not be drops today, unfortunately. I know. And it would be cool to have drops and stuff. But for today, there will be no drops. Just to put that out there. People ask. Feel free to let them know that there will be no drops. But I could see down the road for other events and stuff, we get drops and stuff going, maybe. I don't entirely know, because obviously I'm not the one who's controlling it, but there will be no drops on for today. But yeah, I'm glad to see you all. I hope you are having a great Sunday. I'm excited to get going here in just a couple minutes. Just went flawless. Congrats, Irish. Congrats. So what will happen for anyone playing in Wiz Enrique's qualifier going on right now, since it's done on PlayStation tournaments, you'll need to keep an eye out on a PlayStation notification once you qualify for any further info. It's all done in the PlayStation notifications, and all info will be done on there. I also do recommend you join the PlayStation Esports Discord. I feel like I should make that a quick command, because in there you could do a little survey, provide some feedback, and you know, put some stuff in there for the PlayStation eSport folk. Those of let me add this as a command. Add PS eSport. And you could join this Discord and do like a survey for the tournament and provide feedback and stuff like that. Hopefully the bot actually works. But yeah, we're getting going in just a moment here. We got Bugga taking some BP with Ellie De La Cruz. Good old Ellie. Guess we could start taking a look at some of these lineups. JD Gets Paid has his lineup up right now. It'll be fun to see what he has going. This is what he is rocking right now. You see, you've got 99 Trout out in center field. Ellie De La Cruz over at short, running that durability theme team with Cal Ripken Jr. This is a stacked squad. I'm interested to see, really, with this mix of players, a lot of good right-handed batters and only really one lefty. I'm interested to see how this will fit into the pitching meta and who people will bring in with their pitchers and how these matchups will play out. And JD seems to have a very righty-favored lineup. You know, maybe even face Randy Johnson. John Donaldson actually is banned from this tournament today because the way he gets taken out of the bullpen with full energy is way more problematic for other players and for other instances of like an Ohtani. Like Ohtani is a valid hitter for a lot of people, so it's tough to directly take that out when John Donaldson is really the main problem. So John Donaldson, we will not be seeing him today, but you'll be seeing likely a lot of Randy Johnson amongst other players out there. So yeah, the games will be getting going in just a bit. We have our top 8, so we'll be seeing the first 4 games of that top 8 going on right away. And then we have our semis and finals. They're best of 3 series, so they'll probably be a little staggered how things normally go. One series will probably be a 2-game sweep. One will probably go all the way. So we're going to kind of take it as we go here. But I'm excited to see the games today and see what we are looking like. I want to make sure I have all these set up. I also have, I'm excited we have some fun scenes. Thune, why are you calling me? Hi, Thune.
Hey, can I maybe play one more game of ranked, or do you want me right now? I'm totally fine to jump in right now. I messaged you on Twitter, but obviously you're busy.
We are getting going right now, so I mean it's your call.
Okay.
But
yeah, okay. Yeah, let me pull up the twitch.tv here. So what?
Let me get this shared with you. We're getting going in just a moment.
I can just pull up the stream on my end here.
No, I have this set up. I'll do it right through OBS so you can get it right away. I don't want
you got a real official. Okay,
yeah, I don't want you to be watching behind, buddy. Hi, you see my face right now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm.
All right. So, chat, welcome Thuni to the booth. We got the Thunster here with us. He's going to be commentating some games alongside us. The games are getting going in just a moment. And we have our game. I mean, game starting in just a second. And we'll be both commentating, providing some analysis, trying to keep you all in the loop on maybe what these players are thinking or their strategy of what's going on. And trying to keep you all in the loop with what's going on today. And we're getting going with our game in a sec.
Sorry, I was just thanking people that were following me. Do you know how I can make, like, I'm not sure if you see, I don't want to make you work today, but I can't get you full screen. I have you and then, like, the three, like...
So you want to hit the full screen button on the bottom, and in the top right menu, you want to hide your own stuff, like hide non-video participants. On the top right little drop-down menu in the Discord.
I just did that.
And then, like, you should be able to click my camera or the stream and it'll go full screen.
Oh, there we go. All right. That was
yay.
God, yay.
Technology.
Yay, technology. I'm so horrible at it. So I am an outsider. You know, I've seen some clips on Twitter, but what would you kind of say has been some of the storylines of this tournament so far?
I would say there's been a mixed bag on Hall of Fame with a lot of these really good players. You'd expect a lot of these games, like most if not all of the games, would be high scorers. But there have been some games, like Link has played some games that he's won with like 1 to 2 run score. I mean, not 2 run, like 4 runs scored, which is low for these players who are like a lot top player types. So
well, that's one of the things that is interesting because, you know, I've talked about it earlier in my stream, but we had a whole conversation earlier about like what it feels like to be typically used to a legend pitch speed and then have to adjust. Like how legend players hate it when they're Fringe World Series and they match the Hall of Fame player like in years past. Like it's tough to adjust to a little bit of a lower speed.
It is. It definitely is. It's a completely different game because as we're getting into our game 1 here, let me make sure I have this right. This is KJ. Yep, here we go. We got this all set up. Woo.
Let me just KJ the KFC?
I'm gonna quickly fix that abbreviation down there.
Oh, you're good. He has a different gamer tag every year.
Yep. He is this one. He is the 9 to 5.
All right.
So here we go. Game 1 of this series going on. We got good old Guinea versus Link here. We watched Link a lot yesterday because he was streaming his games. And we were just talking about him. He had some games that were not as crazy high scoring as you may expect for these high level of players. But I think he'll have to get the bats going against Guinea here.
So, what would you say the rule set for this tournament is? I know we're on Hall of Fame. Are these
Hall of Fame best of 3? John Donaldson is not allowed to be used.
Okay.
Ooh,
good swing there. Playing at Coors, that's gonna do it. That's the Coors swing right there.
The ball is gonna fly, and these dudes are gonna have to hit that fastball with Randy. They're definitely gonna be sitting dead red on that.
Well, that's something like playing at Coors, I'd be very shy, or anywhere with high elevation, I'd be very shy to throw an elevated fastball. A tough play there at first, but he should get him. Yes, out number 2. But yeah, I mean, elevating a fastball at Coors is dangerous because if you even touch it, it's probably leaving.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So like it's probably gonna be one of those games that you see some crazy run totals because even though you got Randy on the mound, if we're starting off with a high fastball even here in the first, I mean, that's a confident swing right there on a fastball that you got to keep an eye out on. I also should flip over to the hitting view here because we have that.
Good. Yeah.
There we
so
go.
These are 9-inning best of 3 games, chat.
Yep.
I have somebody in my chat saying your son is freaking out right now. If Scann could give a shout out to Anderson, it'd be hilarious. So Scann, you have the floor.
Love that. Love that. Shout out to you, Anderson. Love
Shout
that.
out Anderson. When we were in Seattle, every kid in the world thought Scann was the coolest dude ever. It was
You knock it off.
It was so awesome, man. Every kid was like, "It's Scann! It's Scann!"
Yeah, it's a wild world being in this on the internet here. You never know what it's like when you go to like a baseball game or anything that and seeing people, and the fact that they're like, to me, from this perspective, everyone's just a name in the chat or in the comments section on YouTube. But when you see people, it's crazy. So it's been wild seeing all the craziness of this last year. And I mean, think about as like, I would love to.
Ooh, brother, that was an Acuna swing. That was a slider that got way too much of the zone.
I talked about this a lot yesterday with Randy Johnson, especially, is how you pitch with Randy Johnson, especially, and what you want to be looking for at the plate. It's really a high dosage of down and in sliders and slurves to righties. And with how these players are and how good of hitters they are.
Oh, there's another one. You gotta stay away from that. Was that a slider?
That's a slider. 2 sliders he hit those homers on.
I think you have to tunnel a slurve there because the slider is just a little bit faster, and that really leaves it susceptible. I think that you should work slurves there. But to a point to Randy Johnson again, I think Randy's significantly worse this year because of how hard pinpoint is. It was very reliable to get consistent strikes on fastballs and dot them. And now this year you're throwing a lot of balls on fastballs. So Randy is not the immortal man that he used to be.
Yeah, with how people pitch with Randy Johnson, they are lots of times trying to hit exact spots, try to dot corners, and especially when you have a pitch that's pretty volatile, like a splitter, that's really easy to accidentally hang now, it could be really punishing with how a lot of people pitch with them. So, like, the approach is, in my opinion, to throw those sliders and slurves down and in, but you got to throw a lot of them off the plate to get your opponent's eyes off the zone there, and with how a lot of these players play, they're actually attacking the zone with those down and in sliders, and all these guys are ready to swing at those pitches. And that's why he hits 2 home runs on those, because he's ready to hit that down and in slider. If you're slightly hesitant, you're always going to be late on it.
Outlier's not the same thing that it used to be. Obviously, it's not as fast as it's been in years past. But it really feels like this year has been a pivot away, at least in my opinion. I can be wrong and you can disagree with me, but it feels like this year's been more of a pivot away from the flamethrower starter 4-seam guy with the off-speed and stuff to boot, because it almost feels like, and I do it too, like I'm hunting fastball versus like I just threw Tariq Skubal in a game and he's just arts and crafts. Like, you don't know what you're going to see every pitch. It's a completely different feel.
Ooh, yeah, we saw this a bit in the bracket on the way up. The professor out of the bullpen.
Yes.
Mixing him in after Randy Johnson. This is especially interesting because he went to him so early on. You have a right-handed stacked lineup to really prepare for Randy. And now you got to face Greg Maddux, and you got a completely different pitcher dotting sinkers and cutters left and right.
Absolutely. And it's such a great mix in tempo to go from that gas to now control. I typically like to lead control and then expose the gas later, because this is one of the problems that you might see, is that because the batter was so tuned up to see Randy Johnson's velocity, they know velocity in general now. So although Maddux can dot, I'd be fearful of him. Like, that was a decent cut right there. I'd be afraid of what Frank Thomas is going to do here.
Yeah, I would expect to see a high dosage of away sliders and changeups and curveballs as at bat. Try to get an early rollover swing, and if you throw any sinkers inside, you throw them off the plate.
Exactly.
Get him to expand the zone. He's going to go that down in sinker twice in a row, gets him to expand the zone.
And also on Hall of Fame, it's on Legend, it's easier to see that as a ball, but on Hall of Fame, it's not. I mean, that ball stays in the zone a little bit longer on Hall of Fame than it does on Legend, so that sinker low is a lot more valuable of a pitch. Good take right there, though. So now you got bases loaded for Austin Riley, and this is a very big moment early in this game.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for getting to get some separation here. 125 clutch on Austin Riley too, so really good matchup here.
And now you get a 1-1 count. You've worked away. You're going away again. Sinker missing 2-1. You got to go inside, but I think you go with a slider. I think you try and front door and get him out in his front foot. He'll go cutter. Now you have to go inside. You're not hitting away. You're predictable now. You might elevate a slide. This might be, he was tuned up for the fastball. So he's tuned up for the fastball. He's staying away. Boy, this is hit.
Oh, is he going to attack the zone with a sinker?
I was going to say.
Oh, he does. It's roped right to second.
Still alive though, but I love the adjustment there because you're sitting on that pitch inside. You want to pull a grand slam. Pushing the ball for a grand slam is a lot harder. So I like that he adjusted on the fly and pushed that sinker away.
Yeah, I have to say I really liked Guinea's approach here. He's being really patient, making him work counts, making him throw something in the zone. That was a pitch that could have been sent 1,000 feet. He's honestly, what a catch!
Play! Jeez Louise.
Dylan Cruz.
Oh, man.
That's a big out right there. If he misses that, that clears the bases. And we have a 5-1 game instead of a 2-1 game.
I, for some reason, assumed he was just catching that normally. I, gave up on watching. That was almost a nutmeg. It was. Randy got hit by something. Worm burner right there. I literally knocked him over. Hit him right in the foot. Randall fell down.
Oh, just missing the way to seam. I'm interested to see the comparison, the approaches. You saw Guinea be very patient, really working 2-3 ball counts regularly and just looking for mistakes to hit. And you have a little bit of a different approach here on the side of Link.
Now, platoons are always interesting because if you're subbing them in this early in the game, as competitive is different than, ranked seasons. You don't have to leave in Randy the whole game. Good swing, a little bit underneath at the center, should be out number 2. But it's going to be interesting to see, platooning in the second inning is, because, the bullpen's going to be in for both guys by the 4th or the 5th inning, realistically. So platooning this early is interesting to me. I would think you would rather kind of save that for when you really need it late, but he goes to it early.
Yeah, for anyone curious, these tournaments are played in the play versus friends mode in the game, meaning that your pitching staff has full stamina for that game every time. So starting pitchers out of the bullpen is something you expect to see. Seeing all of the bullpen be expended for different matchups is something you'd really expect to see. And so it's interesting to see if
poke down the line right there.
That's what you want to do in that away fastball. Just let the velo carry you and then just slap it down the line.
Just this year, more than any other year in MLB The Show, just late good contact swings have had great exit velocity, dude.
Yeah.
I've seen some 109 mile an hour just late swings. It's not a bad thing to be just late on pitches away.
Yeah. You let the velocity kind of carry you and you slap that ball to right field. It's not a bad thing, especially in a lot of these major league parks where it can be a little tough to hit the ball to the center. Sometimes you're better poking that ball to right field, trying to get it over the wall, instead of trying to square that up to center field and muscle it out of here.
Exactly. Switch hitters abundant. Ketel Marte, Ellie De La Cruz on deck, missing the fastball right there.
Good pitch going with the inside fastball. Sometimes a scary pitch to go to with these guys because of how fastball focused they are. But good job of mixing in enough of the other stuff to get them off of that fastball. So you got a 2-2 game here.
But I also like the type of fastball that was thrown because that fastball in particular was more in the zone than on the corner. I feel like people, really sweaty MLB players, not your Joe Schmoes. We're in a tournament here. Your typical sweat players, they can hit the corners very, very well. It's a little bit harder to be more fine in your control on something a little bit more flesh in the zone. Ellie with a rifle to right, but right at his glove. But it was a great pitch a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Torek here and JD.
Yep. Torek up 5-0.
Not shocked about that.
Really good hitter. From what I have seen of him, he's always a great hitter. Very tough to get out.
Offense. Yep. And that's the thing about this tournament on Hall of Fame is that I mean more so significantly more so than a legend tournament. I mean, like this isn't like you're matching top 50 guys. Like this is going to be a war. So it's odd that you told me earlier that you've had low scoring games, because I would think the complete opposite.
It has definitely been a mix. You have some games that are just football scores going on, and then you've got some games that are a little bit slower. Like, I'm interested to see in how that Link and Guinea game develops, because you have 2-2 a few innings in. With how good of a hitter Guinea is, he could definitely get those bats going, but Link has also had a bunch of low scorers, so it's seeing that one. This one, we have a 5-1 game here, just in the third, with Rock in the lead.
I'm just changing my Twitch title. Sorry, I wanted to include that I was casting this tournament with you. There we go. All right, I'm back to you.
Ooh, Joe Musgrove, I just realized, on the mound.
Yes.
I will say, there have been some interesting uses in the rotation. I don't remember who it was in the bracket yesterday. I feel like it was Link. We saw a bit of Mike Soroka.
Yes.
And obviously the sinker cutter is a very popular pitch mix, so you could tunnel those two pitches on the sides of the plate very easily. Also, Kodai Senga on the mound here as well.
Yeah, I loved Senga. Set one, the tops now. I just, for some reason, the 97 to me feels like it's way too difficult to control. I would love like a Senga, a Yu Darvish, like very high control card. Like I was talking about earlier, imagine you get a Kenta Maeda, a 99 Kenta Maeda.
Ooh.
That would not, and it would be so tough to play that on Legend.
I will say Senga and Soroka are somewhat interesting. I think they have some similarities, and I guess part of the reason they feel effective is the arm slot. They have such an interesting arm slot in comparison to a lot of pitchers. They are really overhand with their arm release. So that ball releases center plate. So when you start mixing in sinkers and cutters and those breaking balls, it's sometimes a little tough to really read if that's going to dot the zone or if that's just going to creep out of the zone every time. While for a lot of pitchers, when they throw across their body, it's easier to guess. And that's a swing he just missed.
Yeah, I mean, you look at 86 exit velocity. I mean, my guess is when the timing window comes up, it'll be just earlier good, but he will have definitely been underneath it, is my guess. I mean, it won't show because we're on the other perspective.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's Adley Rutschman. Like, there's so many, like, something I love about comp is I love seeing what the top players use, and obviously this is Hall of Fame, so it's a little bit of a different tournament, but I would be really curious, because that's absolutely crushed by Griffey. Great swing right there, taking what you can get, and that's a zone that I personally, like, everybody's different. I don't know about you, but when I have a left-handed batter up versus a righty, I mean, that's the go zone. You can see the ball so well on the outside half of the left-handed batter. It's so easy to dump it in the opposite field.
Yeah, you have enough time, since it's away instead of inside to a righty. You have enough time to sit back and react to that, and especially with someone like a Senga, that ball is basically straight lining its way to that top left part of the zone. So you could sit back and read that and slap it to the gap really easily.
I thought it was interesting, and that's a great swing right there with Hank Aaron. We got a lot of guys in chat that are, guys and gals that are pretty solid at MLB The Show, and I was talking to, J Mills last night, talking to you last night, talking to Zazzy on my stream today. Ended up running a friendly with Zazzy. It's so, I think one of the things that I love the most about competitive MLB The Show is that there's such an art form to it. Like, there's such a way that you approach at bats. That's a great swing right there by Cattell. Another example of just late. I mean, it's going to hang up, but another example of just late showing good exit velocity. But man, it's fun to nerd out about this game.
It is. I think that's one of my favorite parts about the esports side of things is.
Ooh, Juke.
Yeah, this is a good game. We got Bugga and Juke going on here.
Oh, really? Bugga and Juke. This is very compelling.
Yeah, this is a fun one. I feel like this is a great matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, this is because, like, not that we're that's absolutely crushed, and he's doing that, IRL nonstop. Austin Riley just mashes in whatever he does. I had to hit the sounder for that. That ball was crushed.
What a cut. But yeah, these two are players that have played in a lot of tournaments, have been pretty consistent, like, top finishers. They're maybe not the ones that you think of at the level of like the Diurnals and the Criners and the ones who are always top few, but they're always amongst the best. They're always in that last couple day or two in these brackets. And I was saying at the rip, like these two are interested to keep an eye out, see which one really breaks through, and one of them can make that push to the finals because they're both great players.
So a very interesting comparison you make there. Casting the Tampa Bay tournament for the Sunburst Invitational, you know, our first qualifier, you had Godard P and Bako, who, you know, have been, you know, well-established comp players, but they haven't gotten all the way yet. Now, Bako, you know, is one series win away from winning that Tampa tournament. But, you know, it was a low-scoring final. And now, you know, qualifier number 2, you had Zazzy and Kreiner, and it was a war. There was offense nonstop. And I think it just goes to what you're saying. Like, when you get two guys that match up against each other that like have like been there, done that, you get some absolutely insane games. So that's why you always love as a caster when you got two names that you know duking it out against each other.
Absolutely, especially when a lot of these players have a history and you've seen them at it before. It's cool to see players who consistently show up and play in these events, because you kind of get to learn more about them and their strategy and the types of players they are, and you don't really get to see that when when there's a break in events, or like we have like that downtime every year where an event ends and the next year comes around. It's tough to see a lot of these players, especially since they're just playing in the thousands in ranked on their own. But when we get to watch them like this in events and see their names time in and time out, you get to really learn a lot about them as players and their approach and their like the things that make them unique as top players. Because we talk about a lot of these really good players as being great hitters or things that they're better at, but everyone is slightly different in the players they choose or the way that they approach pitching and hitting. It's really cool to kind of see that build up over the length of time with guys like this, Bugga and Juke, who are just always showing up.
Yeah, and before we go back to commentary here, sub on my channel, a good friend of the channel, good friend of a lot of people in the MLB community, the Major Mango subbing for Tier 1 for 27 months, man. I appreciate it, Nate. And a very, very good friend on here, man. I appreciate you very, very much.
We love the Major. We love the Major.
Yes, we do. We love the Major. I got to go down there sometime. I feel like, man, if I went to Australia, I would see the stuff that everyone's scared to see in Australia. I would see like a spider that is as big as I am and it knows how to speak English. You know what I mean? Like, I would be outgunned. I'd be terrified. and also it's terrifying to pitch inside to Mike Trout.
I was going to say, like, I'd be terrified pitching inside sliders to Mike Trout. I'd put up the four fingers instead.
Dude, it's a rule in my house that you do not pitch inside to Mike Trout.
It is definitely a rule.
Every single time.
Any of you who are playing ranked and you're facing Mike Trout, one of the rules is to never throw inside pitches to him. If you're taking notes, write that down. That'll be something that we talk about a good bit today. You're better off walking him or just throwing everything outside the zone instead of giving him something to hit, because that man destroys anything on that inner half of the plate.
And it's because he has a very quick swing. There's nothing to it. There's no weird looping stride. It's not a long swing. Like a Marcus Semien, that's a close play there. A Marcus Semien kind of fits that bill. Like, there are right-handed batters in this game that have such a quick twitch swing that a fastball inside, Aram doesn't like that one. Mike Trout would have hit that one to space.
I got this wrong game open. Sick. Oh, well,
that's totally fine.
That is
Griffey
crushed by
just hit
JD.
a ball out of the planet. That is, it's one of the best feelings ever is when you're lefty and you hate everything. Life sucks, but then you find out the opponent didn't know what to throw, and you get a grapefruit right down the middle.
What a swing from Dvorak. Great swing. Actually clicking the screen and you just see a lefty a tank from Griffey. The best, one of the best no doubters in the game.
It's the best. It's
honestly,
there are a lot that are up there. I'm not trying to say there's not, but it's the best.
I think Griffey provides the best mix. Oh my
goodness.
Jose Ramirez.
Is that going 478?
I'm gonna guess 460. We'll never find out.
We'll never find out. No.
I'm going to say that I'm right.
I'm going to say I'm right. I think that was a 478. What did you say?
But we were talking with Ken Griffey Jr.'s animation. He has the best mix of just a beautiful looking swing and just a clean no doubter. Like a no doubter doesn't need to be some crazy reaction to be a good one. Sometimes just having a clean swing and staring at the ball is all that you need. And I think that's why Griffey's is just
My guy in the chat, Rare Dude, said Jose hit that ball harder than he hit Tim Anderson.
No, we're not doing that, Thune. I'm gonna have to stop you there. We're not doing that.
Man. I thought it was a funny comment. What a day of baseball yesterday. The Twins did well. That's all that matters.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness. Double from Ketel Marte here. 9 runs in the 5th inning. I mean, this is what I would expect. I'm shocked that you told me there was low-scoring games. I would think that these guys are just going to put up 14 a game on Hall of Fame.
I know. There have been some games that have been pretty low scoring, or at least a lot lower than you'd expect with these guys. But I will say Rock is crushing it right now. 9 runs here in the 5th. Randy now against Randy in the pen. He's in an opportunity to end this here. He's definitely trying to keep that foot in the gas and get that mercy, because with how a lot of these dudes play, they're never out of a game. So you get a chance to mercy, you got to take that.
Yeah.
Oh, and here he is.
And it's an interesting perspective to what he's been doing offensively. He's doing really well against off-speed. Normally, at least for me, I hunt fastball versus Randy, but he really seems like he's been hunting off-speed. Like he's waiting for something hung that he can hit for a homer.
He's doing a great job of hunting fastball and being ready for the velo while also slowing down to the breaking stuff. Like, look at that cut. Like, he's sitting fastball. Yeah. He's just doing a great job of adjusting to the slow stuff.
You're right. That's more so what it is.
This is one of those things that separates these players who are such good hitters, is that even against someone like a Randy Johnson, they do a great job of making those macro adjustments.
Boy, I almost thought it's the deepest part of the park. I was going to say that still could get love. It's a fastball at Laughing Mountain. It'll move him over to third with 2 outs here. But yeah, I mean, it's a great point. It's really a marvel to me to watch the approaches that comp players have. It's so interesting to see what certain players protect certain things. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, not everyone approaches at bats the same way.
Yeah, and I think if you're hitting here with Ellie, oh, what a cut!
That's a good cut. That
high
might
slider
over his head. Yes, it will. Yeah. I couldn't tell from boy.
No reason to send him, I don't think, with 2 outs here. The only run that matters is that runner on second. Get your walk-off run, and now you've got Acuna up.
Now, my brain said send, but you know why I said that? Because in the Tampa tournament, you send there because you don't have as reliable of fielding. In a tournament like this, you have diamond fielding everywhere. You have good throws everywhere. Yeah. But, man, in the Tampa tournament, I mean, we've seen a lot of action plays. It's been really, really cool. So it's cool to see the opposites. Like, now we come back to a traditional kind of esports set. God Squad's this year, different than roster restrictions the year prior, but nonetheless, still good baseball. Rolled that one over.
Yeah, this has some contrast, because the Tampa tournament is a lot about more small ball, advancing runners, taking that extra base, the small
hitting
things.
A ball to center field.
And this tournament is definitely a bit of a contrast, where you have a lot of the home run ball. You're really just looking for good pitches to hit at all times, and every hitter has the potential to hit a 500-foot bomb off you. So you're always looking to. There's really a battle of attrition, really.
Yeah, it's almost like you have to go into these games with a mindset that when the game is over, there needs to be at least, not hits, but there needs to be at least 15 good or like perfect contacts. Like, you need to just barrel up as many things as you can. Randall in the 6th inning. Oh, I would. If I saw Randy Johnson come out of the bullpen, I'd be so scared. Oh, I hate this guy.
Don't necessarily count out JD, though. Gets 2 straight runners on after avoiding getting mercied. Yeah, Kyle Schwarber up lefty here.
Yeah.
One swing, and he could be on the hunt.
Well, this inning is the like you realize you're about to get mercied, so you have to full charge right now. You have to get right back in this game, otherwise you will get mercied in the bottom half. So he knows that this is like going back to the fight yesterday with Jake Paul and Diaz. Like there was a clear moment where you saw both fighters empty the tank. This has got to be that empty the tank inning. You know you're gonna get mercied. I've already said it, but you got to put up probably 4 here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where. I was talking about it before, where whenever you get a chance to get the mercy, you have to take advantage of it, because every one of these players can come back in any lead. With how good of players they are, especially since so many of them are great on ledge difficulty. I mean, you see Torok on the top right, got 20 times flawless in BR. Like,
that is inconceivable.
These players are incredible hitters. No lead is safe. So the second that you don't get that mercy when you're close, you give them a chance to crawl back.
Yeah, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but there's a comp player out there that's gotten like Javi Baez from the event like 15 times. Like he's just been massacring people in the events to just load up on stubs. Ultimate respect.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like we watch these players head to head against each other, and they have some closer games and they kind of battle it out. But these players against a large majority of players, it's just a stomping. They just crush everyone. It's just insanity.
Well, I mean, the PCI control is so good. I mean, like on every foul ball, on every ball in play, you're not getting a home run every time. Like if you play MLB The Show and think every 15 contact, like you're gonna get those too at Laughing Mountain. That's a great cut right there, and a great response as well, because we were just talking about, the mercy's coming, so you got to put runs up. So a real big credit to him for getting back. That's how you get back in the game. Now you have a little bit of insurance now.
Absolutely. Shout out Yayo, by the way, for coming in with the raid. Yeah, we're definitely talking about you. You are the one definitely who got Javi that many times, Yayo. Appreciate you sending the crowd over, buddy. If you're just joining us wondering what's going on, this is the Scann Community Series. This is the finals going on here. A $5,000 prize pool. $2,000 going in the first place here today. We're watching our top 8 players duke it out for that prize pool. Hall of Fame difficulty 9-inning games, best of 3 series. And we are in the first round of today with all of our top 8 players still. In most games, game number 1.
And that, man, it's just been, like, going back to the point I was saying, like, when you watch legend players, it's just every swing. The timing might be off because you're obviously, maybe you're thinking fastball one pitch. You might be thinking slider another pitch. But the PCIs are always right on. I mean, these guys are always just the control and the finesse to get consistent 14, 15 level contact is marveling to me.
And these games are so much of they're a game of like milliseconds. Like all it takes, if you saw that last inning, there were some good swings, like good timing, good PCIs. But the difference of those outcomes is literally down to milliseconds. What a swing. Again.
I know. And what a response. That's my favorite thing in comp to see. It's such a judge of what kind of ball player you're watching. If you hit a perfect line out, do you pout and strike out, or do you respond instantly? I love when people respond instantly, man. That's someone who clearly has the headspace that this is going to work. Like every at-bat's just going to be a fight, dude. I love it.
Yeah, it's what I like to see is with a lot of these players, they have an approach and a strategy in the at-bat of like what pitches they're trying to hit. And when things are working and like overall in this game, Roxy got 10 runs, but you've got that perfect line out. He does not stray from that approach at all. He's like, okay, I'm going to keep putting up good swings, keep looking for these pitches, and nothing really changes. And these dudes are such good players. They don't hesitate their strategy at all in most scenarios.
And now you almost have an opportunity for the script to flip. I mean, this has clearly been the feelings of the gentleman on the mound here. But you get a 3-run shot with Austin Riley last half inning. You also throw a 1-2-3 inning, so you don't allow any runs to come over anyway. And now you have a chance. I mean, you put another 2-3 up here. I mean, you have a very compelling end to this game.
Yeah, that scoreless inning is huge. get out of that with nothing. All the momentum is on your side, and this is where the managing of the game is really interesting, because
this is where platoons come out 100%.
In this style of game where you have your entire pitching staff available, it could be really easy to overmanage things. And sometimes all it takes is you just taking out one pitcher, that starting pitcher that got you through most of that game. You just got to take him out for your opponent to get a little bit of a sense of momentum.
Oh, I love you, Marcus Semien.
What a swing.
Love you, Marcus Semien. One of my favorite cards in the game. He is righty. I think he's borderline unstoppable. I mean, he's got that Mike Trout level swing.
Yeah, he's got a quick swing.
If you pitch him inside against a righty, or a righty's pitching him inside, I mean, maybe we should put that on the list. Maybe don't pitch Marcus Semien inside, everybody.
Yeah, we're just going to build up a list of people that you're not allowed to pitch inside to.
Hold on. Men in Black moment. I want you to pitch inside to me. So let's wipe everyone's brains. Throw the ball inside with Marcus Semien. Thank you.
Yeah, we're just gonna say that these dudes are the only exception to the rule. That they're the only ones that can hit inside with Marcus Semien. But yeah, 4-run game just like that.
And another thing that I'm really like, one of my favorite things about the way these tournaments are run. I love the Tampa tournament, but I love talking about the cards. I mean, how amazing is it that we finally have an Acuna with insane contact? I believe this is the best Acuna we've ever gotten.
No doubt. Like, on paper, the best Acuna with all the well-rounded attributes. He's typically someone that has like lower contact, lower vision. Yeah. So on these higher difficulties becomes a lesser appealing option because he's got a lot of swing and miss. But you've got you got an Acuna with maxed out contact and over 100 vision. And this is a very like meta card for a lot of top players. He's got a swing that a lot of people like. We got a mix of attributes that's really appealing to the high levels. But yeah, there are definitely, for as many people that love it, a lot of people who definitely don't. And that's, I think, honestly, part of the beauty of this game is that you have this mix of people. There are not many scenarios in this game where there is a player that every single player likes, that every single player uses in their lineup. And especially with the variety of 99s and players this year, there is a wide assortment of players that you see.
And that's another just like contact right there. E-Rock in my stream, subbing with Prime. If everybody in my stream could tip your cap, show some love. I appreciate the Prime sub. We're over 1,000 subs now. That is insane. Thank you.
Ooh, join into this game with a little bit of a butt dance going. We got Cafe and Tier Ryan. Yup.
Oh,
yup. Another good match. I'm telling you, there's some good matchups today, dude.
Cafe and Ryan, huh? What a matchup, dude.
Got a 4-1 game.
Cafe really made a name for himself in the first qualifier of the Sunburst Invitational for Tampa. He is the only competitive player that I have ever seen that while playing in the game was live chatting his like thoughts on the game in my chat. And then he went to go and give a mound visit to Zach Eflin and typed in chat what he would have told him. It was like hilarious. I mean, he instantly won me over. So I'm always going to love to watch a Cafe game.
Yeah, I was saying that the entirety of yesterday is that we had Cafe was a really big shower in that event. And I think this is the cool thing to see develop as esports keeps going on year in and year out, is that you see different names come out of the woodworks in different events. And there's that person that you don't really expect that isn't like a community name on the top of the leaderboards that everyone knows to come out and put on a great showing. I think about the showing that like Townie would put up in the tournaments in years past, where he kind of came out and was like, wow, this dude is a consistent finisher in these tournaments this year. And like Cafe is someone who's starting to establish that for himself, doing great in that Rays tournament, doing great in this tournament here.
Yeah, I think like MLB is just a game that because like being honest here, we're not going to lie to the people watching. Like some people just can't hit on Legend. It's totally fine. Some people, they can't adjust to an outlier fastball and legend, so they play an all-star. You play here, you hit a very early, it's going to be a home run. But if you hit the ball well, Acuna's going to do that. Oh, this field. This field terrifies me.
It is.
If I see this field being booted up, I instantly get scared. I hate playing here.
Yeah, I've played my fair bit of co-op games here, and it is absolute chaos. The ball flies, anything leaves. But with how these players play, they want to crush the baseball. They want to out-hit each other. So they sign up for this.
So, but to talk about the stadium, is that's going to be another home run right there. The reason, so I can absolutely respect it from a comp perspective. The reason why, as a competitor, you would pick this stadium is because it's one of, if not the most rewarding stadiums for your personal contact. If you tell yourself in your head that I confidently will barrel more than my opponent, then you play here. But the problem is that your opponent also gets to do that. So it just leads to football scores in this field. I mean, there are so many home runs that are hit at this field.
Yeah, this is one of those games that, like, you play at a stadium like this, like, you're going to see a lot of runs scored. And from my knowledge, see in our bottom right corner there, Tier Ryan is actually up 1-0 in this series. So if that's actually the case, then this is a great bounce back game from Cafe to score 8 runs, take an 8-1 lead, now a 9-1 lead here in only the second.
And something that I'm really curious about too is not that like Cafe was ever taking the foot off the gas pedal, because we're never going to say that. But he was playing Kreiner in the tournament for Tampa, and that's another one right there. And he was up by 8 runs at one point. So I would imagine going forward in tournaments, Cafe will continue to remember what it felt like to be up by a lot of runs and not win the game. So I like him getting another home run, going up 11-1. Like, I would really love to see him put another 5 up here. It sounds asinine to say like 5 runs already when we've already seen a home run, but this field is a different field.
Yeah.
Like, you can continually generate runs here.
Games like this show how this is a battle of attrition. You have to treat this game almost completely different from a normal baseball game where you're expecting 0, 1, 2 run innings. With the level of hitters these players are, and at this stadium, you're almost expecting that they can score up to
you're not robbing that
5 or 10 every inning. So you can't stop. You got to keep scoring, ride the momentum as long as you can, because you have 2 innings to hold them off for a potential mercy, which is really tough to do.
Like, this field, and Mikey, I'll do my best if Cassiano comes up. This field is like that Jason Statham movie Crank, where it's just like nonstop action. You can tell yourself booting up in this field that you just need to be a demon for 4 innings and outpace the guy, and you might be up by 10. Like, it's easily a field that you can lock in and get a quick mercy on. And he's in position right now to do that, but, Ryan's in the score too, so you got to probably get to, like, if you want a mercy, you probably need to be at 15 minimum. That's a good I mean, look at, like, just late timing, DCI's underneath it. That's this field. That's what you get when you play here.
This is one of those fields where I would just never throw elevated pitches in the zone. And if I do, they would, like, especially not a sinker. That's just gonna.
I'd bring a finesse guy here every day of the week. I would never throw fastballs to this park.
Like with a lot of these players who likely have bad ball hitter as a quirk as well, fastballs above the zone are definitely not safe either. Nothing is safe on that upper half of the zone.
Yeah, right there is where you want to live. You want to live to get some worm burners against some ground balls, because like you see on the replay here, if you elevate a fastball, I mean, Schwarber's most likely hitting at 500. That one not hit 500 because he hit it off the handle, but when you play on the moon, it's a home run.
Absolutely. Also, we have a Matt Waldron sighting. Everyone's favorite knuckleballer. Everyone's favorite common knuckleballer.
I'll tell you something. Bring Tim Wakefield to the game. I don't care. I would love to. I understand the community is terrified of knuckleballs, and I totally get it. But man, I'd have so much fun with Tim Wakefield, dude.
It's really interesting because you don't, like, nowadays we haven't had someone to be a consistent knuckleball problem in a while, and like it's an
one was
interesting
R.A. Dickey.
thing in these more competitive terms to see if Waldron makes an appearance, because yes, he has a knuckleball, which could be a little tough to hit even for good players, but you're throwing a common pitcher out there against 99 overalls, and you see on a swing like that, you have such a wide window of success, from the PCI size to the timing. It's a big risk to pitch someone like this. Because like, yeah, you can have that ball teleported. Like you have a pitch like that where the ball may teleport on a pitch like that. But on the other hand, the one that doesn't has such a wide window of success. So like
that was a changeup that decided it was a slider about 10 feet to go. What in the world was that?
Oh man, I will say, from an entirely commentator perspective who is watching and not facing it, seeing that ball teleport like that was incredible content.
Yes,
like I am so glad to watch that. If I was in the game hitting against him,
you gotta take out Waldron.
How would I feel? Probably not as good.
You can't throw Waldron, man. Like the PCI's not fat. It's pH fat, dude. Like the PCI on every
fat with like 4 A's.
Fat with 4 A's. Maybe like capitalize a letter in there. I don't know, but
yeah, that's an all-star difficulty PCI there.
It's a veteran side. Like you're gonna hit nukes. Although he does get
the ground out though.
He would have loved the double play there. Would have loved to pitch his best friend. Just sitting back in that pitch. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you do. He's a great guy to throw after outlier. Who did he throw before Waldron? I can't remember.
I think he's probably just thrown Waldron. I don't know if he's threw anyone before him, to be honest with you. We joined his game in like the second inning, so
yeah, he is 25
I think we only saw Waldron so far.
I mean, if he started Waldron, that's the most alpha male move I've ever seen.
I saw it in the qualifiers.
Yeah, but like to use him is one thing, but to start him, oh, what a dot!
Yeah, it's crazy. This is one of those plays that's like a very high risk but potentially high reward situation, because you completely get them off their timing and what these players' normal approach is. And to be able to do that is huge, because he gets to establish some momentum here in these first couple innings. And,
oh my!
But these players are so good. Like Tier Ryan is so good. He makes an adjustment 3 innings in, and he's got a 5 spot just like that.
473 for Ronald.
Gotta take him out now. It isn't working anymore. I know you're in mercy territory. You're trying to chase that, but I feel like you gotta take him out. He's adjusting. You're giving him a chance to just fly with some momentum here.
Yeah, you got to yeet him out of the game here. There's no way he should still be on the mound. Chat's telling me that Gleyber Torres hit a home run.
I'm very happy. Thank you for that info, Thunies chat.
Yeah, he said Torres bomb for the scanner, and that's Chipper bomb for the scanner as well.
Wow, thank you, Chipper. Very kind of you.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh man, love hopping the booth with you, Scan. Yeah, Zazzy's saying it in chat, you got to get him out. Yeah, you got to yank him out of the
game. When you have a game like this and there is just the momentum is skewing away from you, the second you see that happen, you have to take that pitcher out. You have your entire pitching staff to work with.
And it also, it's also like the opponent's PCI is big now because the confidence is now down. So you couple low confidence with a guy that is awful per nines. Like if you touch the ball, it's going somewhere.
Everything is getting hit hard.
Yeah, this is to the point now where if you hit it off the handle, it's a 115 exit velocity, dude.
Yeah.
Like everything is going to go to space right now. You got to take him out of the game.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I feel like if I were in the position of Cafe, I'd have probably, like, I mean, I guess he tried to play him as like a wild card here in game 2. Game 1 didn't work out in his favor since he lost. Tries to whip out Matt Waldron to get something to go his way. But I feel like he would be best used as like maybe your opponent rallies, gets some runners on, and they're really reading a pitcher well, and you just put him in for like a batter or two.
Exactly.
You don't keep him in to start him like this, because oh my,
that is what's gonna happen. Hank Aaron with and it's just I really fail to understand why you are running Waldron still, because the thing about, like, I understand that you're looking for like fungo-esque contact, but when you look at the situation of the low control, you have no per9s, and it's just like I really don't like how in the world is Waldron still in this game?
Yeah, crazy.
I can't believe it.
See, just to update on how everything is going as Tyrion keeps on destroying the baseball here. Our Rock and JD game ended with a Rock win, so he's up 1-0 on the series. Bugga picked up the win against Juke, and that was a very close game for a while, so he's up 1-0. This is a 1-0 series here, and then our Guinea...
what is going on?
You have to take him out. It's 10 unanswered runs.
What in the world is going on?
Now, this is some, like...
He went from mercy territory to it being a 3-run game. What in the world is going on?
Yeah, like, he scored a touchdown in a field goal this inning. Like,
Waldron must have government information. What is going... And then finally goes to the bullpen after surrendering. I mean, you went from... And now I understand. He's going to hit the ball. We all know that. But... You went from being well in the driver's seat to that mercy territory we were talking about. Now you're back at square one. It's a 3-run game.
Crazy.
I just don't. Wow. I really, man, that is perplexing to me.
And then another update. Our Link and Guinea game end up with Guinea getting the win. So he's up 1-0 on the series. So we're on to game 2 for everyone. So, I want to keep an eye on this. I want to see how Cafe responds after giving up a 10 spot. Because that's a tough thing. I don't think anyone wants to give up a 10 spot after being in mercy territory. But the ball is going to stay flying all right.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting a home run right here, and we are Acuna. And again, like, so someone watching at home might, not understand what they just saw. Like, how did you hit an early home run and a pitch away? It's definitely been a lot harder this year to do that, but... We mentioned elevation. We mentioned where we're playing. This is legitimately, this is a stadium where if you even sniff the baseball, you might hit a home run. And it's a product as a perfect right there as an out, and you'll get those, obviously.
Yeah, you've gotten to the point where you've got Zazzy going into your chat just to try to cook you. Type it in on the left side of your screen there. Like, that's some crazy managerial decisions right there. But... At the end of the day, if he picks up the win, I mean, who are we to question? He's keeping a foot in the gas. Everything is leaving right now.
I have to tell you, I would love if we could make this like field and schematics and everything in the real world. I mean, this is basically what the Mexico series was. This is essentially what the Mexico series
It
was.
is basically.
Like, dude, the Mexico series we had like, if you looked at StatCast and you saw the launch angle and the exit velo, at any other park, it was a shallow fly, and it was nukes in Mexico. Like, it was, this is the Mexico series stadium there. According to Cafe, he was down because he lost the first game. So he was just kind of, he was just kind of like, he lost the game 1. His hopes weren't high, and he was like, that was an emotionally charged decision there to do what he did. He was just kind of not in a good spot. He was like, I'm just going to ride with Matt Waldron and see what happens. Yeah,
but hey,
and ultimately, and I might have been a little harsh in my like unbelieving of like Waldron still being in, but at the end of the day, and it's something you brought up earlier, comp MLB is unlike any other competitive landscape out there. I mean, you genuinely have so many people that play the game a different way. Like, there's no, like, to a degree, there's a meta, but everyone's head is different. Someone looks for a fastball, some guy looks for a slider, some people don't like to swing till 2 strikes, some people want to, like, up the pitch count. Everyone has their own way of playing this game at the high level. And Juan Soto has his way of doing that every single time he steps up versus a righty.
Yeah, and this game does something to you, where it's like, he was feeling a little bit down and out after that game 1, sticking with Matt Waldron because he's just like, we'll just throw him out there and see what happens. But Matt Waldron, even though he's given up 10, has put him in a position where he's at a 17-10 lead. So he's still in a good spot with a chance to win despite that rough decision. That's the thing with how good of hitters these players are, that all it takes is just to have some offensive momentum, especially at these stadiums on Hall of Fame difficulty, to just potentially run away with this game. It's very crazy to see how that can happen. For me, if I were tier Ryan in this case and have been down like 13-1 or whatever it was to start, I'd have mentally chalked out that game, even if I was hitting well.
I was just going to say that Greg Joseph just put a field goal up after the Vikings scored. Vikings might be looking for another touchdown drive. Kirk Cousins begins with a 10-yard pass to Justin Jefferson, and on goes the offense. I mean, it's literally football scores, dude. It was just 17-10. That's
each inning is like a different possession.
That's a Big Ten football game right there, 17-10.
Each inning is a possession. They get a chance to hit, and they're like, okay, like we gotta get a touchdown on this drive. Like,
all right, 2nd and 8, here we go. Like
they're not thinking in 1s and 2s. They're thinking in 3s and 7s and 10s right now. What a pitch from Satchel Paige, by the way.
Yeah, what a pitch. It's just, you have to score in bunches. You have to. Like, also recognize that you're gonna have innings where you're not hitting particularly well at that field, but you ultimately have to know that you need to just lock it in. This field, not as much. It still is a hitter's park, obviously, but nowhere near as crazy as Stone Lane. Still a hitter's park, but again,
Shield Woods is crazy. Shield Woods, Capitol Lange are like insane minor league parks this year. And to think that they are stadiums people are going to over like a Laughing Mountain, which was such a favorite last year for the high elevation, I think shows how crazy those parks are. They have the elevation, but they also are not 420 feet to center field. So
going off of that, if I were playing comp, now we have Zazzy in Cleveland and a ton of comp people in my chat and your chat as well. I personally, man, if I played comp, I'd play it Ship It. I would go somewhere where they've nuked the elevation, so it's a little bit more of a consistent game. In my opinion, has the best batter's eye in the game. I don't think any batter's eye is anywhere close to Ship It's batter's eye. So I'd go there personally, but everybody has a reason to pick these other.
It is very interesting. I was thinking about stadium and stuff when watching games yesterday, wanting to see which players go where, because on Hall of Fame, these players are such good hitters. What is that threshold for them? But a lot of them still electing for the very hitter-friendly parks and not going for something that's a little less crazy, like a Ship It, for example.
I mean, man, I'd almost have the reverse thinking of saying, hey, we're both going to be hitting the ball so well, I don't want either of us to score and go to Arizona. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
maybe go to Houston. Maybe throw a little game up in Houston.
In a time like this, if I were in this position, I would be going the good old Date Palm in the daytime. Well-rounded park, but also not.
He loves the Date Palm.
Oh, I've been all on board with Date Palm. I used to like Capitol Field back in the MLB 19 days.
I will always have a love for Capitol Field.
It's such a beautiful park, and it used to play really nice. But as the years have started to go on, I felt like it started to play a little less to how I've wanted it to. So I go to Date Palm, and it tends to work for me a little better offensively. But sometimes you get those deep flyouts to left center, right center, which you don't see as often in parks like this. And some players just really don't like that. When they feel like they square up a pitch, they want that to be a homer every time. But for me, with how I play, and I'm very somewhat pitching favor, even though I can hit, I want to be able to get those outs whenever I can. But these players are just such good hitters; they want all of the runs.
And a brief aside from our virtual arena, in the baseball arena, IRL for Major League Baseball, you are reading it correctly. Some people might be shocked. I mean, Twins fans know, but Dallas Keuchel is starting for the Twins today, and I'm very intrigued to see how he does. There's two camps that people either think that he's going to continue to have success because he's been doing well in the minors. I think it might be that he's been playing AAA players. I don't know. I think Major League, it's kind of a testament to our games we're watching here. Those guys are all ready for Joan Duran fastballs. And now if you slow things down, some guys will have trouble. But like in our tournament here on Hall of Fame, I mean, these guys are handling the lower pitch speed. It's just easier to react to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with how this game works, I think there is definitely a skill in having fast reaction time to legend difficulty and being able to react that so quickly. But all it takes is for these players to just have enough of a feel on Hall of Fame to make those adjustments to get the timing down.
And so many guys on Hall of Fame are not, like, so many guys on Legend that are useful are not useful on Hall of Fame. There are so, like,
the strategy changes.
Yes, there are names that I absolutely, like, I'll say, like John Franco, for example. I love John Franco on Legend. I will never throw him on Hall of Fame. He throws too slow. You need to have a little bit of gas on Hall of Fame. On Legend, gas is nice, but I almost have lately preferred to not have outlier fastballs on Legend.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. I think with how that goes, like, yeah, on Hall of Fame, the outlier doesn't have the same bite. So there's, I think for a lot of these players, the strategy and who they're pitching is just very opponent dependent and what they're reading well or not. And I think it becomes a battle of trying to read what they're reading well. I mean, we've got a Shohei Ohtani appearance who, while he is a solid pitcher, is one we haven't seen too much of here.
It's the darn pars. I wish they were so. I wish Ohtani had 99 control on every pitch. It would be so fun.
It's really interesting because there was a lot of like mixed feedback about this card to start. And I've used them. I've noticed it, like the pars being big. And when I tried to pitch a certain way, it was very difficult. But after a bit, I got it down with him. And I will say he could be pretty gross. When
Shohei Ohtani demands your ultimate respect. I don't care. Like, I will use him no matter what because he's Shohei Ohtani. Like, I understand the pars are big, but I'll never forget it. Last year, I played a game on Legend. I threw a perfect game, and I was a triple shy of the cycle. It's the most fun card in the history of planet Earth, dude. It's Shohei Ohtani. Like,
yeah, and it's really like a very fun card. And I think the fun part about this game, where we're not seeing it as much today from the final 8 here, but there have been some like really fun moments from players. Like some players used Ohtani as a hitter, and you know, even though a lot of people of this level turn down a card like him for a slightly lower vision, some players just rake with him. And he's got the 125 splits versus righties and the max clutch. Like that card crushes when you got his swing down.
Well, and then another thing, like the people that are crying about Ohtani not being usable because the vision's low. Last I checked, home runs matter more than foul balls. It put the bat on the ball. I understand that it's nice to be able to have some foul ball insurance, but at the end of the day, his swing is insane. If you touch the ball, it's going so far. I love Shohei Ohtani in this game.
Absolutely. And like for someone like me, for some reason, I just have had a great feel of his swing that entire time this year. You sit like inside fastball with Ohtani and you get that timing down. It honestly might be the best feeling ever with how his swing animation looks and his stride. Now he loads that swing and he gets that no doubter. It's an incredible feeling.
I was going to say, we had an interesting game here, 6-4 in the 6th inning. You feel like someone's going to start pulling away at some point. The big hurt continues to be
99th homer on the season.
Yeah, dude, I would go as far as to say, if you look at competitive MLB The Show in totality throughout all the years, I mean, Frank Thomas has been a mainstay every single year. He is just a clubbing first baseman that will annihilate any left-hander you throw, and he's still very, very good against righties because he has insane power both sides.
You know who I've been a little shocked that we haven't seen too much of? Vlad Jr. I feel like he would have been a pick for some people over Frank, but people are electing to go for Frank and the basically maxed out splits versus lefties.
Frank is a better swing, I think, and Frank is a more intimidating. And I go back to the point I had. Like, I think Frank's more intimidating because, you know, he's been in the comp community for so long. Like, everyone knows. Like, I remember watching a game with Kreiner and Frank Thomas, and he hit like 4 home runs in a game. It was nuts. So, like, Frank Thomas is there, but I would argue the opposite. You know, I think Buck O'Neil and Jackie Robinson, dude. I mean, those cards are. Buck O'Neil is fun. Jackie Robinson is fun. Jackie Robinson's got a laundry list of quirks, too. That's a good swing right there. That's probably going to go, but I could see that hanging up in the air.
I think it's floating. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's one of those where that's an interesting outcome. That's one that you these players are certainly hoping that was a better result.
You'll take that every day of the week because you're both going to have that for an out, but then you're both going to also do that 4 times and have the other 3 times be home runs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like those every once in a while will happen, but ultimately he was underneath that ball. I really have to say, like, it's something that I've brought up multiple times during the Tampa tournament, but this is, in my opinion, far and away the best gameplay we've had in quite some time, and it's been very, very fun to see some solid ball games. Also,
Yandy Diaz sighting right here.
Yes. Tampa
we might not see him for long. Yeah, we're not seeing him for long. And welcome Juan Soto to the game. Commentator Jinx at its finest right there.
Zazzy thinks that Juke is putting up a 4 spot here.
Ooh. I like it.
I mean, he subbed in, so like anytime you double sub, you mean business. If you bring in Yandy, but then you also say, I'm not going to stop here, I'm going to go Soto, like this is showing a sense of urgency.
Was he not starting Yandy at DH?
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I might not.
I'm pretty sure we got a double pinch hitter right there. I'm pretty sure we just saw a double pinch hitter. I might be wrong, but I thought that's what it was.
But yeah, this Juan Soto like is
incredible.
Incredible.
Versus
righties is nightmare fuel. Like 125 clutch, 124
that's
power.
That's the contact you want. Is that to Soto with a righty on the mound? You want to throw off speed away because you want him to just throw the bat head at the ball, be early, and hit a duck over to first base, like what just happened.
Yep.
The scary thing is pitching him inside or pitching him high. You can't do either of those things to Juan Soto. You got to live away and make him beat you away.
So good inning from Bugga on the mound. Gives up that double.
Absolutely.
And bounces out of trouble with Ohtani. And then hits a leadoff double with Ellie De La Cruz. And he's looking to run away with this game here.
So you got top 7, runner at second. You just saw, and going back, I'm pretty sure we saw a double pinch hitter. So you saw a clear sense of urgency from the opponent. So now you know that this might have to be an empty the tank inning. If you put 5 up here, it might be the last 5 runs you need. And you get a perfect there. You got first and second, nobody out. Now you got J-Ram. You got options. You got Austin Riley, who I believe homered in this game that we were watching. I can't remember if it was from another game. But you got 3 batters that are going to do fine. It's just how well can he handle Ottavino? And he does release the ball outside that batter's eye. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, he releases that ball.
Never mind. Boy, I'm so wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing with Ottavino is sometimes like he could be very tough to hit because he throws across his body, and a cutter like that, especially in on the hands, could be tough. But you throw that in the zone to a player who's ready for it, that's just going to get demolished every time.
I also hear that the Indianapolis Colts are up 21-14 against the Chicago Bears. Cafe's up 21-14. It's 21-14.
21-14. We'll definitely tune into that here.
21-14.
Yeah, I want to check in on our other games here.
Genuinely terrifying, dude.
JD down 15-3 versus Rock here.
I mean, are we shocked?
He's crushing it.
His offense is just always there.
Yeah, and he's up 1-0 in the series. This is a winning scenario for him here.
He is one of the highest run scoring floors of comp players out there. Like I feel like, at least from whenever I've watched his games, it feels like you're watching. Like someone I always bring up is Alex. It feels like when you watch an Alex game, at bare minimum, you can expect to see 11 hits. That's the bare minimum expectation you have watching an Alex game. Torek, I feel the same way. Offense is very, very good.
Yeah, and he's looking to pitch himself a easy inning here to get the mercy here, up 15-3. Framber Valdez on the bump, something we haven't seen at all. But he's only given up 3.
Scan watched were you in my stream for that Framber moment I had a couple days? that was a fun. We won't be going that far today, but that was a fun Framber moment. This might be, that would have been cool.
That would have been a crazy Rob. Maybe completely different stakes, but that would have been cool to see.
But storyline here, I mean, you're in mercy territory. You need to fight for your right to party, as Travis Kelce once said, but you only got 2 outs left to play with, and you need to score 2.
Yeah, this is literally the least ideal situation if you're JD. Down 1-0 in the series, everything on the line here. And it's a great diving play.
It's a good play, yeah. But that's just back to what we said earlier. Against that lefty, throw that soft stuff away, make them swat the ball to the infield with like 30 exit velocity, and there you go.
There we go. 2-0 series win. Wow, what a showing.
Series video gamer.
15-4 dub right there. Crazy. I think it's crazy to see. Wow, Bugga running away with this game, 12-4.
Yeah.
We should check it on the football game in a moment.
Yeah. That's what I was saying about Bugga there, is that, like, you know that the opponent is starting to match you, so just have your big inning and you can kind of sit back a little bit and focus on pitching. Now he can focus on pitching.
Yeah.
He's got the offense side of things done.
So, yeah, update on this series. Guinea is up 1-0 here in this series. Get that updated on the graphic here. And he's currently
you're running the graphics? I thought somebody was doing that for you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're one-man army video gaming.
One-man army NoobTube video gaming, baby.
Well, the resurgence of MW2 has made me remember how much I hated NoobTubes.
So, yeah, we got Guinea at the dish here. Up 6-3 in this game. No, down 3-6 in this game. But up in the series, rallying with the bases juiced with Mike Trout against Joe Musgrove. Talk about that real quick. 60 pitches in the fourth inning. Great job of working that pitch count from Joe Musgrove.
And that goes back to that comment we had a little bit ago about how every player is different. You know, we've seen a lot of go, and there's a go approach right there. Mike Trout with that's your favorite thing in the game. When you boot up MLB, you hope that you hit a grand slam. What a swing in a comp tournament, now up by a run. What a swing with Mike Trout right there. But just closing on the point I had, you know, like, everyone's a different approach, so it's clearly looked like the approach here has been, hey, I'm going to work counts and find mine. But now that the bullpen's in the game, bullpen's a little bit different because the mentality is to work the starter out. Now you might be in a little bit more of a go mode versus a reliever.
Actually just got an update. This is actually a 1-1 series, so we got a sweaty game 3 going on here.
So that's a game 3 grand slam. So that's a really big.
That is a big moment right there.
That's a giant sigh of relief. That's a giant breath of fresh air. And now, you know, this is where you find out what kind of comp players they are. Now that we've reset and the Grand Slam's gone, can you do it again? Can you load the bases back up?
He's rallying.
Second now. I mean, you're now first and third, excuse me. So you're restarting the engine at a perfect time. You have the heart of the order. Hank's already 1 for 1. Now you have a righty-righty advantage here. You're looking for any kind of fastball inside to do the same thing that Trout just did. You're looking for something to pull. You maybe are looking, now that Satchel's in the game, maybe you're looking curveball or screwball low and away to dump into the, you know, right center alley for a homer, or you're probably looking for fast stuff inside.
Yeah,
that's the pitch, but a little bit elevated. I love the location there.
Yeah, that's a lot of the approach against Hank Aaron. This is an interesting strategy thing. A lot of people see hitters with a closed stance like Hank Aaron, like the Willie Mazes and the Hank Aarons and players like that, and they feel obligated to throw fastballs inside, try to get them late on a swing. But players like this are so good in their timing. Look at how early he is on that inside fastball. It's a tougher thing to throw to dudes like this, but that's the general approach, but that is a perfectly located screwball.
That if you can locate off speed just below the zone, not at the zone or too far below the zone, but just below the zone.
Yes.
You can get that kind of contact every day. And if you throw a fastball in the zone of Frank Thomas, that's going to happen every single day. Why are we throwing? I put Frank, well, we don't want to. If I play ranked, I want to see fastballs inside. So keep throwing fastballs inside, everybody.
Just the confidence of hitting a double play there and, you know, potentially like ending that rally that you just had to just next pitch swing at an inside fastball that he was clearly sitting dead red on is just really impressive.
And it's something I'll always bring up, you know, going back to, you know, Kreiner and Zazzy in the Sunburst Invitational for Tampa. You know, we had an opportunity to interview them, and Kreiner's talked about it many, many times where he says, well, he said in our interview, he said that he doesn't look at score until the 9th inning, which is insane. Like, he doesn't care what the score is because he knows he has to hit. But he's told me, like, on good contact and stuff. Like, it doesn't bother him that they're lineouts. It tells him that he's making good contact. And you see guys that are new to comp, or you see, you know, well-established players. Like, I just love to see the response. Like, what is it? Like, some guys, it might be enough to get a 2-run shot, and then they start becoming aggressive again. They strike out, and the inning's over. Some guys, you hit a grand slam, it's right back to work. I mean, it's so interesting to see the stamina that these guys have to do work in these half innings.
It is very impressive for a lot of us players who, like, even someone like me who is outside of like that top competitor bunch. It is very difficult to go out there and consistently put up runs inning in, inning out. Also, by the way, it's apparently nighttime now.
Brother, what a swing by Cattell.
What a cut.
Did that tie the game? I think because we just jumped.
That is a tie game. Right? Yeah,
and this
tie game for Link.
Series, man alive.
This is going to be, this is a game we got to keep our eyes on. Game 3 in the series, everything on the line. We got a battle here in the 4th inning, 8-8.
And your guy, Mike Soraka, toes the rubber.
Yup. I've seen him a bit. And I really want to just see, like, I'm thinking I got the pieces together and why Soroka's good, but I also am not sure entirely.
Spicy, beefy repertoire. It's that spicy, beefy repertoire. Anytime you throw somebody up there with a 5-pitch mix and you throw an elite mind in the fold, it's so fun. Because like there are certain pitches in the game that are turn your brain off. Nolan Ryan's to turn your brain off. You know, you're throwing everything vertical. Everyone's sitting fastball. You can play arts and crafts and like fool people the whole game. But you get a guy with a 5-pitch repertoire, you can really pitch the way you like. You can shut stuff down for the opponent. Like you can tell the opponent, like, you're not getting what you want here. You know, I'm going to meticulously attack, although he just doesn't care. Yeah. I mean, he is dismantling Soraka in front of our eyes.
Yeah, this is one of those things with these sinker cutter pitchers is when you don't have that much velocity to work with, the timing might not be the hardest to get down for them. And they are just
has no problem on
full feet on the gas. What a bunch of swings from Link. It's going to get him the lead now.
But again, like, this is a big swing right here. You got to run in. It was a perfect. You're like, I could have been a 3-run shot. I could be up by more. I'm so angry. How do you respond? Does Dylan Cruz get another perfect here, or is this a Jungo hit, like a fungo hit? You know what I mean? Rio count. Do you green light here? No, I don't think you green light till 3-2.
Yeah,
my 5-hitter Dylan Cruz. I think you're taking here.
Oh, he's sitting inside. Wow.
And the dive.
What a play.
And the dive. It has become so apparent now that everyone just spams dive right when the ball's hit in play. Everyone is just like, bam! Like, just dive right away. Maybe you'll throw the glove at it. I love the approach.
Gotta respect it. If that's what works, you gotta do it. The diving plays are insane, and honestly, I think that's a big reason why Nelly De La Cruz is such a great pick at shortstop, because he has such great height. He makes some crazy diving plays along with the 99 speed. It is very difficult to square up ground balls through the infield when you've got Elliott short.
Now, I'll go to you for a second, and you can fully let your bias go, or you can be the analyst here, but I personally think that Jeter gets the best animations of any shortstop defensively. Like, I don't think I don't know if I've used him enough
to make enough of a comparison, but
that's how I feel. Like, that's why I would lean starting Jeter if I was in a tournament, because in my opinion, I would feel like because I really have, like, it feels like on double plays, he always has an instant throw. It's never the animation where it's like a gather step and you can't get two. It's like Jeter always turns two in the infield. At least that's how I feel.
That is very fair. And I will say, Jeter has a great arm over there at short. He's got a great arm. You got to respect it.
You're just setting up title cards right now?
Yeah. We have player cards here that we're going to be looking into here soon. So I'm getting them all set up real quick. Got some more info about the players, which is cool.
Scann's got a studio of 50 people helping him out here. Moving around, moving and grooving.
Yeah, let's flip over here, actually, since we have this all set up now. So we actually have some info about all of our players here today. And I want to hear your thoughts because we asked all of them what their one favorite card. Chat, I want to hear your feedback on this too. If you agree with these players and their favorite cards. We got a Kyle Tucker appearance here for Cafe. Austin Riley's 99 All-Star Game card.
For JD. Yeah, Austin Riley makes sense to be a favorite card. Veteran status at 23 years old for Jake.
It's veteran status. Not much left in that prime there, buddy.
Acuna, yeah.
Good old Acuna for Juke. Totally can't question that whatsoever.
Phenomenal player in Juke. Just one of the best in the community.
Brenton Doyle.
Wait, so is Guinea KJ?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
KJ, Brandon Doyle.
Interesting choice. And then link with Mike Trout.
That's reminiscent to like Tap Scott loving like Alcides Escobar. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like actually.
Yeah.
Chipper Jones. We love
Ryan,
Chipper.
Yeah. Everybody loves Chipper. Yeah. Ryan, very, very good. Boric, I mean, just a phenomenal player.
Yeah.
And he's just, young, like he's got a lot of years ahead of him.
He's got a lot of competitive years ahead of him.
And he doesn't need 3 cups of coffee to wake up to a fastball.
Dude just wakes up with elite reaction time. And I've realized as I've gotten older here, getting to the old age of 25 this year, I'm man, that reaction time is not the same as it used to be. I still have got it a bit, but I've got to do a lot more work to get it going. But for someone like Torog, it's just automatic. It's insane.
Cafe loves BR.
So yeah, make sure you follow these people. They stream. They have their Twitch links up there. They have other socials like Twitter. If you want to keep up with them, I'm sure most of, if not all of these players will be competing in further esport events. And we'll be seeing them again. So I really recommend checking them out, tossing follows, because it's been cool seeing the emergence of these comp players creating content a lot and seeing them play. It really gives you a good opportunity to learn about the game and what they do so well. And back into our game here, we have a 10-9 game. We're still in a battle here between Link and Guinea. 1-1 in the series. Best of 3 series, so everything on the line here. And Guinea up 10-9.
And there will be more runs scored this game. The final score will not be 10-9.
No doubt about it.
I mean, you're probably like right now. You're probably saying in your head that you got to get to maybe 16, 17 might be like a little bit too, not too far, but I doubt someone gets there maybe. But I mean, you're probably telling yourself that you need to get to 15, 16 runs as soon as you can.
The thing that's interesting is the energy is they're playing multiple 9-inning games. We're in the 3rd game of this series, and we know both of these players could easily score 20, but will they get close to that number with the amount of energy they have left in the tank? Because a series like this with a lot of runs being scored and a lot of batters being faced can take a little bit of a toll on you. And even though they're great players, how long can they keep it going?
Well, fantastic, job by PlayStation, this whole esports thing, and how today is set up, with it just being best of 3s. The stamina question is a lot different when you're talking about a 9 to 10 hour day. But when you're talking about just purely a best of 3, I would like to think that the stamina is not an issue. I mean, we've all kind of sat down and played 3 ranked games before, but I mean, it could be a storyline, I suppose, in a 1 best of 3.
Yeah, and we'll definitely want to see how it develops over the span of time. I think getting a 2-0 series win is a huge advantage because you can take some time, step away, relax, kind of mentally reset instead of keeping your eyes peeled on the screen the entire time. And being able to step away for a bit is really good.
Yeah. My ball.
Rio swinging there, by the way.
Yeah, and I totally respect it. Like, you're playing at Laughing Mountain. It's Game 3 of a final on Hall of Fame. I really think that if you had a coach, I don't know if any MLB comp player is a coach like you do in like Call of Duty or other esports, but I mean, if you had a coach, I would imagine that coach is telling you, hey, this is Hall of Fame Laughing Mountain. I mean, go up there and hit. Like, you're not selective at all in this setting. You got to just hit the ball. You got to hit everything anywhere near the zone. That not near the zone. Good take.
So
right
yeah,
there.
just an update on our Bugga Jukesta series. Bugga picked up the win in that game after running away with that lead, winning that series 2-0. So Twarok and Bugga will be going head-to-head next round, but they are waiting for now because we have these two series to finish up, because this series is going the distance, and the other series with Tier Ryan and Cafe is also going the distance. 1-1 there. That football score game ended up going Cafe's favor. So we also have another game 3 going on there. I guess we'll pop in after this inning to see what's going on over there.
So how many games do we have today?
So top 8. So those first 4 series of games going on right now, and then we have the best of 3 semis and the best of 3 finals.
Gotcha.
So we got the whole shebang going on today.
Everything. Love to hear it. So we will be crowning a champion today?
We will be crowning a Scann Community Series champion.
You know, there can only be one first-time Scann Community Series champion.
Yeah.
There can be a second time.
There also can only be
another first time.
There can only be one person who is $2,000 richer today. So
I would like that money.
Yeah, that's big money for an event like this. Complete different stakes. Also, whoa, what did we just bounce into over here with Cafe and Tier Ryan? We're out in Philly. Is it? No, it's not. No, is this Philly?
Washington.
Washington. Wow, how did I get that mixed up? Yeah, it is Washington.
The one thing I'll say, and I know that the meme is that if you want to actually, what in the world did that knuckleball just do? Oh my goodness. That thing got, again, it almost looked like your hand on the steering wheel when you're doing the full spin. You know what I mean? like when you're backing into a parking spot. I mean, that ball did a full rotation. That was insane. That knuckleball moves so much.
Can we just talk about the narrative that has been made here? So in this series, Tier Ryan picks up a great win in game 1, and apparently Cafe was a little bit down, decided to start Matt Waldron, the common knuckleball thrower, in game 2, and allows him to get a big lead to start off, and he eventually gets the win. Tier Ryan bounces back in game 3 and says, you know what? I'm going to throw Matt Waldron. And you know what happens? He's out here in Washington down 4-0 with those runs given up by Matt Waldron. And it's a Matt Waldron battle going on here.
Yeah, it looks like the other Matt Waldron has had 2 scoreless. And this is where and some comp players will say, picking certain stadiums is weird. There's a strategy to everything. I mean, in reality, you are playing at a ballpark that is not going to generate that Stone Lane field exit velocity. It's a more realistic game here in Washington. So, I mean, I respect going to the knuckleball here.
Yeah.
You're going for what in the
that was almost like the grossest backdoor slider ever, but it was a knuckleball.
Yeah, see, that the problem with knuckleballs is that it doesn't do that every time.
Yeah.
More than likely, the knuckleball is a very weird-looking 12-6 curveball. On the occasion, you'll get that rifling, darting movement, but more than likely, I mean, that's where you're going to get hit, is when you throw it a little bit too much of the zone, and it gets crushed.
Yeah, and the problem is you have to throw the knuckleball a lot to really make it effective. You can't, the other pitches aren't good, so you throw that knuckleball all the time, so the muscle memory and the swing timing is identical for probably 3/4 of the pitches that you see, and all it takes is for one to hang that they're ready for.
That swing right there is why he's in the misses it.
Wow.
But that swing right there is why he's in the game. You got a late swing underneath the knuckleball. That is exactly what in the world. That would have been crazy. That would have been sensational if that clipped the zone. The swing right there, but again, at Stone Lanes, dude, who knows what that swing does? In Washington, it's a 4-3 put up.
Yeah, the thing is with these major league parks in comparison to those very hitter-friendly parks, it's a very controversial debate for a lot of people because everyone has an opinion on how they think the game should play and stuff. But there's such drastically different experiences where you play at like
night and day.
You play at Shield Woods or Capitol Lange, the ball flies and most fly balls leave. What a swing from Juan Soto, by the way, in his old stomping grounds.
In his former home, wearing Toronto uniforms. But
we talked about that as well. 120 home runs with Soto already. He's been out for one season of the game. He's got 120 homers. Wild.
My most home runs I have is 118 with Trout, and that's a set 1 card. Like, I can't imagine having that with a set 3 card already.
Yeah, I actually want to stay on the pitching side here and this is how the knuckleball game is. The pars are so big. The ball doesn't really travel the same way, and you're seeing how volatile the game is. I think for the average player, for the players who are maybe not as comfortable with the game, a knuckleballer could be really tough, especially since you don't face them much because of how little you see the knuckleball and how tough it is to get that timing down. For these players,
what in the world?
For these players, they're still scoring runs against these knuckleballers, and you see how big those pars are. That is a massive risk because you're trying to dot this pitch, aim it on the black, and it could end up 5 feet off the plate. It could end up 5 feet over the plate. It's literally going anywhere.
I think that knuckleball that was just thrown just did like a Kobe Bryant step back. That ball was coming in, and then it halted its movement and then went right back to where it was going. That was literally a step back, like 20-footer that knuckleball just threw. Like, dude, it's moving.
Yeah, that's crazy. And that's the thing, is like sometimes the ball will just warp and like no player is going to be able to hit that.
Like look at that contact. You're on top of the ball. That is the whole purpose of this pitch.
Yeah.
Is to have every ball bashed into the ground because you can't get underneath it.
Yeah, it's a very tough pitch to read the depth.
Yeah, and going back to the general comments on Fields of play and stuff, Fields do play way different. Like, it's something that's really interesting that the field that you play at dictates how the game will play. If you play at a Stone Lange, if you play at Costco, you know you are going into a bombardment. It's going to be home runs nonstop. But if you play here in Washington, you completely turn it into a pitcher's duel. And I respect it to the degree of whoever picked Washington, to the same degree of why I would respect a comp player picking Stone Lange. If you want to be rewarded for the most of your offense, you go there. If you want a pitcher's duel and you want it to be a little bit of a tight game, you go to a Ship It or you go to like a Washington, I guess.
Yep. You're in these tournaments, honestly, the players that end up winning and doing the best are the ones that show up in any scenario. And as a good player, you have to be ready to succeed on both sides of the ball. In a game like this, you have to really be on your pitching game because it's going to be a matter of a few swings that can make the difference. And it's tougher to rally runs and fight your way back in certain scenarios. But you have to be ready in both of those scenarios. If you're a very offensive first heavy player here, you might not be able to score as many runs in a stadium like this. Completely different strategy comes into play, and you have to be ready for both. So at the end of the day, it might not be your preference or what you want, but no matter what, you have to be ready for both sides of the game.
That knuckleball just did the step back again. It's like on its flight, and then it stopped for a second, and then it kept going. Like, it's literally shooting step back like 20-footers at your local LA Fitness right now. The knuckleball is dancing.
Yeah, it is. It's teleporting, honestly. It's going wild out here. I actually hop on into this other game here with Lincoln Guinea.
Knuckleball is such a wild pitch. 14-9 game here in the bottom of the 8th.
Guinea's starting to run away, up 5 here in the 8th, but as we've learned before, no lead is safe. Link looking to rally here. That's a great pitch.
Yeah, this is the most important inning. This is more important than the 9th inning
if
you're on the mound. This is if you can hold a 5-run lead and then get some more offense in the top half, it's just such a demoralizing position to be in to know you only have one more inning. So, you got to put runs on. You get a good swing right there, landing for a base hit. But even something small, even a 2-run shot here does something. A 3-run deficit is attainable. You might allow another 2 or 3, but that ultimately on Hall of Fame is attainable. But you have to send somewhat of a signal here that a little bunt dance, somewhat of a signal here that you know that you need to put offense up.
Yes. And by the way, we got Kenley on the mound here. Him and Mo, pretty popular picks, and I think honestly very underrated for their high velocity cutters.
Yes.
Get 97 on the radar gun on those cutters. It can be very tough to read in that inside part of the plate and reading that's going to be a dot on the black or it's expanding the zone inside.
Yeah, so action here, runner in motion, ball sprayed to center. That might be over his head.
It's not.
So runner back in play. But I was going to mention, as we get in the later innings here, this is where you typically see those action plays. Now, 3-2 count with less than 2 outs, you don't have to run, but it's not a bad idea. Boy, I would have loved if he went back to an action play there. I figured that he would have gone back to a steal.
Boy. And try to make something happen, when
like there's 2 outs, like make something happen. Exactly.
In that scenario, like he seemed a little upset that outcome, which is how that goes. But with how those 2 swings went, that one fly out the center is, like I talked about, a difference in milliseconds. He's just a smidgen late on a center cutter because it's 97 miles an hour out of Kenley Jansen's hand. If he's ready for that a little bit more, he pulls that, hits it out, no doubt, but he hits it to center field on a line. And then next at bat, swings at a down and away cutter dotted on the black, which is a very tough pitch to hit. When you're in a close game like this, this is where the pressure and handling that really comes into play. You have to still swing at the right pitches in scenarios like this, and you could tell in a game like this, the emotions are going to come into play. You see pause menus being spammed, and bunt dances left and right.
Dude, KJ's almost ego check. He is ego check.
He is. I think he saw
perfect dead center field. He's and I love it. Like it's so if you can tilt the other opponent, dude. Like I'm saying
I agree as long as it's.
But he's going for an ego chow here. That's what he's doing.
He's not doing anything really wrong here. I mean, some people don't like the bunt dancing and stuff, but listen, he saw the frustration in that ground out. You saw that Link hit that little pause menu spam to start the inning. And he's like, you know what? He's clearly flustered. I have a lead here. I have a chance to kind of stab the knife in and twist the knife in a little bit. Yeah. I'm doing that right now because if you don't have that same pressure on, then you give Link some confidence heading into the 9th and a chance to come back. Narrative completely changes. He's down 8 now. He's feeling frustrated after the outcome of that last inning, but good old Buck O'Neil getting it started with a double.
And it's something that I'll always bring up when I think about top players that I've had a chance to interview. Obviously, Kreiner said it so well when I interviewed him in the Sunburst Invitational for Tampa. Like Kreiner said that when he plays, he never reacts. He keeps his body almost in the same position the whole game. Like he's stoic. Obviously, it's really easy to say to not get tilted to an ego chow, but that's the only way that you survive that. KJ knew that he needed offense and he needed to frustrate the other guy, and he did that. I mean, that, like, you don't need to do that all the time, but he was cognizant of that moment that he could overpower him, and it looks like he did.
This is what we talk about, how the different players have their own strategies and things that work for them, and you have the Kreiners, and this is also a thing that lots of players go through. I remember an interview all the way back to MLB 20, I think, with Otoxi that I had, and he had said, like, he was in the same boat as Kreiner of, like, you know what, I don't get too high on the highs, too low on the lows. I don't celebrate the good when it happens or really get frustrated at the bad. Just focus on putting up good swings and not getting too emotionally drawn. And then on the other hand, you have someone like KJ, who is definitely a far more emotionally driven player, whether he's the one who gets a little flustered or makes the opponent flustered. And you see in that scenario, I think at that back end of the game, he thrived in that. When he had that and he let that emotion come into play, it allowed him to slam the door shut in a situation that may not have been that easy to do so, but he made it look easy with the outcome of that game.
But that's also a testament to, like, if you're gonna ego chow and you don't answer, I mean, you almost give life back to the opponent.
Yeah, it's a risky play.
Yeah, because now they're upset that you were trying to be weird and then you couldn't execute. So you kind of awaken the beast. So if you are going to go that route, you got to do what KJ did. You have to, like, mean the actions that you're doing, because otherwise you can invite the other opponent back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a thing with esports and stuff is the emotion, and there are mind games in just reading the confidence in your opponent. And
baseball, baby.
As much as players are great because of the pure skill, that's a great swing from Chipper Jones, by the way.
Knuckleball terrorism. Matt Waldron might need to get the whole heave-ho here. He's only on run number 3. He might say that's not. Yeah, I respect it. You're in inning number 6. You say you've only gotten 3. I'm going to keep. Yeah, I mean, I respect keeping Waldron in here. He knows what he has to do. Yeah. Cafe's on the mound, right?
He is the away team on the mound right now. Yeah.
This is Cafe. We saw it in the Sunburst Invitational. He was very, very, and like everybody was, but he was very, very adamant that he did not want to pull Eflin because he felt like Eflin gave him the best chance of any reliever on Tampa, or any reliever compared to on Tampa's roster. So, I mean, Cafe has to just recognize and say, of everyone I have, this is my best because he's different. Yeah, everybody else is going to have that same 5-pitch repertoire, the outlier fastball. He's throwing a knuckleballer, you know? Yeah,
I truly think with games like this is how I used to play. This is how I managed to win any sort of money in the Dynasty Invitational a couple years ago.
Dynasty Invitational Scann.
When a pitcher is rolling, that is a hanger of a knuckleball.
I mean, that's right down the middle. I don't even think
that
happens. Pull him here.
I don't think so either. I don't think he's done enough to really make you want to pull him. I think a skill in this comp scene is genuinely reading your pitchers and trying to understand, like, when a pitcher has it and when they don't. And that pitcher has it and they're rolling, even though he gave up a solo homer. Sometimes you got to be able to trust them and say, hey, with the amount of swings I've seen this game, I haven't seen a stretch of enough consistent swings that make me want to take him out. And the fact that confidence is still high and momentum is still in favor of that pitcher. This game, especially with pitching, is very momentum driven. If Waldron is working and he's consistently getting not good swings with the occasional good one, I think you still ride with him after a home run like that, because it's the long game. You make him take out Waldron and you give him a pitcher he's used to, that could give him all of the momentum in the world.
And Waldron is the ultimate oxymoron, because the way you get, like, success against him at a major league park like this is you guys just get him out of the game. So you have to up that pitch count as much as possible, but it's very it's very, very difficult. And I don't care what perspective somebody has out there. To watch a knuckleball and just tell yourself to be patient when something 70 miles an hour is coming in, it's impossible to be patient on that.
It is.
You almost feel like you're being ego chowed alone, that a knuckleball is being thrown at you, that you have to, like, just hit that ball. Yeah. So it's really hard to have a long at bat versus a knuckleballer.
Yeah. And the combination of these players being legend difficulty players and are used to the PCI size and the pitch speeds of that, it's like for a lot of players like you and I who are good enough at Hall of Fame, we hop on All-Star. We want to swing at everything because everything feels like it's floating in there. Exactly. It feels like it's so easy to hit. Confidence is at a high, but in reality is you're still on Hall of Fame difficulty in this scenario, and you're still going to miss some swings you're not ready for.
Your Scanalysis is second to none. You deserve a promotion. I'm going to go talk to the lovely people over there and say, throw them right at the top. Big old promotion for the Scanimal. Big analysis there. Love it. That's tough, but you know, I mean,
battle of attrition.
Yeah,
you know how it goes.
Absolutely.
You got to keep on putting up the good swings. Can't let that get to you. Yeah. Let me talk to you.
The top 8. tied series here as we go into game number, or we've been in game number 3, but Cafe and Ryan, both two guys that are pretty solid players, I would say. We talked about this earlier that, you love when you got two guys that are real palpable names that are matching up against each other. And we have a really interesting storyline going on here that Waldron's still in the game. And I think Juan Soto stared at that home run longer than any human being ever has.
Yeah.
That was gorgeous. That was a horrible pitch that he crushed, and the camera pan held Juan Soto for a sec. That was a beautiful mic drop and a beautiful response to begin the top of the 8th.
Yeah, this is like a contrasting situation where I feel like on the other hand here, for Ryan on the mound, you're seeing a lot of great swings from Cafe this inning. Also, only 40 pitches so far.
Yeah, and that is what you just said is why I would have pulled him if I was Ryan 2 innings ago. He's not. Cafe's not fooling around. If it's in the zone, he's throwing the bat at the ball. So like this would be This is what it's a skill to read your own pitchers and when it's time to pull them out or not. Understanding of what your opponents are doing. You know what I mean? It's like you have to understand, like it's what you talked about earlier. Like when Cafe was allowing those home runs, at the end of the day, Ryan has not shown enough consistency to warrant you pulling him. Conversely, I think Cafe is crushing him, so you should have taken him out 2 innings ago. I mean, the man, like that's another thing that I love to see at the comp level. Is like everyone talks like about comp, not everyone, but there are people who talk about comp MLB and they think it's just reaction. And there's so much strategy, managing your team, having an actual baseball IQ that falls into it, and you really see it, come up in these certain moments. Like we both agree in the booth that he should have come out. Now, who knows what happens in the bottom of the 8th, but
the players that perform the best are the ones who make the right managerial decisions.
I wouldn't go to the
make the right strategy.
I disagree.
Yeah, I don't know about this. I felt like he was riding that for a bit. I guess
you might be inviting. It's first and second, nobody out. You're inviting Ryan. You have to wait until the home run. I might sound like I'm wrong. I think you have to wait until the home run happens to pull him.
I feel like he had enough of a lead to push the envelope with Waldron. I guess I will say the more interesting decision for me is going to Aaron Loop out of the bullpen, because I feel like I would have gone to someone high velo just to get a complete different style of pitcher.
All right, Angel Hernandez, you've already seen low velocity, so I agree. Going back to low velocity, but he bangs it out to left.
I will say what he did well, and this is part of the reason why Aaron Loop is tough, is even though he is a pretty low velo pitcher, he does get 95 on that sinker. And now he did mess with his timing for 3 straight pitches, throwing inside sinkers, and that's going to be an inning-ending double play. And you know what?
You know what, Scan, we have no idea what we're
doing.
So,
like, I will say that while we questioned that decision at first, what he did was, even though he made that decision and we were questioning it, he did a great job of showing us, like, hey, this is why I did that. And that was to throw a lot of inside sinkers to those lefties. And now you're challenging him to be like, okay, I was trying to get you off timing on 76-mile-per-hour knucklers for most of the game. Now you got to catch up to an inside sinker, lefty. Have fun with that.
Is Cafe gonna have a mound visit here? He loves to have these random moments where he pretends it's a real game and talk to his pitcher. He might be a goofball and have a mound visit and have a virtual conversation with Waldron here. Maybe not. Okay. He did that in the race tournament. It's so funny. 2 up, 2 down here. Waldron looking for a complete gamer. We're not dead yet.
We got it. No, you got to flip-flop. This is top 9. Ryan's pitching right now.
Sorry. It looked like screen was buffering for a moment. My bad. Sorry.
But yeah, that's crazy. He just kept in Waldron this entire time. This is like the 2 ends of the spectrum. We talked about choosing the right time to pull out Waldron and keep him in, and I don't think Ryan ever
in the world is going
felt like it was time to pull him. I think he's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna have to trust the knuckleballer, and Cafe's done a great job of adjusting.
Matt Waldron's bag should have been packed, and he should have been an hour into his flight back home, and yet he's still on the mound here. I physically don't understand. I really don't get it.
Yeah, and at the end of the day,
clearly he's had no problem.
A lot of people may watch this game and watch this series and see that Cafe went to Waldron in game 2, and now it's became a Matt Waldron battle in game 3. and people will be like, oh, it's the cheese or it's the
It's
knuckleball.
Hall
It's
of Fame,
frustrating.
though.
But at the end of the day here, you're risking putting out a common pitcher. And in this game especially, one player crushed Matt Waldron while the other one didn't. And yeah, while it's...
the other thing on Waldron is that on Legend, I don't think it's anywhere near the play. With the arms that are now at your disposal on Legend, like you would go Tariq Skubal over him every day of the week. But Hall of Fame is that weird, like Hall of Fame's faster than All-Star, but it's not faster than Legend. It's that weird kind of middle ground where that kind of funkadelic, that knuckleball, like really can shine.
Yeah. And it's, while it's a knuckleball is completely different from your normal strategy, it's one of those things that these players are ready to hit someone like an Aaron Loop. I mean, not Aaron Loop, like a Matt Waldron, and one player performed against Waldron while the other one did not as much. And that's the difference of the game has come down to the strategy of how long you keep in Waldron, how you've adjusted and hit against Waldron. And now you got a 3-0 count.
Well, I have no idea what Waldron's energy looked like, but
nah, I think he was at the end of the tank there with 2 runners on. You just need 3 outs. You got all your bullpen to work with.
And just like now it's a normal game. You know what I mean? Now the knuckleball's gone. Now we're back to baseball.
This is like the top player's equivalent of doing a showdown where like they have 3 outs left. They got to get 7 runs, and it is within reason. You have
that's a great
Derek Jeter.
Derek Jeter to right center field and deep.
Oh,
a grand slam! It's a new ball game.
Tier Ryan is not going down without a fight. Gets the bases loaded, capitalizes with a Derek Jeter grand slam against Aaron Loop.
And it goes right back to what we were talking about, that as you get an out right there, that you go from having to manage like, knuckleball, tough. But now, like, you know what Kenley Jansen throws. Like, you know what that looks like.
And I have to say, that was really impressive for Ryan to second Waldron's out of the game to instantly adjust and read Loop like a book. And now he's got Kenley read. Now, just like that, you're still rallying. It's just a battle of how many outs?
Grand slam by Derek Jeter cuts the score down to 3, cuts the deficit for him down to 3, rather. Now you got Chipper Jones. You got a man at first with speed. I mean, you got the card of the order coming up. This is a really big swing to right center field, but it's going to hang for out number 2. Got it just on the inside of the barrel.
Man. It's crazy. It's why we said for so long in the game, like Waldron was like keeping him in the game was like holding on to a seal. Like you took him out, you broke the seal. Exactly. The runs start scoring. The floodgates start to open.
And we know what happens when you break the seal. You're going to the bathroom 11 times the rest of the day. we know what happens. Jansen's 0-2 pitch inside, missing 1-2. You get a grand slam. You're 2 outs. You're down to your last out here in Schwarber.
Ooh.
And I'm a little curious on the bench here. The one thing I'll say, Schwarber is quirkless this year. I would wonder about potentially having, like, I don't know if Jock Peterson's there, ball knocked down, playing first. Ooh. Schwarber can't quite leg it out. What a rally, but Cafe holds on to win it.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was an interesting approach from Cafe because that entire at bat was just a spam of inside cutters. And that's the thing, since he's facing the knuckleball so much that game, now you make him go like, you know what? I'm going to throw a bunch of knuckleballs inside. But you're going to hit it.
Here we go. What are we going to get? Can we get
give him a chase pack. Give him a chase pack.
Chase pack.
Oh,
well, that's not the worst silver.
Not the worst outcome.
A random duo. I'll take Stubbs over a random duo. So I don't want a free silver.
There we go. That is our first round. Our quarterfinals are complete. We'll be having Turok and Bugga playing, and then Cafe playing KJ in round 2 in the semis. So we're actually going to take a 5-minute break to refresh and get going here for the second round here. So we'll take a moment, take a break, and we'll be back here in 5-ish minutes for our second round of games to see these competitors get at it. So we'll be back in just a moment, everyone. Yep, and let me actually set that link. Let me put the VOD here so you all can watch something Apologies.
Do you want me to like back out of Discord for a bit?
No. You can say in Discord. But yeah, we're just gonna take a few minute break here, everyone. We appreciate you all hanging, and then once we come back, we are in full game mode. So let me actually put this link here.
Yeah, I'm gonna step.
Yeah, you could if you want to, you can mute and then come back in 5, and we'll get at it. Do this.
Put some music on for the people. The people want some tunes. How does it's raining in Minnesota, so this is a fitting song. On Melancholy Hill by the Gorillaz. Enjoy. The Gorillaz. There you go.
Hello, everyone. We are back. Turn this on.
There he is.
Hello, Mr. Thune. We are back.
I was just about to tell all your viewers to not sub to Scann and sub to me instead, man. Darn it.
I mean, honestly, I respect that because I don't really stream much nowadays. So you know
just got here in the nick of time.
I respect that.
You're taking me money.
Caught you in the act. GG's, Ryan. Great performance out there today.
Yeah, fantastic.
Can we just take a quick moment to shout out our players who showed up, played great in the qualifiers? We'll go through our player cards again. First of all, make sure you follow all of these players on their own channels. They're great players in the community. Top players.
All these guys will all assign you homework. I am a teacher. I'm on summer break, but I'll give you homework if you don't follow these guys. They're very good players.
So, yeah, shout out to JD, Jukesta, Tier Ryan, and Link, who all performed great in the qualifiers, who unfortunately got the boot today, but did a great job getting to this point and still should be coming out today with some sort of prize. I'll quickly pull up the info before I forget it.
Just hit his 39th home run of the year.
Yeah, 5th to 8th place all get $250. So
goodness.
$250 to all their names, despite losing in the first round today. So GG's to them and appreciate them all showing out. The games will be starting in just a moment, but we did have an announcement earlier in case you all missed it. We have dates on the championship series. Starting August 19th, the qualifiers get going yet again. So if you're looking to compete, take part in the championship series, save the date, screenshot, do whatever you have to save the date because things will be getting competitive here again. And
boy, good thing you showed me that because that's the first time I'm seeing
that. Yeah. You were here at the very beginning. But yes, save the date, everyone.
I'm gonna have to save
the championship series is getting going, and I will be live here, and I know Thune will be live over on his channel for coverage of these games. And that's why I recommend following these creators, because I think a lot of these players will stream their qualifiers and games in these tournaments. There's a big prize pool at stake, and it's a long qualifier process. You got 4 weekends to qualify. For people that don't qualify in those first 4 weekends, they have the wild card, and then everyone comes together in the group stage, semifinals, and the grand finals. And on October 1st, right as the playoffs will be basically getting going in the MLB, we've got the grand final over here, which will be really fun.
Those early weekends also directly coincide with tournament that Madden's running. So if you're a fan of esports, I mean, there's going to be a lot going on those weekends. Holy cow.
We love esports.
We do.
And it's great to see that this event will be getting back going. It's cool that we have the community series going. A reminder, Wiz Enrique will have his finals going on next weekend, I believe, for his community series. Make sure you follow him on his channel over here as well. I'm pretty sure I'm not sure if he does Twitch streaming or just YouTube and stuff.
I think I've seen him on Kick.
Okay. Yeah, I always get it mixed up. I have a bad memory with stuff like that, but make sure you follow Wiz Enrique as well. Also follow the MLB The Show account on Twitter. They will keep you all updated on what's going on with those and those specific dates as we get going. But yeah, we are getting into round 2 games that we're actually just starting. We got, wow. Look at this. I just caught this. Bugga going up against Turok, hitting a solo homer to start us off.
What a matchup, dude. What a matchup.
This will be a fun one.
I have to leave in a little bit. I can still say for a bit, but at some point in the not near future, but in a little bit, I'm gonna have to bug out. But
yeah,
we will
that's fine.
Cover as many games as we can here.
Absolutely. Kyle Tucker,
early contact, Laughing Mountain again. So the interesting thing, I guess, is knowing both these guys and knowing the offense they produce. Like, would playing at a Major League Stadium be worthwhile to consider? Now, I doubt it. You know, they're probably going to want to reward their offense. But another thing that we're seeing a lot of in this is a lot of guys with captain boosts. I'm assuming everyone's running the durability team.
A lot of people are, yeah.
Yeah, and it's different because I believe that you were supposed to like leave a captain in for innings and innings and innings until like the boost was secure. But now I think you can just like sub someone out right away, and then the whole team just keeps the captain boost.
Yep. That's usually what you're seeing. You're seeing a pinch hitter early on in the game, and that's honestly a fair reason why you see a somewhat repetitive list of players these teams, because they're running that same captain boost.
And nobody has to run Ripken for 6 innings. They can just sub him out right away. Yeah, I mean that's Ripken's coming up here. He'll get pinch hitter here. Yeah, he's gonna get pinch hit right here. Or yeah, I was gonna say there's no way. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, it's so am I remembering wrong? Wasn't the functionality of it supposed to be that you had to like hit with like 6 innings or something?
If I recall, it was something. It was supposed to be something like that. At the start.
So that interesting. But on one count here, Hank Aaron sinker missing 2-1 now. Framber Valdez sighting once again.
The interesting thing about it is with like a lot of these players with this boost, I think Ripken boosts the contact and such a lot, right?
Yes. Yep.
So like a lot of these players already have like top tier contact anyway. So like the difference isn't crazy. So like if you're running this team, you have to like the combination of players that are available a lot.
Jay Mills, who we're both familiar with, has told me that he thinks Derek Jeter, Mike Trout specifically on the captain or the durability team is the best card ever in MLB The Show, he thinks, offensively.
I think that makes sense because it boosts his contact up to another level because he's one of those players that has a slightly lower contact and power.
Yeah, it promotes him up to that awards 99 Mike Trout from, was it MLB 20?
Yeah.
It promotes him to that level. Like that card was very high. I want to say it was near 125, everything offensively, but it was close. The only other card I can think of that has been in that territory was like Finest Juan Soto, if you remember that card.
Yeah, Finest Juan Soto was another level. He had quirks, he had basic maxed out attributes. And there's Mike Trout.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, maybe you can't pitch him away, Scan.
Maybe we just don't pitch to Mike Trout.
Yeah.
Maybe that just becomes the golden rule. You just don't pitch to him.
Mike Trout has always, and he will always continue to until he retires and he's no longer in the game, be, I would say, everyone's favorite card. We've used him so much. There's such a myth around Mike Trout in MLB The Show. He's one of those guys that when like think of that list. Like what guys fit that list of cards that are just undeniably like universally loved by everyone? Mike Trout's right at the top of that list.
Absolutely. It's there. Like you are in such a minority if you don't like his swing. But I will say there are definitely a lot of people who. Oh wow! Austin Riley botches that.
He must have hit his foot and he kicked it. The glove missed the ball there, but that's another thing with Acuna's game that's very interesting is not only can you hit nukes, but like he has the speed to beat out those infield singles. So there's a lot of value
to beat those out. He has the steal ability. He's got great contact, really good defense for a corner outfielder. Like
it's so nice that we have the best Acuna we've ever had. I want that card, but in Byron Buxton, but. I don't know if we're ever getting my 99
if they give us that's a swing from Adley.
That's a good swing.
Oh wow, that right there is a laughing mountain. Yeah,
it's a laughing mountain.
And on the hands a little late on it. That would be a deep fly out in many stadiums, but at the high elevation that leaves.
He's shaking his hands because the bat was ringing in his hands, but he hit a homer because we're at Laughing Mountain. He's literally feeling pain running the bases, but he doesn't feel it anymore knowing that ball went over the wall. Laughing Mountain special right there.
Yeah, I think Ken Griffey Jr. is one of these cards that gets benefit from that Cal Ripken Jr. boost. 123 contact he gets up to when normally he's like around like 110-ish.
Yeah, and then I think Justin Morneau also is near a 125 everything guy with
the players boost. With like just about over 100 contact and max power are great picks for that captain boost.
Oh, brother, a Oppo Taco Griffey signature bat drop, man.
What a cut.
I think I motion that we, the community, say every time Griffey hits a no-doubter, you get the swing. I think we should all stand. Is that going to go?
Yes, it is.
Oh, Laughing Mountain.
Torok is just all over the baseball right now.
Oh, you beautiful, beautiful Laughing Mountain, you. Oh, my goodness.
This is what you sign up for here at good old Laughing Mountain.
Yep, especially on Hall of Fame difficulty, too. Like, this is like this is Hall of Fame Warriors City. You got to put up 14, 15 runs, man. You just know you have to.
Games like this are just a test of your patience and how much you're just willing to only swing at pitches you can crush here at Laughing Mountain and work counts until you get those pitches.
Like, Laughing Mountain is like Rocky Balboa. Like, Rocky just got, dude, there's another one with Hank Aaron. Like, Rocky just got punched the whole fight, and then he knocked out in the end. That's what Hall of Fame Laughing Mountain video gaming is. It's just you're getting punched in the face. You and the opponent are going to score. Like, you just, how long can you stand getting punched in the face? Because that's all this is going to be. It's going to be consistent offense on both sides. You're probably looking at this rate, with the level of urgency. Now, it is a game one, so the urgency is not necessarily there. This might be one of those like 14-7 type games. Who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
This is one of those games where you're scoring so many runs, it becomes a game of like minimizing the outs you get. And even though like the one, he's got 7 runs here, the one out came from a sinker just below the zone. This is a test of how patient you can be, because you get swing happy and you're really relying on that offense. Sometimes you swing at those bad pitches and you can never give away those outs here at Laughing Mountain, because every out needs to be taken advantage of for all the runs you can get, especially here against Torok, who's already got 7. Yes. Look at that. What an adjustment.
Yeah.
On that sequence of 2 pitches. When you're playing against good players, and this is how I would pitch against them in these high leverage games, if you really want to test them on the away cutters and the away changeups, because they're usually so dialed up for the high velocity, it's tough to get them to sit back on that away cutter. Wow, what a swing.
Man, it almost looks like he like snapped his bat at the ball. Like, it wasn't like a normal flight path. It almost looked like Ellie just literally threw his bat at that ball.
Yeah, and like
that was such a beautiful
This is
swing.
Such an impressive like offensive performance, because he had that, like, for example, he had that at bat previously. He had an away cutter that he was really early on.
Yep.
Bugga does the normal strategy, say, hey, you were so early on, I'm going to challenge you again. I'm going to make you make a play. And then he counters with a great swing of sitting back on an away cutter, gets Ellie up with the runners on, and it's another 3-run bomb with them.
Well, but it's so important, too, that it's happening in game one, because of any game in the series, if you can lower morale to a point where someone might phone it in and say, look, I'm just going to get ready for game 2. If there's ever a time, like game 1, early offense is a really easy way to potentially, we're not saying Bugga's going to roll over here. You know he's going to put offense up as well. But you have an opportunity to give yourself an easy first game if you keep the foot on the gas pedal, 10-run first. Very interested to see how Bugga responds.
Yeah, like we talked about it earlier, these best of 3 series lots of times are a game of like mind games, and if you put instant pressure and make your opponent question their strategy or put that pressure on them, it's a game of back and forth. It's like, hey, I did my thing, I put up a bunch of runs, the pressure's all on you now, I'm in a great spot right now. And when that pressure is put on people, they either thrive in it or that pressure changes their approach and they could score 10 runs. But in this scenario, since they're so far behind, they might not, because they have all that pressure on them.
Would this be a good time to, like, if you had him bring in Waldron? Oh, never mind.
No.
Roll ball right here. I feel like maybe, like, because you have to buy time to get to the 4th inning, is what I'm saying. Like, if you're thinking Mercy, then the game shifts. Like, your 8th inning, 9th inning guy is now your 3rd inning guy. You know what I mean? If you want to attempt to go that way. maybe Waldron's enough of a weird guy for 1 inning that it buys you further insurance to get to that potential mercy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think that's the play, but it could be.
What a cut.
Schwarber no doubters are such a treat. They're such a treat, man. I'm gonna say 471.
Yeah, we'll never know. I do have to say, Framber is a really interesting choice. He's got that sinker cutter that everyone likes.
That's not gonna go.
But I think the thing that makes Framber really good is that you see on that sinker, he hit 97 with that, and his cutter is ridiculously slow. Like the cutter is in the low to mid 80s, and he's got like a mid to high 90s sinker. And for players that are so fastball focused and ready to hit any sort of high velocity, making them slow down to such a slow cutter is a really difficult thing to do. And I like going to someone like a Framber here because, wow, what a cut.
Oh, just past the first baseman as well.
And I think it's part of the reason why Ohtani's so good, because you got an outlier four-seam fastball at 100 and a cutter at 90. You make your opponent have to adjust to the slow stuff, but I will say Torok's done a great job of demolishing those cutters, and I feel like Bugga needs to start mixing in the four-seams a little bit more, get that 100-mile-per-hour clip a bit. Even if they're not competitive pitches, he has to start mixing them in there to get his eyes off that cutter. And
to answer Incursion's comment, or anybody's comment in chat, these are 9-inning Hall of Fame God squads. I believe the criteria is that John Donaldson's not allowed, correct?
Yeah, and that John Donaldson's not allowed, created players, created stadiums not allowed, and the team has to be Season 3 eligible. But in the qualifiers, they are structured to the casual tournaments that go on, which meant that everyone was able to use every card.
Yeah.
And here we go again.
Yeah, I mean, it's Laughing Mountain Hall of Fame. I like some people might be wondering why, we're sitting here and we're not reacting to, these home runs and we're not, freaking out, because it is crazy. You 12 runs in the second inning. It's an absolute marvel. But I mean, it's comp guys in Hall of Fame at Laughing Mountain. I mean, this is what you should be doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is what you have to do if you want to win.
Yeah.
If you play here on this difficulty, you have to hit the ball.
Yeah, this is what it is. It's almost like you're numb to each individual home run and run scored. For us, it's like we're looking at like the grand scale of like, hey,
what a pitch.
What a dot for Mike Soroka.
Good, Mike.
And yeah, it's so much of like a long game with how these games are played, where those stretches of like a 10-run first inning, for example, was not that far out of the realm of possibility. That's just what these dudes do all the time. This is what the norm is, especially here on Hall of Fame. It's an incredible performance, but this is what the top players do. It's such an interesting contrast. If you were to sit and watch a real MLB game, if a team had a 10-run inning, it would be pandemonium.
I know. Yeah, it's so different to see how different this is to Major League Baseball or college baseball or whatever you're watching on TV, and that's and every tournament can have a different feel, and this tournament is that feel of like you have to have massive offense, you have to be nonstop, whereas you have a complete polar opposite feeling in the Tampa Bay tournament for the Sunburst Invitational, using the Rays roster only, playing at the Trop only, which is regarded a place where you don't get a lot of exit velocity. There's not 125 power bats lurking everywhere. It feels more like real baseball. And this, like you just mentioned, I mean, if you're up 12-3, the game's probably over in real baseball. Yeah. But here we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing. There, you might look at this and be like, this game's over. Nothing's really happening. He's up 12-3. But we talked about it earlier, like anything can happen in these series. And you have a full 9 innings of time to get that offense going. And all it takes is just a little bit. And I feel like this could be an opportunity for Bugga here. Framber taken out of the game while only giving up 3. Snapdragon Lance McCullers enters.
Good old... what do you mean, Lance McCullers? You mean Snapdragon 1?
And
this is not Lance McCullers. This is Snapdragon 1.
And this is what we talk about, like being able to read your pitchers and deciding when is the right time to take them out, especially in these high-scoring games, is
Good
really
double
crucial.
Play. Tough swing for a double play, but that's a much-needed double play right there.
Yeah, it's a tough one. That's such a tough one because like it's a good swing on a very well-executed pitch, and especially 0-0 count. It's tough to be like, man, that was a pitch that was worth swinging at 0-0. But with how these players are and their approach, they're so confident with their PCI placement and their timing. They're ready to swing at anything if they're. And he was clearly ready enough to hit that pitch, but it was just a well-executed pitch.
And it sounds so funny to say this because obviously you should aim for 15 out of 15 contact every single swing. But if he just purposely put the PCI a little bit lower, that ball's 430 to left center field. You know what I mean? But he hits it right on the nose, so he hits it right on the nose to the shortstop.
And that's why it's like a perfectly located pitch, because if that pitch is a little bit more in the zone, he gets that top third of the PCI. Yep. Or it's located just below the zone, it might not get him to want to swing enough. That's such a close located pitch. And just like that, Twarok's in mercy territory.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but it didn't look like he got any piece of that.
Oh, he got all of it, actually.
Right. Boy, the camera must have like off the bat, the camera made it look like it was a weird,
I think,
lofty.
I feel like that's what Laughing Mountain does with how the ball flies here. You get some launch angle, it makes the ball feel floaty.
Yeah, the launch angles down the line are very okay. That's a very clear flight path. Is that a flight to Seattle? Holy cow!
This is a master class of just demolishing inside cutters that catch the zone over and over again.
Man, that ball was hit. I mean, you have to understand, hitting the ball to left center, right center is one thing, but there's really a ceiling to the distance you can have on a pitch pulled down the line. That might be as far as you can hit a ball pulled down the line. I mean, that thing was punched out there.
So, yeah, this is how this series is going to bounce over to the Guinea and Cafe series. We got Mike Soroka on the bump here. Bottom three. Guinea up 4-3 in this game. We'll get the graphic all updated quick.
Beer video gaming. I love Coors Field. Always have loved Coors Field. It's like it plays to its elevation, but it also has a degree of humility to it. Like, it's not chaos, but it's like a gentleman's laughing. What a hit and run right there. All the way to the wall. That was like it was on the Metrodome carpet.
That ball just kept on rolling.
Flying down, dude. Man, that ball was hit hard.
That is crazy. For a grounder, just keep rolling like that is wild.
And the only reason that it does that is because he sent the runner on 3-2. There was one out. You don't have to send the runner there. But because he did so, the second baseman has to run and cover the bag because of the guy who's up. And that's another thing. As Schwarber, it's a home run. I'm going to keep talking about that because it's so smart. If it's a different batter, the shortstop is going and the second baseman's there. But because of that, you get a hit and run. Now you get a nuke with Schwarber. And now you're up 7-3 in the bottom of the third.
This is where the fun strategy comes into play because
this is where the fun begins.
I talk about it a bit where some of the strategy with these players, especially my strategy when I'd pitch, was testing them on away pitches and seeing how well they sit back on away pitches. And I feel like some comp players get to a point where they know a player, when in doubt, is going to go to that pitch, try to get them to roll over on a away changeup or a sinker or something. So when you read that well,
these balls are flying.
The ball, even on these grounders, they're flying. It's wild. And like when you read that away pitch well, and you could predict that your opponent's going to throw that pitch, you could play with some hit and runs and sneak that ball through the right side of the infield when you can make that prediction. I think that's what Guinea is doing well. He's putting up good swings on those away pitches, which is honestly like for these players, especially here in Hall of Fame, slightly slower than Legend. It's what the game is. You got to be able to slow down and hit the ball the other field. You can hit the fastball. You can time those up, but you got to be able to slow down.
And that's so interesting you bring that up because, and it's something I'm going to keep calling back to because we had some really good interviews with him. And Zazzy, he talked about his approach is to hit up the middle for Trout, should score a run. Throw is not going to be a contest. Good cutoff, but 99 speed Trout going to be safe no matter what right there. But, I talked to Zazzy and asked him, what his kind of warm-up routine is. And he approaches it so interesting. He says the first 3 innings warming up, he's only cared about timing. But the next set of 3 innings, he's only focused on hitting opposite field contact.
Ooh, I love that a lot.
So you hear it as that's a nuke with Ellie. It's a pitch right down the middle. Of course it is. It's going to be a home run. But like, that is that next step up of competitive players. Like, that's someone meticulously understanding that you have to be able to push the ball away,
Yeah, I'm telling you, when I played in that Dynasty Invitational a couple years back, what carried me was realizing.
Was that sarcasm?
No. Sorry, I'm being serious.
No, I'm talking about my chat. Sorry.
Oh, okay. But yeah, what carried me in that was the legend of 99 no-hitter Felix Hernandez, first of all, and his changeup, being able to dice that away, the changeup and the cutter, being able to throw that away to guys because they were so good at hitting fastballs inside. It became a game of like, hey, I got to get your eye on the inside fastball, and then I'm going to hit you with the slow stuff away, make you make that adjustment. And it became a game of reading their swings and their timing every time. And that's like such like a crazy thing that like as these years go on, I think these players are learning that more is the more they play these really good hitters, they realize that they all can hit those fastballs. So you got to try to find some different approach on the mound.
Yeah. We go back to our game here. Top half of the 4th. Big unit on the mound. We talked about Randall earlier. Not as scary as he was last year.
Yeah, especially like you see him so often in years past. You're playing a top players who can hit the velocity well. It's definitely not as intimidating in this scenario, but it's working so far. Only 3 runs for Cafe here in the first 4.
Well, Randy Johnson, as that ball's hit really well to left center field, it's going to bang off the top of the wall. I would assume.
No, right really to left.
No, but one of the things about like Randy Johnson is in that class of pitcher where like there is genuinely just sometimes that you can't hit him. Like sometimes you face Nolan Ryan, you just can't hit him. You might crush him one time, but like he is that level of pitcher that there's a chance that you might throw like an 8-inning 2-run performance. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I want to mention this. I saw a message in Cafe's chat in the left side, and I want to hear your thoughts before I mention it. Do you know about the world of tempo?
Oh, yeah.
Because I think a lot of the factor of why a Randy Johnson and a Nolan Ryan are so great is the tempo aspect. For anyone who is casually watching who may not know what I'm referring to, in the community, there's this kind of term that's gone around between the great players called tempo, which is basically looking at that player's swing animation. And since your swing animation is automatically starting based on whatever pitch is thrown, players can like somewhat guess pitches based on when their player starts swinging. Yeah, with the stride. So like that when you see players talk about tempo and that being a part of strategy, with certain pitchers, it could be really tough to actually tempo based on the mix of pitches they have. Like there's some pitchers that have fast fastballs and slow changeups, and they could get that timing down because there's such varied pitches and that player starts that animation at such drastically different times. But someone like Randy, you've got so many different ranges of speed being covered. You've got fast sliders and a slightly slower slurve and a splitter and an outlier four seam. A player like that could be a little tough to tempo because the velocities aren't as far off and there isn't that much of a difference in the stride, so they can't get that same timing down. So that's why some games they just don't have it.
I understand the tempo approach, but man, I'm just focused on not getting annihilated by a fastball. Like,
oh yeah, I agree.
I get that you could use that as a strategy, like look at stride and stuff, but man, I'm way too. That's got it. Wow, at Coors Field, that doesn't go. He must have. Yeah,
that's an interesting one.
Did he get underneath? I thought he had it on the nose, but did he get underneath that?
I guess we'll see.
He might have done a little.
Little bit. Yeah, I mean, you probably want to be a little earlier on that inner half pitch too.
Yeah, so you're just getting out of the sweet zone or sweet spot of the bat. You're a little bit underneath it. I mean, Boy, at Coors Field, though, you really figure, but again, it's center field. If that's
Yeah.
left field or right field, it's a home run.
Yeah.
But center field is center field. I mean, that's,
there he goes.
And appropriately, the makeup swing. Ronald Acuna sends that ball out of the state of Colorado. That ball
literally right after. There is your mercy.
There is the mercy.
Getting up 1-0 in the series just like that. Wow. What an offensive showing.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about. Like, you have to have the understanding if you're in that situation in this tournament, or a tournament in general. If you have a good enough first inning where you can end it in 4, you gotta end it in 4.
Absolutely.
You cannot entertain the possibility. And that's why, like, some people might watch a comp game and be like, wow, so-and-so got mercy. They must suck. No, the other guy was just way locked in, and it's only 4 innings. Like, some people take a little bit of time to warm up. Some people are hot right away. And if you're hot right away, you got to take advantage. And
this game is right there. So much of a momentum-based game, just with how hot a player is between innings. And I was going to say how Tworok wins game 1, takes a 1-0 lead in the series, is the away team next game, comes back and takes a 5 spot in the top of the first. Talk about just foot on the gas. Nobody getting this dude out right now.
He's batting. Breaking news, he's batting .503 with Ketel Marte. Oh my goodness, dude.
This is so interesting. I don't know what I would do if I was Bugga here. I don't know if there's an approach to pitching him. Whatever it is right now isn't working. He's crushed the inside cutters, but I think you got to start getting really weird with it at this point.
I was going to say you might have to give a phone call out to Waldron. Like, maybe just try something, dude.
Yeah, shot in the dark, dude.
And if Waldron's not there, go find the backup right fielder and tell him to start throwing in the bullpen. You just need some kind of a different look here.
Yeah, like, from just casually observing these games, I've seen a lot of sinkers and cutters. Just mainly sinkers and cutters, a lot catching plate, and Tworok is feasting on it. And I don't know if it's because Bugga just doesn't know what to do, or if that's just what he normally does, but some sort of adjustment I feel like has to be made. I feel like he's just got to be weird.
I've pivoted so far away from throwing sinkers. I think you throw we've seen sinkers be sinkers for so long that at the top level, I mean, these guys just crush that pitch. So if you go to a fastball that's about 4 miles an hour faster, you work in. I personally think this year, more than any other year I've played MLB, the changeup in general, I mean, I prefer a splitter, but the changeup in general has been so valuable.
I'm glad you've learned of the changeup wave, because I've been on this wave since 21.
Oh, the changeup wave is a beautiful wave to be on.
You want to know what it is? Breaking down what I think is happening overall with the dynamic of things. That this, for a while, the sinker was like such like a meta pitch. It was a pitch that you want to attack with. You want to attack the zone with it, throw a lot of pitches inside, get some just late swings, broken bats, but you throw it in the zone. That's what a lot of people want to do. But when you see that pitch enough and you kind of get what people are doing with that sinker, and you make them throw other pitches in the zone like that cutter, and you start taking that inside off the hands cutter, I mean, sinker, at that point, like, that pitch is not as effective of a pitch.
Right back to work, man. He gets a 1-2-3 inning, and he's right back to work, dude.
Absolutely nuts. And, like, I feel like the sinker at this point should not be thrown as often as it is. It's got to be a pitch that you use to expand the zone. Like, you throw sinkers just below the zone.
I'm telling you, the greatest, like one of the greatest players on the earth in Zazzy was playing me in a friendly this morning. And, you know, Zazzy, great player. He didn't know the prowess that was John Franco. I'm telling you, man, the best pitchers in this game are the guys that are a little bit weird. Like, we've been, like you said, we have seen sinkers as a community for so long that I think everyone just knows it now. Now, obviously, if you play, you know, Carl, who's got back from construction work on his 80-inch plasma, and he's like 2 hours away in his living room, yeah, that guy won't hit sinkers. But at this level, I mean, dude, what's that pitch? There's a cutter. Sinker cutter. Like, dude, it's just, you gotta be a little unorthodox. Everyone knows what sinkers and cutters do.
I have not seen like any changeups. McCullers has. I don't even think he has a changeup. He has knuckle curve and slider, right?
You have to ditch this approach. You got to bring in someone that throws a non-outlier fastball that has a very controllable changeup and a couple looping off speed. Like you need to just go back to the 1980s. You can't throw sinkers, cutters anymore. It's getting killed. Yeah,
it's so interesting. Like these like. You have to really give credit to Torok. He's not spitting outside the zone at cutters or sinkers. He's working these counts, seeing a lot of pitches, and making him throw something in the zone eventually. And when he does, he's crushing it basically every time.
Cutter base hit.
I mean, he took that thought of a sinker, spit on that in a 3-1 count. He's like, you know what? Let's see another pitch here. And then just gets a cutter that catches the plate. It's incredible.
Now, I get the perspective of throwing it because a cutter's, in my opinion, one of the easiest pitches to locate for a strike. I understand that. So I get the angle of throwing it nonstop. But, I mean, you have to be cognizant of the fact that the most amount of firepower that has been seen this game has been from a sinker or a cutter. And, I mean, there's another one. You have got to be kidding me. You have to throw this approach out the window and start doing something else right now because it's not working.
You know what they say in insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different outcome. And that's what this feels like. He can't get him out.
Dude. I can't believe he's still throwing sinker cutter. Why are you still doing this? It's gotten God!
I think at this point he's chalked it. I think that's what's going on at this point.
Oh my goodness, dude. This is a mockery. I mean, this is a full-on assault. This is unbelievable.
This is crazy.
And he brings in a sinker cutter guy. Oh my goodness.
And look at that. He hits a sinker hard.
What are you doing? I don't understand it. You just got killed by the sinker cutter. So what do you bring in? The sinker cutter enthusiast and Evan Phillips. What are we doing here, man?
It's crazy. It's like some people might look at this and really think it's from man, you guys just speaking because you're not playing them. Nothing's getting them out. But it's a crazy sinker cutter spam right now. That's what this is. And what Torok is doing well is he's got that timing down enough where he's hitting it whenever he gets closer in the zone.
Like that swing right, dude. I'm trying so hard to understand this perspective of throwing constant sinker cutter. Like, it's clear that it is not working. I mean, the batting average on these two pitches in this game alone is probably near 800.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, you gotta start throwing sliders, four seams, changeups. Like, it's almost like he's begrudgingly sticking with it. Like, there's another sinker. It's 0-2. There's another sinker. He's probably going cutter low and away here.
I feel like
oh my goodness,
I think he's even guessing pitches. I don't know if you saw before that one inside sinker. He was smashing that left stick down and in 3 times in a row. Okay, that's my muscle memory. I got to get that ready. And then he spits on that inside sinker, and then he gets in the way. Cutter spits on that, and look at that, another inside sinker in the same spot.
And there's the cutter. I'm absolutely flabbergasted at. I'm we're objective viewers up here, but man, if I was the manager, I'd be talking to the pitching coach right now, asking him what he had for dinner last night, because there must have been something in that food.
Yeah, I know we're really highlighting these decisions and stuff was going on, and some people might take it as something, but from this perspective, we're just watching him demolish that pitch over and over and over again for these last 2 games. And I don't know if it's because he's checked out. I don't know if he just believes it's going to work. But there's something going on where he's throwing the same stuff and it's just not working.
I wouldn't say he's checked out. We'll see what kind of offensive response is.
He's definitely not checked. That's when.
Yeah, definitely not checked out. But that could be a factor. But I really. You hit on the nail too. Last game, he was hitting sinker cutter.
Look at this game, 10-0 for Guinea in the first.
If I was in this tournament, all I would do is slam a pre-workout and play at these fields and aim for mercies, dude. I mean, that's all I would do. Because I don't think I would be able to survive a 9-inning Hall of Fame game against a great player. I mean, the amount of stress and the amount of focus it would take compared to, a Legend game, which is way different. Legend's markedly different than Hall of Fame. But, I mean, it's just, like, these guys, like, this speed to good players is, like, rookie. Like, it's just a conveyor belt of home runs.
It's unreal. And, like, if this projects to go the same way and Guinea wins this series and on the other hand, Turok wins the other, I think we might have a 40-run game potentially in the finals here with how these two are hitting right now.
I would not be shocked.
This is, like, obviously their stadiums are a factor and such, but this is just insanely consistent hitting.
And this is also a very, interesting contrast that we happen to have in MLB The Show, that the stadium almost matters more than the players that you're going to war with. I mean, if you're playing at a stadium, and he quick pitched him on Cal there, so we get a bunt dance, so he couldn't get the substitution.
Yeah.
It's so. And then, there's the whole captain thing. I mean, supposed to be in for 6 innings, and we could sub him out right away. And Chipper Jones, who
don't count Cafe out. Apparently, three straight runs without an out made. He can rally back into this, no doubt.
Yeah, no, these games are nowhere near over. I'm just, these games are nowhere near over. It's just,
it's just
wild to,
The thing that will always get me in this scenario is, yes, there is money on the line, and these players are competing. Right now, these players have guaranteed themselves $500. So you get a shot for that top $2,000, $2,000 at play. But the fact that he's down 1-0 in the series, in the first inning of this game, he gives up 10, and he still has the tenacity to just come out and put up 3 straight runs without an out made, is so crazy. Like, I think 99.9% of players put in a scenario like that start to instantly chalk it out, start swinging at pitches that they don't want to. They start feeling a little uncomfortable, or even just give up on the game down 10-0. But you have Cafe here still fighting to the end. Even though he might not have it the same, he's still got it still. He's still got a chance here if he puts up another big inning.
Mango's asked a good question. Who was all left in the tournament? We had Turok going on.
So our matchups we have on the other round, we have Turok and Bugga. Turok up 1-0 in that series. Over here, we have Cafe Loves BR and Guinea Pig going up against each other with Guinea up 1-0. So this is, for both games, big leads for the players who have a 1-0 series lead. They're looking to slam the door shut, try to get themselves to the finals.
And just to the cute, like, going back to, we were talking about the sinker cutter stuff. What a great guy to bring in to that answer to the meta of, like, let's be a little crafty and bring in Senga here. Like,
I love that move a lot.
Senga's got that fork ball. If you tunnel that fork ball well with the fastball, even, it's just, you're like slurve contact right there.
Slow slurve. Fork ball, I like it a lot.
Sinker cutter on Hall of Fame, like, it's just a horrible idea. Everyone's so used to it, dude.
Yeah, I mean, especially look at the offensive performances that Guinea and Turok have put up. Like, they're putting
back-to-back four-seamers that had 0-2, probably throwing a slurve here. Or a fork ball.
Oh, he challenged him again.
That's a fastball. Boy, that's
a challenge. Here's the thing, and this is one thing that gets tough with players like this.
Surprise him. You're hoping that he wasn't sitting on that. Yeah, and you're hoping you get a late contact.
It's a weird it's interesting because you want to challenge players. You want to test them. Put them in a position where you think they expect one thing and they get the other. But with how good these players are at hitting inside fastballs, I never feel comfortable challenging them.
That's a perfect for Schwarber. He floats a cutter right down the middle there. What a great pitch, right? Going back to what we were saying, like that four-seam fastball on the hit by Austin Riley. the reason why it wasn't good is because he went right to the edge of the zone. We just talked about that earlier, about how we've all gotten used to do as a community, hammering the edge. If you go a little bit lower that fastball, you might, because the instinct for most of the time you see that pitch is, I gotta get right to the top corner. Like you're on the old school like DVD slideshow when you're hoping it hits the corner, you know? Like that's what you do. So if you put the fastball a little bit lower, you can get a pop fly out.
Yeah, there is strategy, and this is something that C-Brev has preached before on his What Would Brev Do's back in the day, especially, is that when you're pitching and you're aiming around the corners, it's sometimes way better to not aim right on the black, because it's very easy to slam your PCI right to a corner and catch that pitch.
Fastball moment.
Certified four-seam fastball moment.
Certified four-seam fastball moment.
And yeah, and like that was a good location there, because he didn't throw it right on the black. He threw it like bottom right part of the zone, but a spot where he had to be precise with the placement. He was either going to slam it, and that type of swing ends up below the zone with where that PCI is at, or you make it be a little bit more precise and try to find that in the zone. And he challenged him with a pitch like that. And that's the thing. You challenge people on the corners. If they got the timing down, they're going to crush it. They have these players all have the reaction time to slam that PCI to a corner and then react to a pitch like that, even if it's a fastball they're not entirely ready for.
Somebody turn up the color grade here. Holy cow!
Yeah,
we're playing on. Feels like we're on the Xbox 360 right now.
Yeah, we live in a very saturated world here on Cafe's stream.
Yeah, no kidding.
It looks like we're wearing sunglasses.
Absolutely, Nate.
Like, we got sunglasses on that just brighten up the colors, but also darken everything a little bit too.
I just responded, former, pitcher Nate Crawford in the chat. I think he knows a thing or two about tunneling and sequencing. I would like to think so.
Yeah, I think he does. Yeah, I think he knows what he's talking about a bit.
I'd say pretty fairly would say that he knows what he's talking about.
Kyle
Schwarber knows how to hit. What was that? A slider. All right. Now the agenda's going to be against streamer.
I do have to say, is in these top player games, it doesn't get enough attention because there are such incredible hitters and we got football scores going on. Yeah. But there is genuine strategy with pitching, and they're so hitter oriented. A lot of players don't really focus on it enough.
Yeah.
But if players could get that pitching strategy down, and it really comes down to understanding the mindset of these hitters and throwing the pitches to counter that. And you're talking about Zazzy working a lot to do that. And
it's so interesting, man. Like, going to the Tampa tournament, you know that center field at the Tropicana more than likely is going to result in an out. So you literally saw, guys in two strike counts, tunneling the center of the zone, hoping for that fly ball to center field, because odds are it's not leaving. There is depending on where you're at, there's so much strategy involved to what stadium you're playing in.
Yeah. And it's such an interesting thing. Like, it's such like a unique thing for these players. Like, with how you approach playing a player like this is a completely different world than your average Hall of Fame player or your average all-star player. And these things are so unique to them, where like it works. Some things may work against them, but absolutely won't work against some other players. Like, example that comes to mind is I've been playing co-op with J Mills here and there, even using John Donaldson a bit, and he loves pitching the good players with John Donaldson with like up and away sliders and weird quirky pitches to throw them off. But we're pitching them against players who are not those players, the players who are not playing like top players, and they're crushing them. And I'm like,
also,
go on.
Just a note on John Donaldson. If John Donaldson is entering your game not as the starting pitcher, but if he is entering from the bullpen, you get spoon-fed cereal by your by your local. I don't know.
Especially when it's just a ranked game,
Dude, oh man. I mean, I think so low of people that I don't know, not to go to that point. But
yeah, it's there are levels to it because stuff like that, without diving in too much, it's a battle of like, it's just a part of the game and everyone's doing it. And then, you know, you're at disadvantage for doing it.
If everybody's doing something, does that mean like if everybody's jumping off a bridge, so you have to jump off a bridge?
I know.
You know what I mean?
I'm on the boat. Like, I don't like, for me, I mean, I think you and I we're in a somewhat similar position from like a content creator perspective, because we are also got word Torok ended up winning his game, so he is on to the finals.
We are just footballing it up here. He's going for 20 runs, man.
You have, as a content creator, like for us, like I don't like using the John Downs and stuff because I don't like it when it happens against me. So I morally don't feel right to use it. Sometimes, like I'll tell myself, like if someone's doing something, if they do it against me, I have the right to do it against them. But I'm even at a point where I don't even want to do that really, because I just don't like it. I don't like using if there's a glitch or a cheese thing. I just don't like using it at all.
I operate from a level of integrity, and we preach that on the channel, that we will not stoop to the lowness that other people will do. Rather than that, just bring in Mark Leiter Jr. It's a great reliever. Mark Leiter Jr., that monthly 95.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that card. Yeah, I'm at a point where it's like, I mean, with how often I play the game, I'm not playing all the time. I also don't take the like ranked and stuff hyper competitive like a lot of those people are. So that's why I personally don't care. But it stinks when you have stuff like that a part of the game. But I guess the beauty of a tournament like this is we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, thankfully, you don't have to worry about that here. But so you got 14-5. We've talked about this at length. Your mindset right now is that you have to go for the mercy. You can't entertain. Now, Cafe's going to keep scoring, obviously. But, I mean, if you keep scoring, I mean, you have to aim for 20, I think. If you want a mercy in 4, I think you have to aim to get 20. And you've got a great opportunity to. You got first and second, nobody out. You got Austin Riley, who's homered earlier. I wouldn't swing at anything away till 2 strikes. That's dude, why would you throw that? I was just going to say, that's all you're sitting on is a fastball inside. Man, the pitching today across the board has left me incredibly perplexed.
Yeah,
why would you throw that?
It's interesting, and I think part of it could be that these players, since they're put in a different position here in Hall of Fame, since there's so many legend players, maybe I wonder if it's something with them trying to apply some legend pitching strategy to Hall of Fame. Maybe it's them acknowledging that they're good hitters and they're trying to challenge them with these pitches because they're the pitches that could generate a late swing and actually get an out. Maybe they're in the mindset that these dudes are going to hit anything. Let me just try to throw a pitch that they think they would have a tough time hitting. I'm not sure what the strategy is or what's going on behind the scenes, but I will say from our perspective, it's been really interesting seeing how they're approaching pitching. It's definitely been secondary to the offense. Like, offense has been where I think people are really trying to rely on or just trying to really out-hit each other, and the pitching has been pretty, like, basic strategy for nearly everyone.
And here's another sinker cutter. Like, you gotta, like, you're not gonna strike. Like, this is the thing. You're not gonna strike anyone out today on Hall of Fame. You're not going to do it. No, whoever you play, you're not striking someone out. You are looking for that fungo contact in play. Yeah. And that's why Waldron was so successful earlier, because he's a weird, funky knuckleballer. But that's why, like, going to, like Mike Soraka, or going to, someone that has a weird arm slot. Now, like, Ottavino got hit up a little bit, but, like, you can't just... I can't
believe that pitch worked, by the way.
Right there, but, like, again, taking strike 3 on a sinker, he's also got 18 runs. He's had no problem with that pitch. So, and he just barreled it right there for a foul ball. But like, right now, you're looking, what in the world happened there? His swing looked like it was early, but it said, did it not fool you too?
Yeah, it looked a little wonky.
The swing looked early, and it said very late. He must have broke his elbow. It must have been the path of the ball there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think with pitching in something like this, and it's why I was so, like, weirded out by him in that one at bat with Loop going away sinker and an away cutter right after. You have to almost pitch the opposite to what you would expect to pitch against the average player. Like the average player, you know how it goes. You throw like in a way sinker, and you come back with a cutter, tunnel it directly off of it, and try to get them to take a pitch or mess with their timing. But these players are so used to that, they're gonna feast off that. You have to change it up and think backwards when pitching.
Put me in a straitjacket so I don't like harm something. Like this non-stop sinker cut. Like he just threw a four-seamer and got crap contact on it, and then went right back to a sinker and instantly allowed a single. Like what
you know what I'm doing? I'm mixing in high circle changes. I'm mixing in like curve balls, even if they don't hit the zone or go below the zone, it just to get their eyes on that pitch. I'm mixing up all the different pitches and not throwing only sinkers and cutters and fastballs, so I could mess with their timing and get them off those two pitches. You have to pitch entirely backwards against these people.
Like outside of Costco, you are at potentially like the #1 hitters park in MLB The Show. So then why are you like, you're not going to strike anyone out on Hall of Fame. You need to just say, I need to pitch the contact for outs. And if I allow runs, I allow runs. But you can't. I mean, it's just the most predictable approach ever.
I mean, here's a big example of like what's going on today. And I think it comes with that cutter that he threw previous at bat. On Legend difficulty, the timing windows, the smaller PCIs, those cutters just off the plate might work because you've got a smaller, you have those higher difficulty things. That's going to be a homer now. But on this difficulty, the PCIs are big enough and the hitters are so good at the difficulty, you're not fooling anyone. They're going to hit it fair enough.
123rd home run. Oh, a sinker. Man. Wow, Scan, where'd that pitch come from? That world-renowned sinker right there. Holy Toledo Batman. Wow.
Come on, please throw a knuckle curve with James Paxton at least once.
Throw something other than that. Like, they're getting sprayed around the field.
This is I guess somewhat valid question, but is it worth putting in a different pitcher if you're just going to throw the same 3 pitches from them?
Well, like Paxton has that looping curveball, but the whole point of what we're talking about is like like you said, on Legend, yes, there is reasons to throw sinkers and cutters. There's reasons to sequence every pitch ever. But on Hall of Fame, with guys that are used to Legend, throwing guys that are top 50 players have seen more sinkers and cutters than anyone on planet Earth. You know what they probably don't see a lot? Curveballs, four seams, splitters. Like you see sinker cutter nonstop.
He threw one four seam there, and every other pitch was sinker cutter with Paxton there.
I don't see the vision at all.
I almost want to just keep on looking from the pitcher perspective and just seeing what they're throwing. I kind of want to see. Oh my. You're looking at the batter analysis here. I like to mention this. One of my favorite things when watching these top players is seeing how quickly they navigate through the batter analysis screen.
It's muscle memory.
Like there's like, okay, quickly go to my goods. How many goods? How many 100? Right? Okay. And I just love seeing it because it's nothing to them. And me, I navigate the menu like I'm a toddler. Like, okay, which setting is that? Okay.
I love looking at the analysis because, like, the score tells you something, but if you go and check the good contact, it kind of tells the story of who's been doing better. You know what I mean? So it's nice to know, okay, I suck right now, or okay, I'm hitting the ball better. I'm naturally at some point going to take over this game. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're back to our high dosage of sinker cutter, but I do have to say, at the very least,
sinker got it out.
If he did anything well that at bat with those sinker cutters, is that none of them were really hitting the zone at all. Like he threw a cutter high above the zone, while risky, it worked out. That sinker got below the zone. And if you're going to throw those pitches and your opponent's being very impatient on it, then you shouldn't throw them in the zone all the time. I think he's going to make a mistake by throwing 2 away sinkers in a row. Yeah.
I was going to say, worthy of note here is that we're in the 4th inning. So if you're thinking about that mercy, you've already got 2 outs, so you got to get people on here. You get a guy on and Hank Aaron with a double. I also thought it was interesting that he went 2 up, 2 down, and he swung first pitch. So Cafe Cafe might not be thinking of the mercy as much as I am. Well, he takes a cutter there inside 1-0. But, I would think this would be a little bit more of a patient approach now, knowing that, you are a couple good swings away and pitching away from this game being over. But 2-0 count now. I was gonna say 3-0, but he swings at a sinker.
Yeah, sinker below the zone.
And
that's what you got to do with those pitches. You can't throw them in the zone often. You got to just
cutter now. Oh my god.
Let's see if this finds the zone. It doesn't. He actually got that cutter inside.
Yeah, that's the whole point, is that you have to throw that nowhere near the
plate. Yeah, you have to extend the zone even more here on Hall of Fame than you normally would on Legend.
Competitive misses on Hall of Fame are so important because unlike Legend, that ball stays in the zone a little bit longer. So if you're going to pitch those sinker cutters on Hall of Fame, you need to have them just miss the zone all the time. They look like a strike about 80% of the flight path, and then they dart out of the zone. But if you throw a sinker in the zone like that at this field, I mean, that's caught, but I mean, it's going to get
He got a lucky break on that one.
Yeah, just late timing at the end of the bat. That's the only way that ball's not hit to Saturn. It's the only way.
I will say if for all of you wondering about the pitching approach and what not to throw, you should definitely keep an eye out on that PCI feedback on the corner, because the PCIs are very consistently ending at the very edges of the zone, because Cafe is doing what a lot of people do, where you kind of slam that PCI to the corners, which is why you got to be very careful throwing on the corners, because they'll get that center PCI really easily if you throw it right on the line, right on the black. And the pitches that I've gotten out have been pitches that just missed those corners. Yeah, that four seam, dude.
It's like, if that's a sinker, it's hit. I swear to God. Like,
if that's contrast. A sinker, it's hit. Next pitch, it's the sinker that's in the same slot.
Because the fastball, like, you know what a sinker looks like there. The fastball is a little bit more late life on it. So if you make contact, you're probably late or you're too late. I mean, it makes so much more sense to throw that. Boy, if he throws sinker inside here, it's a 2-run shot.
Yeah, it's to the point where they're just expecting sinker cutter only. They're not even, it's to a point where you don't even expect four seams much.
Did I just say it, dude? I mean, come on. Dude, I want to jump in and pitch. Like, I can't. What are we doing? I'm in the booth and I can tell you that I saw a sinker coming inside a mile away there. Now you go to sinker, cutter, Kenley Jansen.
Let's see. Man. Inside cutter.
I don't know.
Probably goes like away sinker now.
Yeah.
Oh, he went inside sinker.
Maybe now, you go backdoor cutter here? Not backdoor all the way to the bottom of the zone. I like inside. Boy, this is a good. Does he have a changeup? I can't remember.
He does. He ain't gonna throw it though.
I'd throw changeup.
I'd have thrown down away changeup there.
I'd go changeup here to fool him. He goes cutter. Here comes.
He's gonna throw inside cutter.
This is the 3-run shot.
Oh, man. He went inside sinker. Wow.
Damn it! Wow. Well, I really sound like I'm grumpy.
And he sent the runners and never sent them back. That's a triple play.
It's a triple play. Did he not? He lost track of the outs.
Yeah,
or something.
I think so. And he never sent the runners back, or they got stuck in like a slide animation. They couldn't get back up. And
you know what the thing is? So runners were in motion there, but I also like this. This is not a normal game. Like, you're playing Hall of Fame. You might be so like focused on scoring that you might genuinely forget the situation. You know what I mean? I'm shocked.
I think, especially in a scenario like that, it's not even necessary. You're literally in a stadium like this. I would not be working out stealing unless you are drastically, like, unless you are behind. That's what
you do in this stadium.
You're banking on homers. This is a home run game here. You're looking for like 10 to 20 homers from your team this game. No reason to send them when that next batter could hit a 3-run homer.
A successful 2-point try as the Green Bay Packers now trail the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, we talk about the mercies and having our opportunities to end the game and not taking them. Guinea had runners on first and second, no one out, flies down to a triple play because he forgot the amount of outs. Well, just like that, Cafe bounces back and he's only down 7 now. Now he's got to crawl. He's got a chance to crawl back one big inning and completely changes the tide of this game here. And that absolutely can happen.
33 hits combined, and we haven't recorded 36 hits combined, and we haven't recorded an out in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Yeah, we're halfway through. And
if this goes the whole way, I might, for the first time with my own eyes, see a 60 combined hit game
Oh yeah.
I mean, we might, dude. Holy Toledo.
Yeah,
Boy, this makes me want. This makes me want to load up at Capitol Field, dude.
They're kind of the thing is like they're kind of feeding into it too with the pitch repertoires and sinker cutter spam and high elevation stadiums. Like these fellas signed up for this, and like me, I am so like if I'm in a situation, I am so emotionally drained that I would at this point. Even if I was like in a chance in this game, I'd probably just quit the game and just take a nap. Like my head can't handle it anymore.
I
am cool with the Satchel Paige move. It's a completely different like vibe of a player. He doesn't have a cutter. He's got a screwball.
But he threw the sinker earlier. You 2-2 don't do it. Satchel's good enough to not thank you.
He's going for him. I like it.
Thank you. Look at that junk contact. What a revelation, man.
It's wild. We're at a point where like they're behind on the 103 because they're so waiting for the sinker.
Base hit. Sinker base hit, dude. I'm getting hot and bothered up here. What? Come on, people.
You know what?
Start being creative.
If you do a community series at some point, you need to ban the sinker. The sinker is not allowed to be thrown. No sinker cutters.
I'm just gonna let you know, man. It's Hall of Fame. This, like, again, if this was Legend, this is a completely different conversation. But this is not Legend. We're on Hall of Fame. Like, this is clearly. And there's the four-seam fastball. Now
he's down 3, just like that.
Down 3. Wow.
Because he got a little off. I want to find the best word for that, but he got a little lazy in the previous inning. Guinea did, and just like that's a 3-run game with nobody out in the 5th. Cafe was down 15. 9.
Ellie De La Cruz with the dive. The throw is in time by a nose. OMG, what is the score? Welcome to Hall of Fame MLB The Show with God Squads. That's
and top players.
And max elevation stadiums.
So in general, if everyone watches their top players and watch them on the road to World Series and stuff, that's going to be another run. You see a lot of these top players on Hall of Fame difficulty consistently send each other friendly quit requests, and they usually mutually agree to them because of games exactly like this on Hall of Fame on a ranked seasons push. They don't want to duke it out in Hall of Fame and burn their stamina when they're just trying to get the World Series to start.
Exactly.
They save it for Legends. So when you see people do it, they're usually setting friendlies and stuff in a sense, dodging each other because of games like this.
I'm telling you, if I was in the outfield, I would leave my glove in the dugout. I'd get a nice Philly cheesesteak. I'd maybe grab me an Arnie Palmer, throw a little blanket out there, and just enjoy.
I'm also just like shifting to like stand right on the wall. I'm standing on the wall trying to guess where they hit a home run that's close enough to the wall I could rob it. That's the only way you're getting outs. Like,
I swear it's not Hall of Fame. This is Hall of Fame, man.
This is Hall of Fame. That is a promise.
It's 18 to 17 in the 5th inning. There's already been over 40 combined hits. This is
exactly why they're the perfect example of a game of trying to, like, when you get that chance to mercy, you have to take it.
It's so important, especially like Legend difficulty. It's so easy to say mercy because Legend's tough. But man, we're talking about Hall of Fame. I mean, if we're being completely honest, the people that are left in this tournament, Hall of Fame's a joke to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you really, like you said, if you have a chance to mercy, here you go. You got to take it because now the scoreboard has changed. Now a 19 to 18 game.
10-run inning for Cafe after, and just a couple innings after the game started with a 10-run inning, I believe. And we're at 19 to 18. Cafe came all the way back just in the 5th inning.
And then you bring in a sinker cutter, low velocity guy in Greg Maddux, who on Legend, I will absolutely agree, is a phenomenal pitcher. But in the current state of what we've been talking about, on Hall of Fame, we yet again go back to the same repertoire, and I wouldn't be shocked if we see the same result.
You know what? You know what I'm doing? If I put in Greg Maddux here, I'm trying to dot high curveballs, high changeups. throwing those pitches all the time right now.
Man, it feels like this Greg Maddux that walked on the mound does not know what those pitches are, because there's another sinker, dude. Like, I think this Greg Maddux, like, maybe had a rough night. You know what I mean? Maybe he, like, hit his hand on the door frame and he can't throw curveballs today. I don't know. But this is, I cannot believe that we're still seeing sinker cutter. I'm absolutely gobsmacked, dude.
Yeah, it's just
I'm absolutely gobsmacked.
I really just get the vibe that they're just not thinking about their pitches and they're just going through the motions so they could just focus all of their assets on hitting.
And that's a fair
and
approach.
Like, I definitely get that, but think about how much damage could potentially be avoided by just trying to mix it up.
You're just phoning away innings of the mound. And I get that perspective does make sense, that you want to focus all your energy on hitting. I totally get that, you know, but I don't, if you're constantly seeing, and occasionally you'll be taken for a punch out, but if you're constantly seeing those pitches be hit over the wall, how are you? Change up. Oh my goodness. A change-up with bad contact. No way.
Praise the heavens.
Unbelievable. You mean to tell me something other than a sinker cutter is netting poor contact? No way. Unbelievable. A change-up.
Look at that. He takes an inside cutter. Let's see.
If you throw sinker
if he comes with a sinker here.
Dude,
Oh, he went to a cutter again.
But he elevated it.
He just missed it.
But that's the point we've been saying, is that if you're going to throw sinker cutter, it needs to be out of the zone. So many of them have just been right in the wheelhouse, dude.
I partially bet he was aiming that in the zone, personally. That's the vibe I get with it sometimes.
What do you think would work? Well, I mean, we've been talking about it. You know, like the four-seam fastball a half inning ago showed a fantastic strikeout where if that was a sinker, you know, it's pushed into right for probably a homer. But because everybody's thinking sinker there, you know, he mixed in a fastball that had late life and he got a punch out on Hall of Fame. We don't get punch outs on Hall of Fame with top players if you're not sequencing well. Throwing, like me and Scann freaked out over the changeup because man, if you have a 5-pitch repertoire, you gotta use that. I know that, like, curveballs are memed because the pars are tough and they get nuked over the moon. But, man, if you sequence well, you can kind of hide some mistaken locations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and honestly, the thing with pitching, which doesn't get thought about enough, is these dudes are so caught up in the throwing sinkers and cutters because they want to get them to swing and make contact, or maybe swing and miss. But
and what a horrible field to aim for contact.
When you only see those couple pitches, it's not as hard to make contact on them. But when you mix in a very slow circle change that's 10 miles per hour slower than a sinker, that somewhat looks like a sinker halfway through the pitch path, you can get an early swing that induces a rollover. Or the fact, if you throw that pitch a lot, you get them on the changeup timing. And now you get them off the sinker because they're mentally preparing for a changeup. You have to mix up the pitches to get with their timing.
I got more of the zone than I thought. I thought that was more outside. Like, the thing that I've been more perplexed about than anything, and there's a great four-seamer right there.
Yeah, that's what you want to do.
Why are we attempting to throw these in the zone? You know, we just saw a couple innings ago, or maybe a little bit long. Like, right there. Like, dude, you on Hall of Fame difficulty, what you have to do if you're throwing sinker cutter is that, because it stays in the zone longer than it does on Legend. So a guy who's typically used to Legend is swinging. I mean, and knowing the ballpark, they're swinging. So you can get junk. Like, if you live there, you're fine.
Yeah, that's not a bad pitch to throw there. If he takes it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's in the zone the whole time, but that pitch is more inside than it typically is. So that late swing, if that's in the zone, might be a homer, but because it's late and it's too far inside, we got to see more of that tunnel sequence.
Here's the thing. This is a mix-up I think some people have. Not all balls are bad balls. You throw a pitch in on the hand like that cutter, then your opponent remembers, hey, he can throw that cutter in on the hands of the pitch he's thinking about. They now have to be somewhat hesitant on that inner third, on that black, because of that cutter going in on the hands off the plate. Now, if you were to throw another pitch in on the black, you might get a slightly late swing because they weren't sure if that was going to be a ball, or they might take the pitch because it was right on the black and they thought it was going in on the hands. You need to productive balls is what you need to throw, so you get your opponent's eyes on the part of the zone and you make them have to adjust their approach for that. But when you dot every sinker on the black or every cutter on the black, they're ready to swing at those when most of them are on the black like that, and they're going to crush it. They're good enough hitters to do that.
If I was in this tournament on Hall of Fame, my idea would be to get ahead early with a four-seam fastball, or get ahead early with some kind of a changeup or a curveball, and then do somewhat of the same thing to get strike two. But then you don't throw sinker cutter until two. Well, maybe you throw one every once in a while, but if you get ahead and on Hall of Fame difficulty only, it's a different story on Legend. But if you get ahead, those competitive misses, the ones that we just talked about that stay in the zone, on Hall of Fame, they're very difficult to take. On Legend, they're not. You're so used to like how quick the ball gets you on Legend that you can easily decipher that's a ball, that's a ball, that's a ball. But on Hall of Fame, it's not that easy because it's a little bit slower. It stays in the zone a little bit more, and then it leaves the zone if you're good. That's good take, right? And there will always be the outlier. Like someone will take the pitch. Someone will produce good swings on a ball still inside. But more likely than not, you need to live in that just outside the strike zone area if you want to throw sinker cutter.
Yeah, and with especially like the thing is with the pitching strategy, it's all a constant back and forth. It's the game of pitching against these players is reading your opponents, and with looking at these games and what these players are doing, that is playing at the stadium.
Four-seamer at his eyes, and welcome to the stadium.
That's bad ball hitter plus stadium plus someone who can hit fastball as well.
Well, that fastball's like it's high, but okay, that's
a great swing. But
that looked like a golf swing. Like that looked like somebody took the driver out and just parked something, dude. Oh, that was awesome.
And pitching is a back and forth. And when you're pitching, you kind of got to throw certain pitches to get your opponent's eyes on something. And when that works well with these players, you get them to expand at sinkers just outside the zone, cutters just outside the zone, and you get them to expand the zone because they're so committed to those pitches. But the way that they're pitching all these times, they're just attacking the zone. They're just trying to get strikes. And it's giving them great pitches to hit. And that's what's making these games such high-scoring games. There isn't the back and forth. It's kind of like, I'm just going to give you a pitch to hit. I'm going to make you try to hit it all the time. Instead of like, hey, I'm going to try to think meticulously here to mess with your timing or get your eyes on different pitches. There's been like no regard for that.
19 to 23. 19 to 23.
Yeah, I think we're at 50 hits basically right now.
We might be approaching that number.
You're at 44 just before the other inning, so we're getting close.
I'm slow. I'm having to get myself acclimated to this again. I'm used to the Tampa Bay tournament and being shocked if somebody put 5 up. I mean, we had, and there's all the constraints that went into that compared to this, which is God Squad's Hall of Fame difficulty. You know, you play at this stadium and you know what's going to happen. But it's just, there's so many different ways this game can be played. And you play here, and, I mean, if you want offense, you sure got it.
There's been a little bit of a shift in these last couple innings, though, I have to say. I at least like the Devin Williams move for having a different look.
It might be general fatigue.
And I think there is definitely a bit of fatigue, a changeup of the pitchers they're seeing. I mean,
they'll awaken again for the 8th and 9th. I know that.
There is going to be something that gets them going.
Yeah. Anytime you hit a ball, at least when I played ball, I don't know if it's like a popular term, but when I played ball, if you hit a ball in the nose right to somebody, we'd all shout "ugly finder" from the dugout.
Oh,
that must have been a Minnesota thing. I don't know, but yeah, anytime you hit one on the nose, you'd have a buddy on the team go "ugly finder." That reminded me of the Chapman one right there. Hit it right on the nose, but right at Aroldis Chapman.
I will say what is funny about watching a tournament like this is look at that, the 4 teams getting outs.
Scann, are you serious?
Yeah, I know,
Scann,
right?
Scann, just say it to me again slower.
Yeah, 4 team just gotten out there. Got a couple outs there, I think.
One more time.
The 4 team got a couple outs there.
Wow, that's incredible. I hope everybody heard that.
But yeah, I think that like in these scenarios, like it's funny that good advice in the chat in the cafe's chat being given is, come on, man, you got to keep it in the teens. You got to keep them in the teens to have a chance to win this game. Like, are you kidding me, bro? And like, there's a lot of looking back at one singular swing or one outcome of things when there are over 40 runs scored in this game. Like,
I mean, we're getting to a point now where, you know, 2 more runs are scored in the bottom half, and I might have to hit a tactical nuke incoming sounder for Modern Warfare 2. Like,
yeah, dude. Like,
you're
lucky
like, in a typical game to go for a Predator missile. These guys are going for 25 runs.
I will say, like there was a point, like, once they got to around like the fourth-ish inning, like, that's when the dudes really started to get their kill streaks going. They got that Pred missile leading to the chopper gunner, and they were just on fire at one point. Wow.
Just run around with the Red Tiger camo UMP 45, just going after it, you know?
All right, you got to respect that, by the way. Try to dot it down away, change up, a great swing sitting back on that.
Yeah, that's a tough one. The only time that is hit for a home run is if you were sitting on off speed in general. Boy, this sunlight is that looks really tough to see.
Yeah.
Has it been like that all game? I don't think it has.
No, it's ready. This is one side. This is the other.
You
got two different times of the day, unfortunately.
So one of these is being played in a different dimension. That's what it is. Those are always fun. I love when my baseball team ends up in a different universe. Is this Marvel?
Yeah, that sometimes happens.
That's the nature of the beast, I suppose. We had another thing in Play vs. Friends during Tampa tournament where it would just default to the
Seattle, right?
Field,
yeah.
Which I will say, I'll never be mad about that, because getting to go out there for the All-Star game and the Home Run Derby was so much fun, man. So bottom half of the 8th, you know, we alluded to the tactical nuke incoming, you know, 2 runs away from that 25. But now that this game has ggone 9, I mean, realistically, you're probably aiming for 3 here at minimum,
a swing.
Right? Yeah, that's good. Cut.
Yeah, I will say the feel, there has been a shift in the overall game these last couple innings. And I think it's partially from the different pitchers that got put in the game, not relying on the sinker cutter and stuff as much. I'm seeing people in Cafe's chat questioning our high curveball and changeup strategy. But man, like, you think about how much they hit those sinker cutters.
They just don't know. It's fine. Like, some people, you know, it's okay for them to not know. It's okay for them to not understand the higher intellect, you know. It's okay.
Yeah.
I recently was on a 10-game winning streak in ranked, all on Legends, so I am a little bit boosting of an ego right now. So.
it is one of those things, partially, where like there is an aspect, like, it needs to be at least acknowledged, is pitching to these dudes with how great of hitters they are is easier said than done. Like, in many scenarios, even if I'm feeling on my game with pitching at a stadium like this against a player like this, a lot of runs are being given up no matter what.
But the point that we were bringing up, though, and you've seen a change in the philosophy. The sinkers and cutters are now out of the zone. Like, the point that we brought up was that when it was really bad, it was nonstop sinker cutter in the strike zone, not out of the strike zone, not off the plate a little bit, not a changeup every once in a while. It was nonstop sinker cutter in the zone. And you're allowing runs nonstop. It was like, at some point, you have to put the ego aside and say, oh, okay, I will change how I'm pitching, because clearly something is not working. You know what I mean?
Something just had to change at that point. And, like, give some credit, they did change. They brought in Devin Williams, Aroldis Chapman, and there's less of a reliance on sinker cutters. Maybe we're not getting as psychotic as throwing high curveballs and changeup like we were suggesting. But, like, I think you just got to change it up from what that was. And you've seen things slow down, which, I mean, there is at least that. But it's games like this are crazy. Like, when you watch these top players are so good, like, what do you even do?
Like, for example, a sequence that, granted, on Legends. So I warmed up, played a friendly as we're going to the 9th inning here against Zazzy this morning. And something that he destroyed me was with righties on the mound, pitching to left-handed batters, was sliders up and in. It was you couldn't get to the ball because it was like, you see slider, you think it's going low, but it's coming up, and you're on Legend, so you have to adjust to it. And again, Legend and Hall of Fame are different in how you're pitched and stuff, but change up right there, a little bit underneath it, but that's a product of, this field. If that swing, what is that? Just late. If that swing is at, a ballpark that's not 10,000 feet in the sky,
you got to give credit. That's two great swings from KJ to start it off. I mean, he sat back on a changeup in a previous inning, hit that out. Yeah. And then right after goes back to the sinker, and he's on perfect timing with that. That's just great hitting there.
Now, Mo is someone that'll never dog you for throwing cutters because it's so fast and it's so controllable. But now on 0-2, you have to abandon it for a little bit or put it just off the plate here.
Yeah. I think that
good.
Kenley and Mo are underrated for the high velo cutters, throwing them just off the plate like that.
How you go inside with a changeup?
And it feels like it has that good movement still because you've got no outlier on that. It's not just automatically fast.
Man, it's such a shame. Well, he lines out right there, but he gets the out anyway. But you had a really good sequence there to go. You went cutter away, drop in a changeup, front door cutter.
I love that cutter.
Good.
Love that cutter with Mo. Great
here.
Pitching. And then came right back with the sinker.
Back to the sinker. If the thing you have to say is in a Hall of Fame, if you get one sinker cutter strike in the at bat, you've won. Now you have to get other stuff. It's just
you can't necessarily go back to back like that.
You can't go back to that spot. You just started with a front door cutter. You literally just told the other guy that you will throw the ball inside. So if you go back to that zone, boy, that's off the kneecap right there. But if you go back to that zone, you just saw that zone a second ago. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's tough to double up. Very, very tough to double up.
Patrick
I
Corbin.
very rarely ever do it.
I've heard some talk about the Patrick Corbin card.
Oh, Patrick Corbin is incredible. He's so good.
You know what I want to see? I want to see that loopy curveball. That's what I want to see. Give me that looper.
I throw sliders and curveballs and changeups here.
Oh, wow, 97 on the sinker.
I did not think he could hit 97. I thought he could hit 93.
He's touching it all right.
Wait a minute. He threw a 97 mile an hour sinker?
He just threw three straight down and in sinkers.
And he was late on it. I really don't think, I'm so used to that being 93, 94. I think 97 snuck up on it. It snuck up on me too. I did not think he threw that hard.
Yeah, I will say it. That's where I think the pitching mind games come into play. Like that at bat, he was like, you know what? I got lefty. I'm gonna keep on challenging him inside sinker here, and he hadn't put up any good swing on it. It looked like he was reading that well, and he kept on throwing it. But when you do that all the time, you keep on challenging the zone like that, they eventually hit it.
Boy, Scann, putting up 23
Can we just say,
runs and losing the game.
What a game that was.
Again, Blair Walsh missed a kick and the Vikings lost by 1. Unbelievable.
That's crazy game there.
Nearly 60 hits combined.
Cafe down 10. Basically, he was down 9. Came back all the way. You got to tip the cap.
Yeah, you absolutely have to.
Honestly, incredible performance for both men to put up that many runs. But
absolutely.
Go the distance like that. That was a sweaty game all the way through that last half. They both made some adjustments on the mound pitching. They both made some adjustments offensively. It became more of a particular game to end it. And it was literally a difference of a couple swings to end it in a game that looked like we were going to have 50 combined runs.
I just, especially point of urgency as you go into game 2 here, is that if you just had a 23-24 game, I think it's so important to start this game at least offering as many competitive misses as you possibly can. Mm-hmm. I think that everyone's going to be excited again to hit again. So Colorado, okay, that changes things a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado changes things. Colorado, like I've said it before, Colorado's like a gentleman's like home run experience. You know what I mean? Like you still get the max elevation effect, but you also do get some realistic outs on. Like you don't get the no touchies anywhere near as much here as you did at the field we were just at.
This might be a weird take, and some people might like. I would have loved to have seen like a Clayton Kershaw start this game, like someone who is not reliant on the sinker cutter mix being like the bread and butter.
Just not reliant on velocity, just slow everything down.
Yeah, he did bring in the big maple, which I think I do like that choice. If he mixes in these four seams like he was, that four seam was working well. That four seam touching 100 is a little slept on from Paxton.
Keep going. Sorry.
If you throw too many of the sinker cutters, they definitely aren't good enough to really be great. Oh, he's throwing a curveball here. Trash can banging. What a pitch!
Oh, how did that clip the zone? Did he pay the umpire? How do I get that for a strike? Holy cow. Dude, that thing barely clipped the bottom of the zone and got called a strike. I've never seen that this year.
I love that pitch, though. And then down and then four seam. Ooh.
This is not a bad time for a middle away backdoor cutter.
Oh, he went down in fastball again.
I love it. I love it.
Wow.
You're just so accustomed to sinker cutter. If you throw something else, dude, your eyes don't know what it is. But again, I will say, my pregame talk about everybody being ready to hit, that's not necessarily the case now at Coors. Anywhere not insane Costco level field, you can go back to throwing sinker cutters a little bit if you are smart in how you deliver it. I more so was stating that at the stadium that they were at. I mean, you had to, it clearly wasn't working. You had to pivot. You can at least entertain the idea to start this game.
I will say, if I'm hitting in this scenario, if I'm Cafe, I think the approach has to be a little different, where previously we were very committed to those sinkers and the cutters. I think at this point, you've got to sell out directly on that four seam now. It has enough of a velo difference, and you're seeing it used enough. You've got to make that adjustment to be ready for it. And that's the thing. That's when the sinker's good. He threw a great sinker there after getting him ready for a four seam.
It's changeup right there.
Yeah.
And then
backdoor cutter.
To the cutter.
Honestly, like,
he gets the elevation though.
It was as good located as you could ask for a cutter like that. He at least has.
I just think, like maybe if you would have gone to a four-seamer below the zone by just a little bit, I really think you possibly would have gotten a junk contact, and then you would have really established the fact that you are getting four-seamers this game, and then you can really kind of mix in that sinker cutter as a compliment later on. But he gets the out anyway.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because like the out worked, and I think that inning showed that Cafe was focusing on the fastball. If he was focused sinker cutter, he would have probably read that as a cutter the entire time and not swung at that.
Yeah. Good time to drop in a big hook. Good time for a big hook.
Ooh, he went away cutter. I like it.
I like going up there.
Yeah.
I'd stay up there and throw the hook up there.
Oh, he went down away four seam.
To get swatted as short. I mean, that's what's going to happen on the four seam is that they're going to get 15 contact if you put it there. Like, you got to elevate it a little bit more. You got to push it out a little bit more. Like, I don't like doing the four corners approach. I used to love the four corner pitching back when Pinpoint just started. But now that we've all gotten used to, like, now Pinpoint's different this year. But now that we've gotten used to Pinpoint, I really don't like the four corners anymore. I think it's really easy to just, like, again, where is that pitch? That's a little bit more in the middle of the zone, but, I mean, that's just a great swing. Dude.
Yeah, I think that's
such a good cut.
Yeah, even if you dot that in the black, the key difference, if we're comparing and contrasting the last game, he was able to get away with that pitch last game with Mariano Rivera because it's a 97-mile-per-hour cutter. But when you've got 97 four seam and 91 cutter, that's going to fall right into his timing coming right back to the plate. So, like, even though it might freeze him for half a second, he's going to go right into that timing with that cutter.
It's also back to the cardinal sin of baseball. He threw an inside pitch to Mike Trout. I thought we learned. I thought we learned that you don't throw the ball inside, especially low. If anything, you're going to maybe think about elevating a fastball to Trout. Dude, for some, like, low and inside to Mike Trout is like the barrel zone. Like, that's crushed too. Kyle Tucker changed up right down the middle.
He is punishing those fork balls. A couple of them hung. I think he's trying to hit the zone with those fork balls.
And the problem is with the fork ball is that he's missing in the middle of the zone.
And they're so easy to pull.
He's not missing left or right. He's not missing out of the zone. He's missing in the middle of the zone. And if you're ready for it, especially on Hall of Fame, that's batting practice right there. I mean, that's...
Yeah, that's the pitch I want to see out of Senga more. With his, like, overhand motion, the low pitches are tough to read because you throw that four seam on the black there. It's tough to read. That's just going to stay there.
Low and inside.
And then,
it'd be a great idea.
Yeah, and then you do that, and then you mix in the fork balls below the zone, tunnel it off the four seam, but you never even aim it in the zone.
Yes, dude.
That's a good pitch.
Beautiful pitch. Good swing, obviously.
And then you start sprinkling in some fork balls below the zone there.
I love that. Okay. Well, I mean, you can't throw that there. You can't. I love the slurve, but you can't throw it right there. And I know that the counter that somebody's going to say is like, well, how do you control it? Because pars are so big.
I think that's also just a testament to how good these players are at making that adjustment. And he read that slurve right away and got that timing perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, he went from a pitch ago seeing a four-seamer dead on the black inside to a big looping off speed, and he crushed both of them. You know what I mean? Guys are just different.
But yeah, I mean, this is where you want to respond. You want a nice bounce back in and get a couple on your side. I will say that where'd that name come from? Big Maple throwing a big dosage of four seams, and Cafe has not made the best adjustments to him. He's a little off on him. He just missed a few of them.
Known Sean Paxton. What is that? What he said, Sean?
No. So what happened was someone in his chat on the left side there said Sean Murphy. I glanced my eye over to it, and I was going to talk about James Paxton. I saw Sean.
That happens. I do that all the time.
I just combine names and words.
I said I was doing the extreme moments, and I called Mike Piazza Mike Napoli because they're both, named Mike. My brain just instantly put Napoli in there instead. And, it's chat's like, you missaid the word. Yeah, I mean, if you're streaming for hours and hours on end, you're going to misspeak every once in a while.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I have to say,
Sean Paxton.
I have to say that KJ's doing a great job of working that four seam, and the fact that he's got that four seam really in play right now has Cafe off of the sinker a bit. He's been late on a couple of those sinkers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just if you can locate the fastball and you can assert dominance with the fastball, it adds so much more value to the changeup. It adds more value to every. Wait, that was a fair ball?
That was fair, and Frank Thomas just stared at it.
Wow, I thought that went foul.
Oh, wow, I thought that went foul. Got him to roll it over.
Big ground out gets him out of the inning.
Man, I can't believe that we're at a point where the four-seam fastball feels like the go-to pitch for these guys right now. When normally I feel like these players dominate four seams, at least from my perspective, that's the pitch that they're having a tough time with here.
I mean, they're much worse on Legend. Four-seamers on Legend are much worse than what they are on Hall of Fame. But even still, you can sequence a four-seam in well on Legend if you know what you're doing. And I lead primarily with four-seam fastballs on Legend rather than sinker cutter. But just going back to this again, like this is going from, the sinker cutter show where we're sitting here bashing our heads against the wall, and now you're getting more, deliberate approaches to these at-bats.
Yeah.
And you're playing Plinko off Senga's kneecap and you're reaching,
I think it's been cool seeing the dynamic shift. It was like at the halfway point of that last game, something clicked. Might have been their chats telling them what we've been saying.
Maybe we put so much harsh criticism out there that we swayed the game up here.
Something happened where there's been a dynamic shift in their approach and who they're pitching with. And it's caused a shift in the dynamic where it was less of like a battle of constant attrition and outpacing the other to strategic pitching. And then these at-bats being more of like taking pitches and working counts and seeing everything, which has been a cool shift to see how their strategy is slightly changed.
Got a big opportunity here too. You went from scoring 20+ runs to having nothing if you're Cafe, and I mean, you have one good swing here. Up 7-0 last game felt like nothing. 7-0 right now, it'd feel pretty darn good, man.
Yeah.
And
good
up
slide.
the middle, shortstop with a bad angle. Ellie took a bad angle to score a run. That would have at least gotten one out. He darted too far inside. Oh, man, a rare fielding miscue nets a run.
I wonder if he just tried to cut it off too quick to maybe try to turn two. He just took the bad route on it.
Boy, maybe he misread it. I don't know, but that's not typically a play you see that often.
Yeah, you really don't.
Maybe he misread that ground ball. That
Either
has to
that,
be
maybe
what
that, maybe got locked up in an animation. It's kind of tough to tell.
Or, you know, I've been there too. Maybe you just were reaching for a sip of water and bam, that ball got hit, and you have to like adjust. You know,
I've definitely done that.
Sometimes like you pitch the ball and you reach to grab your water and take a sip.
Yeah,
who knows what happened
and that's gonna net a run. I think it's gonna have a play at the plate.
The plate is going to not be in time without a head first slide.
And yeah, that play directly results in a run.
Now, I mean, or I was going to say, righty here, I would want everything inside, pull it, go up 9-0.
I am sitting inside sinker with Hank Aaron right now. That's how everyone pitches them. Inside sinker, and after a couple pitches, he started throwing away. Right now, it probably goes inside.
I'd go red light until 3-2 if you have Frank on. Oh, bases loaded. This could make it a 10-run game right here. And Frank homered already in the first inning. And there's nowhere to put him.
And this is the shift in things. This has become an inning about getting runners on, hitting singles, more smaller ball here. We're not relying on the home run ball every swing, but now KJ's got a chance to run away with this game here with one good swing here.
This is a very smart approach. He's aggressive, but he understands what's going on. Topped Frank
He rolls it over.
Throw to second in time, gets out of the inning.
Good sinker.
Let's come across, but good job by Cafe to adjust.
This has been, I will say, we're seeing the adjustments. This is the beauty of a 3-game series.
Yes.
You see the mid-series adjustments, the players changing their strategies, their decisions. And we've had a completely different, like, second half of this series. We're halfway through game 2. The scoring and pitching dynamic has been so different.
Who's the host of game 3?
This is game 3 right now. So this is KJ's the host.
Game 2.
No, this is 3. This is a tie game.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say I was gonna think about
bottom right corner.
Okay, man. I'm sorry.
I'm joking. You're good.
To be fair, you had bottom right corner video gaming when there was another matchup going on, and I was like, okay, I don't have to look at that right now because it's not accurate. But
I've had him accurate after the first minute.
I should have known you and your 50 people behind the scenes that are helping you set up the scenes.
Oh, what a swing from Cafe.
What a hit by Mickey Mantle.
He's right back in it.
I wish I could hit with Mickey, dude. I just can't. I just can't hit with Mickey. I just can't do it.
Yeah, I have to say, it's tough to really decide what type of baseball you prefer watching these games, because watching the high-scoring chaos is definitely fun. But I'm also really liking the meticulous nature of this second half.
It's a cartoon world. It's the last game we played in. This is baseball.
It's cool seeing you could see some more mixing up of pitches.
That's a home run last game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's cool seeing there's more of a precision going on here. Rather than last game, it was like, okay, just going to throw these same few pitches. I'm just going to try to out-hit them. And we saw some craziness, but watching the second half of that game and now, it's cool seeing things be a little slower. And these are the things that really test the top players. Like, which players win the war of fighting through these close games like this?
See, I'm trying to I played the best MLB I've played this year. I'm 50 games above 500. But I mean, you've played Legend way more than I have and stuff. Like, from your perspective, like, would you rather play in that dogfight like 2020 game, or would you rather play in a game like this?
I like the close games personally.
Well, I don't know if I'd have the stamina. Like, if you're playing like willingly at that stadium, you have to know you need the stamina to survive that battle. Because it's going to be a battle. This is a little bit less so. You know what I mean? And
I definitely have to say, with the way that those stupid high-scoring games are, it's so much of, like, watching these guys, it's just swing, 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 swing. Always ready to swing. Always looking for those pitches in the zone. And it's less like, for me, I'm always someone that is a big like guess pitch guy. Like, I'm like,
I love
throw a pitch in my zone. I'm looking for this pitch. I'm not swinging this pitch because I just like to get pitch counts up naturally. And the way that I play does, like, the only way I'm scoring a lot through rallying a lot. Like, I'm getting a lot of runners on. I'm not like constantly building up solo homer after solo homer like these guys sometimes do. So like, I like that approach better because it gives you such like a longer time to survive. You know, I'm not looking to hit a home run every at bat. I'm looking for my pitch and keeping things simple. And these dudes are so much of like I got to be ready to hit as many pitches as possible. You know, I'm ready to hit inside sinker, inside cutter, outside cutter, and always ready to swing.
Cut right there.
It's so tough to keep that up for a long time.
Known sinker IRL enthusiast Dallas Keuchel has apparently had some scoreless innings for the Twins today, getting a lot of ground ball outs.
Look at that.
So going into it, they, you know, not to just take over and talk about the Twins for the whole time, but a lot of people were intrigued to see Keuchel because he has no velocity left. And, you know, I talked about him on stream. You know, Rich Hill is someone that has reinvented himself despite losing that velocity. And it's still like Kenta Maeda for the Twins, for example, too. It's fun to see guys that lose velocity but reinvent their repertoire to keep themselves relevant at the major league level. It's cool.
Speaking of reinventing the repertoire, we got our sinker cutter boy here and seeing a little bit of a different approach with Soroka on the mound.
The old Edward Cabrera sinkers upstairs approach.
Oh, look at that, a changeup. Good pitch.
Yeah, Mark's good point in chat. But yeah, bottom of the third, you know, you're up. Give us some more offense here, obviously. But now knowing this is, you know, game 3, you know, from what I'm typically used to, and you've, you know, been in esports, you've worked tournaments and stuff too. What I'm typically used to in the finale of a series is that there's a little bit of a lull in the middle innings, and then everybody puts their foot on the gas in the last 3 because they know it's the last 3. Mm-hmm. But I mean, you really win these games when you have productive third innings, when you have productive fourths, productive fifths, because like the adrenaline, that's just unfortunate, but the adrenaline is going to kick in those final 3 innings, knowing that it's over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The adrenaline might not fully be there right now. So I always will look to who wins the middle innings. That is what is always the most intriguing thing to me.
Absolutely.
We saw that, you know, last game. There was like an 11-run inning in the 5th.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, like that's whoever wins the middle innings wins the games, man. I'm telling you.
All right, well, Cafe gets it going. Leadoff runner with Kyle Tucker sneaking through the infield.
Well, CNI single right there. Adley Rutschman, I gotta get this card. I am so far behind. Oh, look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you play MLB The Show, I would probably get Adley Rutschman. Holy Christmas.
The game of adjustments, dude. Has not hit that 4-seam well. Catches an early count 4-seam middle in and demolishes it. Now you've got Randy Johnson.
You bring in, I think you feature a lot of 2-seamers and sliders here.
Yeah.
I think you lead 2-seam slider and you almost abandon everything else because everyone's going to be tuned up for the 4-seamer. You'll be able to survive this inning and maybe next off 2-seamers until they pick up on it. But I like, oh my goodness, was that a 2-seam fastball? I know it's going to be safe, but how cool is that? You know, I'm telling you, I wouldn't throw the 4-seam right now. I think like you're too ready for that. You need to lead with other stuff.
Ooh,
That
the
was a
slightly high splitter.
Splitter high producing bad contact. You know, we sound like people think like we're making stuff up, dude. It's really
See, the fact that he's thrown that slider has him off that fastball there.
And then you sneak in the four seamer. Now he's going bombardment, four seam.
Now he doesn't throw four seam again. Yeah. That was too easy to guess.
Exactly. That was way too easy to guess. Is that if you miss four seam, you know a third four seam is not coming. So you know it's going to either be the two seam, which you can see, or anything slow, which you can really see because you're sitting on it and you see it right there. I mean, he just punished that.
Yeah.
And that was, boy, going back to the four. Man, if you're going four seam, I'd go four seam 2 in a row here. I would not. I'd go four seam 2 in a row. Because now you reset. Because certain times with tunneling and sequencing, you can get the opponent to be stubborn and say that, like, oh, you're doing this, so you're going to keep doing that. Like, now you've kind of restarted the wheel and you've given the batter the advantage. At least that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, I think this is why like reading the opponent is great. When you sequence pitches a lot, you kind of get their eyes on a routine. And part of the game is mixing from that routine, get them to guess other pitches. And like
I'd go two seam on the hands right here. He goes away. I mean,
he's gone that couple ABs in a row here. It's something you started to keep an eye out on.
I'll never fault. What was the timing? Late. Like I'll never fault fastball away. That like if you're throwing a four seamer and you're aiming right on the outside half, I'll never fault that pitch. Because
I think I doubled down slider or slurve here.
I would not throw something away. Boy, he's lucky.
Wow.
Because at that point, you know, you're looking at the matchup. It's a lefty-righty matchup. You, in the same regard of his righty, like inverse or whatever, but you're inviting the ability to slap the bat head of the ball at something away versus where, and he gets the out. So we're nitpicking here, but we're nerds. So we're going to nerd out. Like, if you throw the sliders and slurves inside until near the end of the bat, you more than likely are getting that junk contact at third base.
Yeah, and I will say that fastball is an interesting pitch choice. I think he might have, if it were me at least, I feel he might have gone to that high fastball after that down and slider, because earlier in that at bat, he was late on that one down and two seam. Maybe was not expecting a four seam outside of that bottom left part of the zone, and he got him to bite, which it definitely works. Not what I would have thought of. One of my favorite things to do against these players, oh, look at Mickey Mantle. I like sometimes just doubling down on the same pitch or type of pitch twice in a row against these players. In some scenarios,
right here, you've seen back-to-back sinkers, the best pitch in the game, right down the middle. You got an out.
There's
do it
again
in a row.
after giving up a hit on it.
Oh man. I mean, that's just not only 3 sinkers in a row, but also aiming 3 sinkers in the center of the zone in a row. That is some very risky business.
You
right
throw
there.
a pitch like that sparingly.
It's like a fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is.
Yeah, and it's like, I will say, like, Guinea's a great hitter, and it's tough to decide what to throw. But you let him see that same slot of pitch too many times in a row for him to not adjust and get the timing down.
See, like, doesn't this just tell the story? First pitch, inside sinker, early timing. Everyone knows what you're gonna do. It's like we all know how to pitch with Aaron Loop because everyone throws the same way with Aaron Loop. So,
yeah,
I know he's tough, but we're not talking about like me playing. Like, I can know what Loop's doing, but I suck. Like, these are great players. So if they know what's going on, I just don't know how you get success off of that.
And I think there's a factor as well with someone like Loop making consistent appearances here in these games. He had an at-bat the previous game with Schwarber where he just went the inside sinkers in on the hands over and over and over again. Where it's like you bring him in, yeah, he's a good lefty reliever, but these dudes have seen him a bit at this point.
Do you? Is he slider four seam, if I'm mistaken?
He's got sinker, cutter, circle change, slurve.
Yeah, we got to see more circle changes here.
Got to see more circle changes. I do agree with you.
Honestly, to start this at bat, I would have led off with a changeup away in the hopes that you get like a late. Because one of the things that could happen is that you're in take mode to start, but then you see a grapefruit and you're like, oh, I have to swing at that. And then you get late contact and it's an out. Like, that's a great pitch. That missing there. I think you go change up middle in here on 3-2.
He's sending the runners. Oh, 2 outs
Ooh.
makes sense. I was like, wait, that makes sense.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
take right there. Now you got Mike Trout, bases loaded. I mean, this is, and you're going inside. God bless you. You know, have fun.
I feel like he's had a good read on loop and like telling what's a ball and not. Like that's a tough pitch to take.
Yeah,
he's seeing that ball great out of his hands right now.
Well.
This is where you get. There's the changeup. Great pitch.
Yeah, there it is. Now you have a little bit of a window here. You can go slurve middle inside.
I would have thrown the slurve actually below the zone there, like center cut, but below the zone.
And go back to the changeup inside.
Oh, he went. Ooh.
Boy, extends the barrel out. Ellie knocks it down.
What a play!
Just in time.
That's a big pitch, though. I mean, the fact that he went to that changeup earlier in the at bat, and then the sinker later on, changes that approach a little bit. Wow. And then
the swing.
First pitch demolishes in the way 2-seam. That worked the previous inning, but to start off this inning, absolutely not. Demolishes in the way 2-seam. That I can't tell you all, especially for these players who are good at legend and are so used to legend timing, how tough it is to sit back on a Randy Johnson away 2-seam.
Yeah.
That is not easy to do, especially when the pitch feels like it's coming in really slow. So that's a good read and good adjustment from Cafe to get that timing.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head there. I mean, that's not a pitch that you, like, as the pitcher, you don't expect a 4-seam there. You'd be like, yeah, okay, I get that you hit a home run there. But a 2-seam is just a little bit slower. You know, that's very rarely a first pitch home run. So that's a very good cut.
And
dude.
That's a great pitch. See, that's for that. You want that slider to end up. You could throw that high, but have it be off the plate like that. And you got to be so ready for fastballs with Randy. It's tough to read that slider is not a fastball in enough time for you to react.
With that, I just would start throwing a ton of changeups right now. I'd throw like 5 in a row.
That is too many sliders in that lefty AB there.
Yeah, and that's also right down the middle too. I mean, that's a mistaken location, but
I do respect the challenge. A lot of times you want to go those away sliders, make them hit something.
You want to go a little bit further up though. You don't want, because the whole point of that pitch to a lefty is that's right in on the hands to Adley, and we know what that's going to do. But the whole point of that pitch to a lefty is that you want to elicit like topping early contact on something up and away on off speed, because it stays in the zone for so long that you no longer are patient. You feel like you have to swing at it, but it's such a weird pitch in a weird area that you have to absolutely be perfect to hit that for a home run. Now you got Ellie here. He leads, so he was leading 2-seam early. Now he's leading 4-seam.
Mm-hmm.
I'd go 3 changeups in a row. I really would.
I feel like he's given up on that away 2-seam after that home run. I'm mentally counting out that pitch right now after that.
Yeah, you can't give up
what
on
a pitch. He went inside 2-seam there.
Yeah.
Great adjustment.
Okay, so he's not abandoning the 2-seam, but I don't like working. It's a tough pitch. It's tough. It's a good pitch. It's a good swing. That's what it is. Because honestly, I think I respect the approach to that side, but we also have to recognize these are insane players.
Yeah, I think what happened was he threw the 2 4-seams. He was early on them, if I recall. And I was like, I'm going to go 2-seam, try to get him even earlier on it in the same slot.
That's good.
But he did a good job of adjusting and sitting back on it. And players, good pitch.
See, that's where, because the one that was hit for a perfect earlier was a little bit lower than that. So it invites more of the barrel zone. But if you're talking about a lefty with a slider elevated up and away, it doesn't even have to be that far up. It's just like that's a very difficult pitch to get to lefty-lefty.
Uh-huh.
Very, very difficult.
And like there's such a factor of like the arm slot where the whatchamacallit, that good cut on an away sinker.
That's beauty with Ellie. Bad carom. If you got a decent carom, you could think 3 there, but that went right to the right fielder.
But yeah, with Randy's arm slot, that higher slider could be tough because it's tough to tell that it's a slider. If it stays high, it looks fastball a good bit along the way. That's how you get those weird timings on those swings because they don't know how to read that pitch.
And there's a testament to what we're talking about with sinkers as well. And I understand pinpoint's tough. You can't always throw it where you want to throw it. But more times than not, on a Hall of Fame and this level of a tournament, That's where sinkers and cutters should be, is not in the strike zone. Yes, some of them will still be hit well, but more than likely outside of Mo, because Mo does throw a mighty nice cutter.
Yeah, I will say what happened.
Oh, brother.
Those are great takes from him.
Start.
They're he's throwing the sinkers in the way that you want them, but like at the very least, he's making him adjust and making him have to take those pitches now when previously these dudes were swinging at every one of those sinkers and cutters close to the zone. Now they're starting to think about it and be a little bit more patient on it, so you might be able to get away with more of those sinkers on the black or cutters on the black because of the what a play from
look at
Mo.
Speaking of a fantastic thing that just happened, Mo with a little ugly finder double play right there. Barclay in my stream just subbed with Prime for 3 months. Man, I appreciate it. Everybody tip your cap in the chat. I appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you.
But yeah,
I do have to be leaving in just a smidgen here. So
that
I
is
apologize
fine.
For not being
that
here
is fine. I'll send this home for the finals and such, so ain't no worries. But yeah, I like the fact 423 RBIs with Commerce Comet, by the way.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. But I will say, like,
now I'm looking at it now. 550 hits and only 19.
I don't think that's accurate. I think the 19 is not accurate.
Isn't that a bit where it doesn't show 100 home runs, so it re-rolls?
It might,
he's really hit 119 home runs. I believe that's what it is. Is that the game can't compute that like you've hit home runs reset after 260? You're telling me he's hit 279 home runs? Is that what you're telling me? Or is that what you're telling me right now? I thought it was 100. It's 260. He's hit 279, which means that nearly half his hits with Mickey have been home runs, dude. That is insane. That is insane. Oh my god.
Add that to the count.
Should we be shocked?
Tie game.
Should we be
9-9, just like that. I feel like these games have been, like last two games had a pattern of KJ taking an early lead, not being able to really run away with it, and Cafe just staying consistent, chipping away bit by bit. We're tied 9-9 here in the sixth.
Nothing like the 24-23 shootout that we saw a game ago, but
wow.
That's middle to Acuna.
Right down the popsicle stick.
You can't throw that to the eventual NL MVP, Ronald Acuna Jr. Been doing that a lot this year. God, he's fun to watch, man.
Yeah, this is the thing that's fun about watching these at bats where they're getting more meticulous with things. They're trying to throw pitches on the black or near the black. Hitters are being patient and starting to take pitches, working counts to eventually see good pitches.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, the game 1 and 2, or half of game 2, was just pitchers always throwing strikes and hitters crushing everything. It's insanity.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I always love to watch about comp is just watching, MLB The Show players at a high level. The ability to score runs at will is insane because, I feel like when I play that's an absolute tater by J-Ram. I mean, that on a sinker, by the way, where he just, and at bat ago, hit a base hit on a sinker with a single to center field. So back-to-back hits up the center of the field, one of them in orbit still, but both being sinkers, and we're back to sinker cutter, an error loop, and we're back to another, we're kind of getting back to that level of game 2, where I'm sitting here like an angry old man. Like, let's start.
We're just bickering. We're just bickering to get off my lawn. Get off my lawn with your sinkers and cutters.
Yeah, we're a 30-year-old married couple. We're just complaining and everything now.
Give me that good old-fashioned outlier four-seam fastball. Yeah. Give me a change-up high in the zone.
Give me a change-up. Come on. Sinker inside taken. What are the odds of sinker cutter here on 3-2?
Wow. You got a slurve. Good pitch. Good swing, too.
That's a good pitch and a good swing. That's either one of them deserve whatever outcome that was. That was a fantastic job to sit on that slurve. Also, good idea to recognize, like, hey, I haven't thrown this in a bit, so he throws that. But I mean, that's both guys did exactly what they needed to do right there.
This has been a story of a series. Like, actually, like we've seen a whole dynamic develop over this series between like the strategy and the way these two players are playing. It's been really sick to watch.
Adley sent 3 balls into Wisconsin. And he keeps that one fair, but you imagine just walking down the street, dude. He just did 3 frozen ropes onto the freeway, man. Like,
he's making the fans happy out there, dude.
Somebody shattered glass in their SUV from that foul ball, dude. Just 3 serves out of the stadium. Oh man.
Oh, what a swing on a down-away sinker.
And he gets the home run, too. Lefty, opposite field.
What a swing.
What a swing, man. That's an Edouard Julien, Alex Kirilloff type opposite field hack right there. That's a prideful and a purposeful opposite field hack. That, not as much. Probably wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, I think just in general, like this has all been momentum on Cafe's side. He's just he found something with the bats. He made adjustments to James Paxton early on, got him out of the game, and has really punished him. I think on the other side of things,
man, Ellie hit that ball so far. That might be 480 to left. 473 to the pole. Not even like to left center, right center, to center field. Like down the line, 473.
And Schwarber crushes one too.
Herculean blast, dude.
Man, what an inning this has been.
It feels like you need a Felix Bautista right now. Like you kind of just need someone that's weird. Like, because the sinker cutter stuff, like, I'm not sounding like a broken record. It's clearly not working. You need to go to like a Felix Bautista, a
palate cleanser.
Fine.
We need a palate cleanser here.
Scann again. They gotta promote you. What a great line right there. We need a good palate cleanser. I agree. SDS, if you're listening, double whatever he's getting paid.
Stop.
Triple it. Take my money and give it to him.
Hey, you heard the man.
Don't actually do that. Don't actually do that.
But yeah, this has been kind of crazy watching how much Cafe's made the adjustments. I mean, KJ's gotten the runners on, stranded the runners in some situations. And the difference in the game has been Cafe heating up here.
Yeah.
3-2.
Well, I mean, honestly, Mickey Mantle's up. I'd walk him. I would.
He went to the change up.
I would have walked him. I honestly, after seeing the stats that he has to that card, I would give in. I'd say, you know what, man, you do rock with Mickey Mantle. You can have
gotta face some leadoff too. That dude's gonna be coming up like 5, potentially 6 times in some of these crazy scoring games. He's got to deal with him the top of the order every time.
And then you throw a middle to Acuna, and we're
watching his home run in slow mo.
We wait for what will be expected.
As there is a line drive to the batter's box.
Is my video still stuck? Is your video stuck?
No. They are the video is not stuck or frozen. It is a 15-9
that's tough.
I don't know exactly what happened. Was that a disconnect?
I don't know either.
Was that
it might be a disconnect.
Freeze?
I have no idea.
Was that a rage quit? I have no idea.
I have no clue. Yeah, I don't know.
So I guess we'll have to wait and see what happened there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
I think they'll have to communicate whatever happened.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I think
I didn't see any menu cue, but again, we weren't on the correct perspective, correct?
Yeah, we were in Cafe's perspective hitting there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's
yeah, I don't know what happened with KJ's perspective.
I haven't seen that before. Like whatever that was in the middle of an outcome from a swing. Not even like right before the ball lands for a home run, you know, like right there. I've not seen it happen too much right there. So I don't know what that was. I do not know what that was.
Yeah, so I think yeah, they're gonna discuss that. So we're just gonna sit and wait and see what happens. As soon as we get any updates on that, I will make sure to let you all know on that. We're kind of just in sit and wait mode right now. We'll see how they go through that.
I'm actually going to have to dip here, so
That's
I'm gonna
fine.
give you a raid here.
I appreciate you hopping on and chilling with me today, buddy.
I
It's been a
appreciate you
blast.
having me, man.
Chat, say goodbye to Thuni right now. Thank him for spending his time to hang out with me in the booth today. It's been a blast. And yeah, Cafe, I think they gotta determine what really happened here.
I mean, I don't know who this is in chat, if he's like somebody's homie or somebody. Said he dashboarded right after Acuna went deep again. I mean, maybe that's what happened. I have no idea.
He was live, so if they saw something, they'd have live evidence of it, but I don't really know.
Yeah. Either way, whatever ends up happening there, and the rest of the tournament will be broadcasted on your channel, and the gallantry are heading your way right now. So,
yes, sir. I appreciate you, buddy.
I appreciate you having me. Thank you, dude.
Of course, of course. Chat, W Thuni. W Thuni.
All right.
W Thune in the chat. Absolute legend. Sent the crowd over. But yeah, right now the game had like a weird disconnect or freeze thing. So no idea what happened. We're going to find out what potentially happened. And the folks at ESL will make a decision on who gets to win and such. At that point in the game, though, Cafe Loves BR was up 15-9 and hit a 2-run homer, which made it 17-9. But our game disconnected, unfortunately, from the looks of it. And the folks behind the scenes need to decide what they're going to rule that and what steps are next for this. So we're kind of just going to sit here and wait to see what happens. But if you're watching Thuni's perspective of the tournament, I appreciate hanging out with him. I appreciate you all hanging out with me today as well as we're getting through this broadcast here. I will say, can we get a small F in the chat? Because I had this scene made for Thuni and I in our cameras, but he never showed his camera. So I kind of want to put a picture of him here for the meme of it to have some fun. You know, we're going to do it. Heck it. We're going to have some fun. All right. It seems like they're going to let the players remake the state of the game as close as possible and keep playing the last innings that are missing. They'll let the others get outs and runs until the game reaches a certain point. So, hopefully we could do that and that gets things going. Hi, Mikey. How we doing, buddy? But chat, how are we liking this tournament? How are we feeling about the community series? Are we having a good time with this tournament? It's a little bit of a different feel from our, you know, more competitive tournaments with the championship series and stuff. So if you're watching it, you know, we're seeing some high scoring Hall of Fame game stuff. It's a completely different vibe. So it's been fun to watch the different vibe on Hall of Fame, seeing these dudes score a lot of runs or even some close games like we have now. And I hope you guys have been enjoying it. Just making sure we get all the info and stuff shared with the folks behind the scenes here. But yeah, I think they're gonna try to get this game back to where they were before. It's definitely unfortunate though. Nobody likes disconnects. Nobody likes when games freeze. And even though they're gonna try to remake this game and bring it back to what we were at before, it still might not be the exact same. But these are just the trials and tribulations of tournaments and putting these things together. And when disconnects and stuff happen, unfortunately, that's just kind of how it goes. So hopefully they right the ship here and nothing really gets skewed because of that disconnect that unfortunately happened. Because it stinks when you have things moving fine and going forward, and then you have this happen. What tournament is it, Jers? Are you sure you're watching you're checking out? It's not the tournament that we're doing here. What's the name of the tournament you're trying to check out? Because there are always a bunch of tournaments that go on PlayStation tournaments. How we doing, Astros fan? Also, no, we're not talking about the Astros beating the Yankees today. Thank you very much. We don't have to talk about the Yankees losing, chat. Thank you very much. We're gonna put Thune in the booth in spirit here. No. We're gonna choose a different picture. Maybe not the best picture of him. It's also very small. Come on, where is he? Where is the Thune? There he is. We'll choose this picture of Thune. Yeah, we got the Thune in the booth with us. He's still here in spirit, chat. He's still here in spirit. It's like we never talk about them when, hey, they won 2 in a row at one point. I wish they won the series versus the Astros, though. I really wish they did. It would have been great if they squeaked out a series versus them. But unfortunately, that's not how the game went. That's not how things went. But yeah, I think they're just going to get these runs scoring and kind of try to reset this game. Hopefully, games get going and things are nice and reset here soon. They load back into the game, and I think they should be intentionally allowing like runs and stuff. So I guess we'll see what happens here as we go. But if you're just joining us, we are in the semifinals of the Community Series that, thankfully to the folks at MLB The Show, they've had me collaborate with them for. This is a community tournament, $5,000 prize pool, $2,000 go in the first place, $1,000 go in the second, and the rest being spread amongst the top 8 who all played today. And right now we're waiting for this series to finish between Guinea Pig MLB and Cafe Loves BR. And right now, from what I've been told, is they're in a game right now. They are trying to make a decision on what's next. And I think at first they were gonna try to get the runs, try to even up the score again, but I also think they decided the runs might not be necessary. They're trying to make a decision behind the scenes, so they gotta go through all the potential options. As weird as it sounds, shit, when you're in a situation like this, it's tough to recreate an exact situation in a game like this because confidence and different pitchers being used and all these different things go into play. And I think right now the 2 players are talking with the devs and they're trying to work out what the outcome is. I think they're trying to start off this inning with the same amount of outs and the same pitcher on the mound. And I think as soon as I know they're like ready and ready to go, I'll show you all the game. They're just kind of getting things set up right now. And I unfortunately, like, I can't do anything about this because it's just a behind the scenes thing here. It sucks when freezes and stuff happen. But hopefully this thing gets going back here soon and everyone this gets settled out right. I think they're trying to decide what exactly the situation was. But I will say, there will be more community series going on this year. If you're watching this and want to potentially take part in one down the road on your good old PS5, you could check below the game. There are some more casual tournaments that are always going on in exhibition mode and in Diamond Dynasty that you could take part in with smaller prize pools, then there are these bigger tournaments that we're also doing and having take place. And yeah, I think they're just trying to get this set up and work this out right now. And I'm getting distracted. I see the game and they're intentionally bunting and stuff, and I'm trying to really understand what's happening. I'm trying to make sure the folks over there know what's going on. So yeah, I apologize for the pause and things. I think we'll be going here hopefully in just a moment. And they're trying to chat it out, decide what the right solution is. But yeah, there are a bunch of events going on for PlayStation tournaments. If you have not checked them out, I really recommend checking it out if you are on a PS5, especially the more casual ones. It's nice. It's just done like really like an automated way, where you just sign on, the games get automatically reported. It's pretty nice. What a great take by Thuni. Yeah, this is why we save pictures in the meme folder, chat. This is why I build up an inventory of meme pictures, because you never really know. You never really know when they could be used. You never really know. We love. Do you know if they plan to add Xbox ones? So with Xbox, they won't have tournaments like these PlayStation ones because they're done through PlayStation tournaments and like those UI, the UI and stuff like that. But if you type in !repeat in chat, I think I have it as a command still. It'll take you to repeat.gg, and they're working on eventually having events set up there, from my knowledge. So I would probably skew towards that side for Xbox and Switch players if you're stuck on those platforms. But I also don't know when those will be starting. But eventually that's what the plan is, to have events on there. But they're going to be different from the PlayStation tournaments. The PlayStation tournaments and stuff in the Championship Series are going to be done, from my knowledge, on PlayStation, because it's run right through the PlayStation UI and stuff. But yeah, there will be some tournaments on Xbox down the road for sure if Repeat gets going. Type XP. Okay, you knock it off, Clay. I'll type it in for you though. Okay, I guess we don't have that set. But yeah, there's a site called repeat.gg, and you could sign up to get notifications for when they do have it set up, which is pretty nice. You know what I want to look at again while we're chilling here? We have some downtime to chill here. I want to look at these player bios. We don't want to talk, like, break down things here. We had Tier Ryan put on a show. He's only 17. Young buck right there. Turok, who is in the finals right now, 16 years old, and he's been on an offensive craze today. Bugga made a good run. He likes Acuna as well. I really recommend you all follow these folks, by the way. If you don't follow their channels here on the Twitch machine, I recommend checking them out. A lot of them stream and play the game at the high level regularly. And you could check them out and, you know, maybe dive deep into their strategy and what they're thinking and doing. And we got a cool bunch of people here. The fact that Brenton Doyle's his favorite card is something. And yeah, it's cool to see this mix of players. I love these graphics, by the way. But like, I do recommend following these guys. And while we have this downtime, I would check them out. Cafe Loves BR is still streaming right now. I think Turok is probably streaming too. Yes, he is. We'll be watching their perspectives, or Turok's perspective, in the finals once we get there. But unfortunately, we are in a delay still here in this game between KJ and Cafe. And we'll be getting going here, hopefully in just a few here. I will say, while things are working out, we're kind of just sitting here in standby. So I'm going to quickly take a 5-minute break before we get going here again. As soon as things get going again, we'll get the camera going and get you all in the loop with what's happening. Right now, we're kind of just sitting here waiting for things to happen. So we're gonna let the ESL folk and the players resolve the situation and get the game going again. And we'll be back in just a few with the final part of this tournament. So yeah, I will be back in just a few minutes, and hopefully by the time we come back, things are going again. So yeah, we'll be right back. I do have to set this up quickly though. Almost forgot that. There we go. All right, everyone. Things are getting going again. Things are getting going. They are going to be resuming the game. We pull this up. This is what we're looking for. Cafe and KJ are getting back into their game. But yeah, things are getting going now. The score is going to be a little confusing. It's technically a 17-9 game on this bottom corner right now. With Chipper Jones should be coming up in this inning. 17-9 game with the bases empty. And Mike Soroka on the bump. So we got to treat this game as if this is a 17-9 game. And they're going to quickly get out. So they get Chipper up with the bases empty. And here he is. So 17-9 is your score right now. And one pitch, perfect line out to short. And what? Just want to double check the inning in particular that we're at. I think it's like the 7th or 8th inning right now. We're in the latter part of this game too. So, this, depending on how things go here, they had 17-9 game, just a few innings left. I mean, KJ does have a chance to come back. You never know what can happen here, especially in a brand new scenario here. But we've got only a few innings for him to have that chance. Yeah. So right now, CBR is Cade, and he's the one up 17-9. He has 17, and 925 is KJ Guinea Pig, and it is 17-9 top to bottom on your scoreboard down there. So yeah, apologies for the confusion. I'd love to set up a little graphic thing, but you only have a couple innings left in this game, so I don't think there's really any benefit in me doing that. I do have the clip that I can, I'm going to double check the clip of when the DC happened. And I'll check to see which inning it is, just to get clarification. But it's definitely one of the last couple innings. No doubt about it. We're in the last, 7th or 8th inning here. 17-9 score. 2 outs here already. Sixth inning. My bad. So this is right now bottom of the 6th inning. So I'm going to keep on saying that out loud so I remember it. So bottom 6, 2 outs. 17-9 game. Inning over. Cafe still up 17-9. Top 7 now. Only 3 innings for KJ to try to rally back. And this is the thing. Disconnects like this suck. Nobody wants this to happen. Whether you're in the position of being in an advantage or not, you kind of got to mentally reset. And you kind of got to keep the foot on the gas here. Never know what happens in just a couple innings of work here with how good these hitters are. Like a 9-run lead is very possible. But if you're Cafe, you probably want to just not even let that be an option. Get a few runs here, run away with this game, and get yourself in the finals to match up against Torok. But obviously, these things are very much easier said than done. But yeah, here we are. We got a couple innings left, and if you are just tuning in, some of you were probably watching when we were with Thuni before. And if you've been paying attention to this full 3-game series, there's been a bit of a dynamic shift halfway through game 2, where game 1 was a blowout offensive showing for KJ Guinea on your bottom right corner. Game 2, the first half was an absolute shootout. 40 runs were scored in those first couple innings. As Adley's going to hit that out. 18-9 for Cafe. He wants to get in mercy territory for sure. And then in this game, this entire game has been a little bit more of a pitch off, like the second half of the last game. But Cafe has turned it up over these last 2 or 3 innings. He's found it again and has been scorching hot at the dish. 19-9 game, top 7 right now. I know the scoreboard is lying to you, but that is where our score is at right now. Also, is that bracket not updated? I'll make sure to fix that if it isn't. But yeah, that is our score. Does Ellie have that one? No, he does not. This should be our bracket here. Oh, the first 2 quarterfinals. So yeah, Turok is in the finals waiting right now in the semifinals. I'll quickly update the bracket here. Should be the same link, but command edit bracket. There's our updated bracket. If you type an extra way bracket, that should take you there. It should be the right one. Yeah, day 2. That's what you want. So like, yeah, Turok's waiting in the finals. Been waiting a little bit here for this series to finish. This series has gone the distance here. A lot of runs scored. Full 3 games. Turok had a great showing in 2 games. Mercied in both of his wins. And he has been on fire so far today. And it'll be interesting to see whoever matches up with him in the finals here, if they'll be able to keep up, or if the bats will still be going the same way for him. It's going to be a little bit of a crazy final, I bet. Anyone advance to the semifinals? I think that might just... Turok should be advanced in the semifinals. He's waiting the grand finals right now, but Cafe and KJ are still in the semis. That's what's showing on my end. So that's what it should be showing. I don't know what's going on if that's not showing right on your end, but that's what's going on here. We're in the semis still, waiting for these 2 to finish up. But of course, BMK, of course. I appreciate you letting me know. Keeping me in the loop of things. But yeah, here we are. 2 out runner here for KJ, bottom 7th. Yeah, chat, if things don't update in your bracket, make sure you refresh the page. That's just the word that I got. So gotta make sure you keep that refreshed, because it should update automatically. Just sometimes you gotta refresh it yourself. But yeah, we're in the back end of this series here. It's become a 19-9 game here. Top 7th. If Cafe gets this out, he gets the Mercy, he wins the series, but Guinea's gonna keep on fighting. 2 straight runners on here. 2 out battle here. Trying to avoid the Mercy. 19-9 score here in the bottom of the 7th means if this inning ends right here with the same score, that's a Mercy win for Cafe, and then they'll quit. But all it takes is 1 run for KJ to stay in this game, and he definitely can score that 1 with that runner easily on second. You kind of just got to find a sinker or a cutter over the plate, try to find some, send it up the middle at the very least. And he's early on in the wave 4-seam. That's going to be routine for Ronald Acuna, and that should be a 19-9 Mercy win for Cafe Loves BR. What a showing in that final game for him. GG's to both those guys. We had a little bit of a delay with the disconnect that occurred, unfortunately. But Cafe kept the bats going, really heated up in that last half of the game, and nobody wants a disconnect or anything to happen, but it happened, and they managed to get it set up and get going, and Cafe comes out and finishes the job. GG's to both Guinea and Cafe. Appreciate them being patient and getting things set up again while the disconnect occurred. Like you said, nobody wants a disconnect to occur. That is the least ideal scenario here. But they were patient, made it work out, and we now have our 2 finalists. And right now for Cafe and Turok, they both secured at least 2nd place, meaning they at least secured $1,000. There's a $5,000 prize pool today in this community tournament. And all of these players playing today are going out with some sort of money. We have the top 4 to 8 get $250. 3rd and 4th get $500. And these 2 are at least getting $1,000 for 2nd place. 1st place, though, gets $2,000. So This is a $1,000 best of 3 series of MLB The Show here. Both Cafe and Turok have hit well today. Cafe especially has some momentum after that last half of the series versus KJ. And it's been a fun series. That was a fun series to watch, but also now we're at the nearly 5-hour mark of playing. How much is exhaustion coming into play? Turok has just been kind of chilling, taking batting practice, getting ready to lock in. Is he going to still have it after waiting for a bit? It's going to be tough to tell, but let's have some fun. Since we're at our final game, let's do a channel point prediction. If you guys don't know about channel points, those little points in the bottom left of your chat, you could spend and take some guesses on who we're going to have win here. I'm going to put a poll here. Who do you think wins the finals? And it's between Turok, who is the team that's been waiting here in the finals for the other series to finish. And then you've got Cafe Loves BR, who just took down KJ, Guinea Pig, and put up a good showing in that last series. So putting the answer in the poll, you'll have 2 minutes to vote. And with those channel points on normal streams, not streams where I'm commentating like this, we have like sound effects. We have different things you can get with those channel points, more than just a few that you see in there. And it's always fun to do some channel point gambling and have some fun with taking guesses at who wins. And I want to see what you guys think. Who do you guys think gets the win? Turok or Cafe? I don't know if I have a pick right now, but I have to say, Turok has been scorching hot. He's been crushing the baseball. His last round were both Mercy Rule wins, which could be definitely a tough one to play against or pick against. But also Cafe took down KJ, who also was destroying the baseball for a while, made some great adjustments on the mound, and found a way to make it work. While a lot of these games earlier were so much of sinker, cutter, throwing him over the plate, and these hitters were crushing it, some more of the pitching kind of came out in that second half of that series. So if he pitches like that, you might be able to limit Turok and stop him from scoring a bunch. But what Cafe did well was make the adjustments that KJ made adjustments to him, and shifting from the sinker cutter all the time to a lot of four seams and other pitches, especially those down away changeups. He had a bunch of homers on down away changeups on great swings. So it's gonna be interesting to see. We got a good dynamic of players going on here in the finals as we're heading right to the 5-hour mark. And I have to say, if any of you have been chilling here for the 5 hours, whether you're with me or Thuni, I do appreciate you hanging out with me. It's fun hopping on here, commentating. At the end of the day, for an event like this, and for me to even be here, it's fun to just be on here, hang out, and watch these players compete. None of it happens for the folks at ESL who are helping run this bracket today, the folks at MLB The Show for having me take part in this tournament with them, the players who have all taken part and put on an absolute show today. Tip of the cap to them. And I really recommend following all these folks who have played today. But also a bunch of players who have been going live this last year in the community who are very competitive focused players. And as someone who is just a fan of esports and watching competitive MLB The Show, I really recommend following these top player types on their Twitch channels. There are also a bunch on Kick too, if you like Kick. And it's cool to see how this community of top players have been growing bit by bit. And the fact we have Cafe Loves BR, someone who has destroyed the scene this year, and we got Turok, is going to be a little bit of a wild finals here. I'm excited to watch, and they're actually getting going now. I guess I should also mention before we get into these finals here, the championship series will also be going down here soon. The finals, I mean, the championship series is getting going here soon. If you're someone who's a competitor and wants to sign up, screenshot this, save the date, and make sure you check out these qualifiers. Me and Thuni and Yayo and Wiz Enrique and JX Gaming are going to be live throughout these weekends covering qualifiers and stuff. And yeah, I'm excited to see how this event goes on, especially watching the players compete today. The itch to watch the competition is there. And speaking of watching the competition, here we are. Game number 1. Let me just fix that series in the corner. We're in a nothing blank slate best of 3 series between Turok and Cafe Loves BR. I'm excited to see how this one goes. Also, I want to see that poll. 72% of the channel points went towards Turok. I respect it. Turok has been on fire offensively. I like sticking with the hot hand. He's also gone flawless 20 times, which is insane behavior. Wow, what a swing from Cafe to start off. He's going to need to swing like that. Turok has been crushing it. And that is how you get going. A perfect with Mickey Mantle on an inside sinker. It's been interesting because Turok's been rocking Marcus Stroman. I didn't get a chance to talk about him much. And Stroman had been doing solid enough for him for a while, but Cafe starting off with a bomb is what you want to see out of this series. I think if Cafe gets the bats going, this series is going to be really sweaty between both these guys. I think no matter what, it'll be sweaty between them, but I think Cafe has to hit like he did, especially in that latter half of last series, because Turok has been great. But yeah, game one, already 1-0 for Cafe. That'll be a lazy fly out. Center cut cutter that you just got underneath. These are best of 3 series. This is a best of 3 at this point. All of today's series are best of 3. So this is a best of 3 for $1,000 basically. Both of them have guaranteed 1,000 by placing in the top 2. And now we're in the home stretch here of that. I mean, we're starting with the top 2. First place gets 2,000. So this series is $1,000 series, which is very cool to see. Very cool to see stakes this high, and especially, you know, getting to the top 2 is huge because netting out with $1,000 instead of 500 or 250 definitely changes things. But now that there are double the stakes here, I'm interested to see how these two perform with that. Are they going to keep things going? Are they going to change things up? It seems like Cafe is still crushing the baseball. Really good swing. You got to tip the cap to Cafe. He's done a great job today, especially in these latter half of games here in that second series versus KJ, of slowing down to the away stuff, whether it's an away cutter or an away changeup, and hitting him out of here to the opposite field, which is tough to do that along with hitting the fastballs. And he's put up some great swings, and we're talking about how things were a little slow. We're trying to keep up with KJ, but he's done a great job of adjusting on the mound and putting up some great swings at the plate, adjusting to what KJ did last series. So these series, I think why I like these 3-game series, is you kind of have time for the opponents to learn what they're doing, make some changes in their strategy. If that were the start off the last series, I think he would have been swinging at everything close. But there's a little bit more of a strategy with hitting here, with guessing pitches or guessing the opponent's strategy on the mound. And that's how he even considers taking a down-in fastball like that. But bounces right back after a strikeout, pokes a single with Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker, by the way, has been beating that shift all day today. I feel like if I'm facing that Kyle Tucker, I am turning off that shift, because he just keeps on poking those singles to that right side of second base that isn't really covered. And he gets on base for Adley, and Adley had been hitting that to left center gap last game, but just a little bit behind on that good old Randy Johnson slider. But 2 runs is a solid start if you're Cafe. It's now just a question is, can you contain Turok? With how Turok's been hitting, he's been putting up football scores nearly every game he's played today. So will he be able to control that? 2-run first is a solid start. But, oh man, inside sinker, and he demolishes it. Man, just the reaction time to be all over that, even still, 5 hours into playing, is kind of crazy. And literally, right as he gives up 2 runs in the first, Turok bounces back with a perfect of his own to start off the inning. Good old Mike Soroka making a few appearances here today, by the way. If there's anything you've learned, what a pitch. Got him the inside cutter. Got to expand that zone. If you're someone looking for a starting pitcher to try on the Hall of Fame land here, you may want to consider Mike Soroka. A little bit of that overhand release. Got that sinker cutter mix. And the way that those balls come into the zone from that arm slot make it a little tough to read if those are going to dot the black or going to go outside in terms of those sinkers and cutters. And he's been a pretty big favorite, but holy smokes, Turok demolishes an up and in cutter. That's going to be the name of the game for Turok, just destroying the inside fastballs. And I feel like if I'm facing him, I'm not throwing many of those in the zone because he has just been all over them. Like, we were watching him pitch against Bugga, and Bugga, I don't know if it's because he didn't know what to pitch to him or what was going on, a lot of sinkers and cutters in the zone, and Turok was punishing them every time. So insane. And literally, right as he falls behind 2-0, he's up 3-2. And a great take on an away four seam. That's a tough one to take. There's just a good mix of, like, great swings on pitches. Like, that's a great swing on an away sinker. There's, like, a mix of, like, a great approach of crushing the pitches that he needs to hit and then taking the pitches just outside of the zone. It's been a crazy hitting approach. And here on the World of Hall of Fame for these legend-level players who are so good at it, being able to do this still on Hall of Fame is pretty impressive. It's a completely different world for a lot of these guys because they're so good at legend difficulty and pushing for top 50 that having to slow down and adjust to Hall of Fame is sometimes its own game. And the fact that he's starting off with a 5 spot here is crazy. And he's spitting on that sinker. That's crazy. Tough takes, man. Got inside cutter there. Was just late on it, though. I think that's going to have to be the pitch. If you're going to throw that cutter, you could throw it, but throw that off the plate. Try to get him to expand that zone a bit. And we're back to Randy Johnson on the bump for Cafe. I mean, not for Cafe, for Turok. Started Marcus Stroman. But is brought in Randy Johnson out of the bullpen. And we all know the game of Randy Johnson at this point. Outlier four seams. Slider slurves in the mix. What a swing from Juan Soto. Lefty on a down and away four seam, and he's all over it. It's one of those things with Randy Johnson where you have to hit the fastballs because the sliders and slurves are gross and people don't hang them too often. When you get that fastball and you're ready for it, you have to hit it. And the Cafe absolutely did there. Oh, my Lord. But it's just so crazy. We're in the second inning. You have a 3-5 game. This is shaping up to be one of those big scoring games like we had earlier. With how Turok's hitting, he seems very tough to pitch to. And Cafe is keeping the foot on the gas, crushing that fastball. Gets a very early swing on an inside fastball. What pitch do you go after? Goes to the inside two-seam, trying to get him to expand that zone, be even earlier on it. But a good take. 2-1 count. Now going away with the four-seam. Good pitch. I think he was expecting a away slider, but he was a little behind on it. Now 2-2. What do you throw? Another away four-seam. 2 pitches he was late on an away fastball. I wonder if he's sitting back on a slider, waiting for him to throw one of those in the zone. But he goes 2 four-seams, fights him off, takes a great inside two-seam. 3-2 count with Kyle Schwarber. What do you go to? Tries to go front door slider. Good takes. Great at bat from Cafe there. Even though he didn't have the best read in those away pitches, he did a great job of taking the pitches that were close. That slider, for example, is really tough to take. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Is if Cafe is going to be able to keep up offensively. I feel like Turok has shown no evidence of slowing down right now. And Cafe has hit in these where he can keep up with them. So is he going to be able to keep up or take a lead? What a take. That's a tough pitch to take. Either that was a great take or he got buckled and got lucky. That was a great two-seam, though. Great spot to locate that. And he went high slider. That high slider with Randy Johnson is so tough. It is so tough to tell. Whew. Gotta drink some water, chat. My voice is dying here. We've been speaking for 5 hours and 15 minutes. But here we are in the finals, $1,000 at stake here. Winner of these finals getting $2,000 for first place. And oh my, Cafe gets another fastball and crushes it. Gets that two seam and keeps it fair. That's not an easy thing to do when you're trying to hit that outlier four seam from Randy to slightly slow down to the 97, and he crushed it. Really good swing from Ronald Acuna there. It's a 5-5 game just like that. Fastball right down the middle. I think he wants that one back. Just a little late on the four seam underneath the PCI with Chipper Jones. It's a pitch you want to hit. You want to take that swing all day, but just missed it. Now, is Cafe going to be able to pitch to Turok? Is he going to be able to muster up a 1 or 2 run or maybe scoreless inning here? And start off in the inside down and in four seam. What a take. How do you... Man, it's honestly tough to try to read. Like, what is Turok's approach here? What pitches is he looking for? He is spitting on those pitches, and you've not seen that much today of players showing this much patience. 3-0 count. Dot of a sinker. It's a good pitch. Now, what do you go to? 3-1. Gonna go away four seam, up and away. Good spot. 3-2 count now. Gonna go 3-2 down in the way. Cutter. Try to dot it on the black. A good pitch. Yeah, I think that's gonna have to be the test. Is that Turok's been dominating on those inside fastballs. You've got to start sprinkling in like sinkers off the plate and on the hands. Cutters away. Try to get his eyes inside and get him dialed up for the high velocity. And then you go to an away pitch or like a pitch like that looks like a sinker enough to get a foul ball. You're at a point with him with how well he's hitting. You're trying to get strikes and then put some pressure on him like that. What a sequence. What a tunnel of 2 pitches from Cafe going to the high circle change. Gets in the zone, gets him early on it. Then bounces back with a sinker in the same arm slot. And gets a really late swing on someone who has been dominating on inside fastballs today. And I think that's going to have to be the name of the game for Cafe. He did it versus KJ a bit in the previous series where he made some great adjustments on the mound through the right pitches at the right time and was able to neutralize his bat a bit and run away with that final game. He's going to need to keep doing that against Turok here because Turok has just been an offensive powerhouse today. He's starting to throw some interesting pitches, high sinkers. Dot of a four seam there, great pitch. Now going to go away cutter, tunnel off of that four seam. Almost dots it. Now going to go to the slider in the same... Wow. I will say, Cafe is definitely trying to tunnel these pitches. Throw them in the same arm slot. Try to mess with Turok's timing a bit in. Honestly, that's the right pitch to throw there. He just missed a spot. It just ended up center cut. That's the only risky part of aiming that slider near the corner is that part gets pretty big there. And you have a great chance of hanging something. There he goes. 2-1 count. Trying to battle back. And this at bat gets an inside fastball. He's late on it. In fact, he's a four seam. He's late on that. He's all over if it's a cutter. Great take on a down away circle change. But I like the pitch. Now I'm going to go to the changeup again. Little higher this time. And wow. That's just an impressive swing from Turok. Tough pitch to sit back on. Makes a really good adjustment to not be ready for the sinker there. Be ready for the circle change. Sit back on it. Just slap it down the line. And it's like these pitching mind games are going to be things you got to keep an eye out on here, especially if you're Cafe. That's what you're going to need to do to try to minimize Turok's bats. If he keeps us at like a 2-run inning, I think he would take that all day. He has a chance to get right back into this game and tie it up. But it's just been so tough. You got to find ways to constantly minimize damage versus him. And he's just falling behind these at-bats a bit. And Turok's taking some great close pitches. Oh, if he almost dotted that. And now you've got Jose Ramirez up with 2 runners on. Early on a down and in slider. Now going to go away sinker. That ball definitely did not go where it was supposed to. Ooh, he challenges him away. Fastball gets him early on it. Good pitch. I think this is something that the way that Cafe's pitching is honestly something I could pretty much relate to when I'm playing these really good hitters. That's a lot of how you got to pitch to them. These great hitters like Turok, the muscle memory on inside fastballs and stuff is so good. You can't get away with throwing inside sinkers and cutters and four seams in on the black all the time. You got to constantly shuffle up your pitches, mess with their swing timing a bit, maybe get them to expand the zone. And Cafe's doing a great job of that. Got to give credit. I mean, it sounds a little crazy to say, like, man, Turok, he's minimizing Turok to 7 in 2 innings. But here at Laughing Mountain, very hitter-friendly park and Hall of Fame, where Turok's been crushing it, he's at least finding ways to get outs with it. And he's battling on the offensive side of the dish against the big unit, crushing the four-seam fastball. What a swing from Kyle Tucker. He's been all over those four-seam fastballs away, lefty. And on the other hand, he's crushing the inside two seams whenever he gets them. He's reading those fastballs really well from Randy right now. And those sliders and serves have not been too competitive for Turok, not many of them reaching the zone. That was one that he probably wants back. But this is a great game. This is like this like story of like this matchup here. It's so interesting because Cafe's been crushing it, but there's a little bit more of like I feel like there's more of a meticulous strategy thing. You camp that PCI inside, sat on that pitch. That's a great swing. While someone like Turok is so automatic, he's so built on the muscle memory and crushing every pitch that gets near the zone. Like you got these are how the two sides of players battle. You have these different archetypes of players who are these top players, and someone like Turok is just got such great reaction and great PCI placement consistently. Cafe's game has got to be countering that. And he's fighting in these at-bats, crushing the mistakes whenever he gets them. And it's been a very impressive showing. He is considering putting in Jackie Robinson here, I think. He's going to stick with Ellie, though, from the looks of it. Probably what I would do, too. You've got the 99 speed, the max contact versus left. The main benefit of Jackie Robinson is you're getting larger vision, and that larger vision can help you out with a bigger outer PCI or more foul balls. Is that larger vision makes those general timing windows bigger, so you have more of like a window of success. Someone like Ellie De La Cruz with like 96 vision might have a little bit more extreme timings or a little more swing and miss in his game with the vision, even though it shouldn't be too bad with 96. It's definitely a factor. So you got to respect the decision being made. We'll see if that develops over the game here, but here we go. Bottom 3. Turok back in the dish here in this less saturated version of Laughing Mountain. 7-7 ball game. This has, I think, been the most pressure Turok's really seen. His Cafe's keeping up with them. He's putting some pressure on the mound. 2 quick outs. And yeah, I think Turok right now just has to be a little bit more patient again. He just put up 2 swings that were not really great swings like he's had earlier. He's got out 2 quick times to start off the inning. I think now you got to see if he adapts his approach a bit. Does he try to be a little bit more patient, see more pitches, try to guess where he's getting attacked? But as he does that, he's down very quickly. 0-2 to Mike Soroka. What pitch is he going to see here? High four seam. I like the pitch. I almost would want to go inside sinker in on the hands. He goes away cutter. He's sticking away with him a good bit this at bat. Doesn't want to challenge him inside. Goes away again. And he's challenging him away a lot because he's having a tough time getting the right timing that away pitch. He's been pretty consistently late on him. And he threw a slider. That probably wouldn't have been the pitch to throw. He kind of fell right into that timing. He had 2 down and away cutters he was late on. that slider being a little slower than the cutter, he could swing that exact same time, but find more good timing since the slider's slower. So maybe not the pitch I would have gone to. I maybe would have changed the eye level and gone inside with a sinker, but it is only a single, which, yeah, I guess you will take at this point, but you've now got 2 outs and 3 straight balls to Mike Trout. It'll be a 4-pitch walk, and went from being 1 out away from getting out his inning. And now you might have to take out Mike Soroka. He's thrown 63 pitches, 30 balls. Very crazy. It's so crazy that we're at a point where honestly, like, the throwing 30 balls there isn't the worst thing in the world. He's not giving up homers. He's not giving up runs on those walks. But he's now giving up another single with Aaron Loop now in the pen. And this is not a matchup you want to see. Ronald Acuna Jr. versus Aaron Loop. It's only going to be a single, though. He's minimizing the home runs, but Turok's doing a great job of keeping batting the ball, putting up good swings. But again, these are just pitches that are finding the zone. I think you gotta start throwing cutters in on the hands, sinkers just below the zone. See if you get him to expand a dot of a sinker. Great pitch to get out of it. A 1-run inning out of Turok there is huge. Cafe might have a chance to put up a crooked number this inning and take a solid lead. And yeah, this is such an interesting matchup. Like, this is what's so cool about MLB The Show esports, man. Is just the different archetypes of player. Like, someone like Turok is just so insane with the bats. He is such a reactionary based hitter. When things were going well, he was hitting everything. He put up some of the biggest scoring games in the tournament today. He's making Hall of Fame look like rookie difficulty at points. But he might have met his match with Cafe here, because Cafe's been a little bit more strategic with his pitching. He's made some adjustments on the mound, trying to read where Turok is at the dish, and he's working some really good at bats and stuff. So it's been fun to watch this series, because you have 2 completely different types of players just battling at it. And I think the difference of this game is just going to be whoever puts up the biggest inning first. They're keeping up with the scoring with each other. It's going to be whoever could put up that one really big inning potentially. And if that doesn't happen, it's just going to be who can minimize the other's damage for a while. And this game is going to get sweaty as we get going. And I think a lot of these dudes might put a lot of their energy here into game number 1, because that beginning series momentum is huge. And that's also huge. If you are Cafe, you get Randy Johnson out of the game. He's one of those pitchers that, like, if things get going for him, he could ride that momentum for 4, 5, 6 innings out of the bullpen. You get Randy out early. You get Adam Ottavino. But that's a great sinker. Right as you get Randy out of the game, you get a great sinker from Adam Ottavino. And that's inning over just like that. Scoreless inning for Cafe. Turok does a good job of getting to a little bit of trouble, but getting out of it right after. Hello, chat. What's up, Winey? What's up, Nick A? What's up, Coyote? How we doing? I am 5'9", thank you very much. I am definitely not 5'2". I promise you that. I have to say, though, the fact that Cafe is pitching really effectively against Turok here, as crazy as it sounds, like, 8 runs, only giving up 8 here in the 4th, has been extremely effective in comparison to a lot of these other teams. He's actually inducing outs far more. I don't want a commentator jinx. I'm going to knock on wood. But this has been a very solid pitching performance from him. He's getting them to chase outside his zone a bit. His timing's been a little bit off. Wow, that hit him? It looked like it was going over the zone for a while. That's crazy. Man. Somewhere in the virtual world of MLB The Show, Tim Anderson might be celebrating after seeing that. But J-Ram is on with a chance to add some insurance with Hammer and Hank up here to max splits for his left. Good adjustment from Twarok to take that inside cutter in on the hands. A tough pitch to take with it going across the body, and then center cut sinker he's just slightly off on. And that's going to be a double play to end the inning. A scoreless inning out of the blue as both players made adjustments on the mound, trying to gauge their opponents and where they're at right now. And now is where, like, when you have these games develop and innings keep going, players making adjustments on the mound at the dish is the game at this point. You have this constant battle back and forth. What is one person doing? What's the person not doing? Trying to read your opponents. And this is where the individual managerial decisions, this is where each individual swing start to matter in these middle parts of the game. And pitching's starting to make more of a play here, which hasn't really been a factor for some of these dudes for a lot of this tournament. Twarok going those up and in cutters across the body, getting some early swings. Cafe hasn't really sat back enough on those yet. They're tough pitches to take. He throws across his body. Tough to read when that sinker's going off the zone, but he gets that sinker over the plate and crushes it. What a swing. What a swing. Cafe is still crushing those sinkers whenever they get center plate. What a swing. He has just been scoring all of his runs. Solo homer, solo homer, solo homer. Just crawling back into this game over and over. And we're tied just like that yet again. And it seems like after that home run, he's just getting a good read on Adam Ottavino. Having a tough time finding the zone. Swings 3-0 at a down in sinker. He was sitting dead red on. Also, Zazzy, I don't want to talk about it. I do this thing sometimes where I just repeat, when I just repeat words, I just merge words together. And I promise you that's not what I want to say. Hello, Brooks. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Diabetes. How we doing, fellas? Sorry, chat. I'm in very much commentator mode here. I think watching games and stuff like this is a really fun opportunity to share some insight on the game and break down what's going on. And I really want to focus on that. So if I miss any messages or don't respond or anything, I do apologize. I do love keeping up with chat and stuff. And I'm usually seeing the messages being said. Is I am in commentator mode here. I really wanted to spend today to really nail a good broadcast for you all. So I hope you all have been having a good time watching me break down these games. Hopefully you've learned something. You know, my goal for this, especially, that's going to be a ground out to end the inning, is not, I mean, the gameplay is incredibly entertaining with these dudes, watching these constant high scoring back and forth games. But I hope I could share some insight and maybe you learn something out of it. You know, maybe there's a little bit of tidbit of advice or something that at least helps you understand what's going on here. Because I think the nitty gritty of these comp games is so fun. It really is. And I really have to say, shout out to all of the players who have taken part. We're in the finals here, and there was a great 8 players who took part today. All players who put on a show. They're, at the end of the day, they're the ones who are the competitor. They're the ones who are really putting on the show here. I'm just here to try to maybe add some insight or put them in the spotlight. And that's why we do events like this and MLB The Show. It's been a blast watching these dudes. So shout out to all of these players who have been absolutely killing it. And now that we're in this final series, best of 3, we're already in game 1, 5th inning, 8-8 sweaty. I think we've got a great final in store. Twarok just missed that. I will say, you got to really give credit to Cafe. He has Twarok entirely out of his element these last few innings. He's done a great job of getting some off PCIs, some swings that have not been great timing. And for someone like Twarok, who was putting up 10, 20 runs earlier, it's impressive to see a great pitching performance like this. Is Cafe gonna crush another 4-seam fastball Oppo Taco for Ellie De La Cruz, and I think he has his first lead of the game. Cafe has just been destroying the four-seam fastball, or really any variation of the fastball, whether it's a sinker or a cutter that gets over the plate, and that is extremely impressive to do here 5.5 hours into the day. Me just watching these games and talking to you guys makes me want to just turn off the lights and take a 2-hour nap. But we've got Cafe dominating fastballs 5.5 hours into playing MLB The Show. It's just insanity. And I'll tell you what, from me competing back in the day, being able to consistently perform offensively, keep up with all these goons, is so tough to do over the length of time. When you're sitting at your desk for a while, and, you know, especially someone like Cafe who has gone the distance in a lot of his series. I think he's gone the distance in both of his series so far. If I look back at the bracket here, it is tough playing all of these 9-inning ranked games throughout the day. That's crushed by Acuna to the corner. Another sinker gets crushed. Runners on second and third with 1 out, no reason to send them. Yeah, Cafe has gone to the brink each series. And also got to talk about this, as that's going to be a 2-run single for Chipper. 11-8 for Cafe. He is on fire. In all of the series for Cafe today, he has gone all 3 games. In his first series, he played against Tier Ryan. If I remember correctly, I think, who was it that won game 1? Was it Cafe or was it Ryan? But I know in game 2, the knuckleballer got whipped out, and those dudes had a Matt Waldron battle in game 3 back then that he managed to claw out and come out with the win. He did a good job of adjusting to Matt Waldron. I think, if I remember correctly, Ryan won game 1. Really good performance in game 1. Cafe bounced back game 2. And then won game 3, if I recall. My memory could be wrong, though. But Cafe's just on fire. You can't get this man out. A cutter to King Tuck. And he pulls it out. This is what you sign up for. You play here at Laughing Mountain, a fly ball like that hitting 90 miles an hour always has a chance to leave. That's the name of the game here at Laughing Mountain. 5,000 elevation here in the daytime, here in Hall of Fame with legend difficulty players. They're gonna just try to hit deep fly balls over and over again, and some of them like that will eventually leave. And Cafe just went from this game being tied to being up 7. Another center cut sinker that Turok just leaves over the plate. And oh my, Cafe is on fire. This is just... He has these spurts. This is another one of them. It's a bit like the last game he had versus KJ, where KJ got off to a good start. He clawed back. It's been a battle. And there's a couple innings where things kind of slow down. In that latter half of the game, Cafe just finds something that clicks and just puts up a crooked number in an inning. And this game was 8-8. He was down in this game early on, and he just been consistently scoring bit by bit. He hasn't really had the same innings as often as like KJ did and Turok has, where he's had like 10-run innings, but he's consistently scoring something and has this occasional inning where he scores 3, 4, 5. And this is a great showing. Game 1 against Turok, he's found a way to minimize his bats. His foot is on the gas, and he's destroying the baseball, especially being the away team here game 1. He is in a great spot, and we've talked about this a bit, since this is a theme with these good players, is now just like that, Cafe's been crushing it so much, he's getting close to mercy territory. That's going to be an RBI double for Kyle Schwarber that actually stays in good measure, since that'll score him from first. One swing, and Cafe is in mercy territory. And when these opportunities arise, when you have a chance to end the game and finish in a mercy rule, even when you're a couple runs within, you have to take advantage of that opportunity, because especially here, especially with Turok, no lead is safe. So you've got to ride this momentum you have right now, try to slam this game shut, get in the mercy territory as soon as you can, and hope you get it done. Because the longer this game lasts, the longer you give a chance for Turok to put up a big inning, and he absolutely can. So while some people may look at this as, an 8-run lead, maybe there's not that much of a chance he blows it, that absolutely is not the mentality these players have here. They're looking to end this game. They want the mercy. They know no lead is safe. And he's absolutely going to keep on sweating at bats here with Mickey Mantle, looking to get that 18-run mark so he could get into the mercy territory. And that's a great take on an inside cutter. A tough pitch to take from Camilo Doval. Now you've got 2 runners on for Ronald Acuna. And I'm interested to see, is a sinker or a cutter going to end up over the plate? And if it does, Cafe's been all over him. Great take on an inside sinker there. And it feels like this inning, Turok just hasn't really known what to pitch. That's going to be a down and away slider. He pokes it down the line. It's off the wall. That's going to be the 18th run. He is running around the bases. And 2 RBI triple for Ronald Acuna. What a swing. Those down the way sliders can be tough. And especially when you get 2 straight inside sinkers ready for the high velocity, and then you come back with an away slider, it is really difficult to sit back and poke that down the line. And that's just an incredible swing on a really difficult pitch to hit. And now, just like that, Cafe's got a chance 3 outs away from a potential mercy. And that swing right there has to be a tell if you're Cafe. He is so early on in the way cutter. Is that going to stay fair? It stays foul by 3 feet. Wow. Well, we'll have to look back to that one. Turok's having a tough time reading the zone right now, I feel like. He's definitely dialed up fastball. Ooh, that one caught the plate. Well, he got his homer anyway. That's one of those cutters that you definitely want further in on the hands. It definitely caught the plate. I don't think he wanted that to. And Turok has been all over that pitch. That's like I think there's like a cardinal rule with how this tournament's going today, that you don't throw an up and in cutter to him, because he's just been all over him. And here we go, man. Turok's getting going. 2 straight runs. And I think at this point, interesting decision to take out Aaron Loop. He did hang a changeup there. Ooh, that pitch teleported. That is not what you want to see. I think that pitch ends up there because of the connection. That was a perfect pinpoint. If you don't know, if you play this game, sometimes pitches like that will teleport and not go where they're meant to go on perfect pinpoints, especially when the connection is at play. And that was definitely not what you want when you're trying to get Turok out and try to get yourself a mercy, because now he has a 3rd home run. Now, just like that, it's a 7-run game. He's creeping back. Something you definitely don't want to see, but, and especially with these games and hitters like Turok, what a changeup. That's the pitch you throw more. Great changeup from Mo. I think a lot of the approach for Turok is the confidence. And when you're swinging it and you're feeling yourself the dish, you start swinging more aggressively and swinging at more pitches. And as long as Cafe's been pitching, he's had them off. He's had his timings off. He's had the PCIs off. You can't let him get confident, or he's going to keep on swinging aggressively, and that'll start to click for him again. So big to get that strikeout, that low changeup. I think the play is going to be like low sinkers, away cutters out of the zone like he's throwing right now, trying to keep Turok's eyes outside the zone. He's now going to go to a down and in changeup from the looks of it. Risky pitch, but it works. He's ready for a sinker. Can't sit back on a changeup. Now he's going to get a high 4-seam. Tough pitch to take, but it works. Now, down the way cutter, going to try to get an early swing, and a really good swing from Turok. Right as Cafe got into mercy territory, Turok bounces back with a 5 spot with only 1 out in the inning. This is what I'm saying. It's like Turok has been hitting so well. It's so tough to keep him down. So maybe if you're... Oh, another really good swing on an away sinker. It's like, do you get to a point where like you just count out the mercy and you try to really focus on your bat still? Because I gotta say, he has been hot offensively. Also, whoa. New pitcher appearance we have not seen today. Gregory Santos coming in out of the bullpen. One of your monthly award relief pitcher cards. Got that 92 mile per hour slider. I feel like that's why he's there. A really fast slider is an underrated pitch in this game. I think people kind of learned that with the current John Donaldson meta. But pitchers who have those sliders in like the high 80s, low 90s, they can be tough to hit sometimes. It's a little bit of a tough pitch to read because it's almost as fast as a lot of cutters, but has a lot more horizontal movement like a lot of sliders do. But good at bat from Turok to take a lot of those pitches. Not expanding that zone, waiting for Cafe to get a pitch in the zone here. Also, now these games are on Hall of Fame for this tournament. So the strategy definitely changes from Hall of Fame to Legend here. And wow, Mike Trout again. Turok has put up 6 straight runs. This is insane, man. This is insanity. To go from being on the brink of being mercied to putting up a 9 spot is insane. There was a point where you could have maybe thought that Cafe had that chance to slam the door shut. And you know what? He bounces right back, Turok does, with 9 straight runs and another perfect from Ronald Acuna. And this is the thing, man. It feels like with Turok right now, once some swings start to connect, he starts to feel a little bit comfortable at the plate. He is all over everything over the plate. And you kind of got to hope he loses that momentum at some point. He's just been all over the baseball here. Like, that's a tough pitch to take. And he gets a fork ball in the zone, sits back on it, and hits it to left on a perfect. An 11-run inning for Turok. And it's 19-18. Just like that, we went from a potential mercy to this. Some people may say commentator jinx. I'm going to be real. You know, I was the one who brought up the mercy because that's kind of what you got to do in these mercy territories. But he has absolutely bounced back and made me look bad. Like, I feel like if you were to someone and you're rooting for the Cafe Loves BR side and you just watch this inning from this commentary, you're probably shaking your fist in the air and say, Scann, why did you mention the mercy? Why couldn't you just let it potentially happen? Because this has just been an insane bounce back inning. And it's been interesting because when you see these players with the pressure on them and different pitchers come into play, we've been seeing Senga a bit. That he might not be someone you would really think be a go-to guy, but that forkball could be a great pitch to go to. And I think when located well, that pitch is also 13 pitches over 100 miles an hour. Are you kidding me? I think with someone like a Senga, you've been seeing him a bit more than expected. And he's been better than expected against these top players on Hall of Fame. You know, if you were someone who was watching this, you might have expected a lot of Randy Johnson every game, lasting a while. Probably see some more of your typical top starters like a Nolan Ryan, maybe, amongst the other guys. We don't have John Donaldson in this event because he's absurdly broken in comparison to other pitchers. So he was banned for this tournament. And you've seen Ohtani come out of the pen here and there, but he's also not been too effective. But you're seeing an interesting mix of pitchers. I mean, We saw the monthly award reliever there, even though he was only there for 3 batters, didn't really work out. It was a wild card decision for Cafe, but it's the type of shot you got to take when you're playing these good players, where sometimes you got to try to put them a little bit out of their element, use a different pitch or someone with a different pitch mix than they're expecting, just to get them off their game. And I think that's the game you kind of got to play if you are if you're Cafe trying to pitch to Torok. You just got to go to someone different. That's smacked by J-Ram. That's going to sit. Another one of those sinkers that ends up center plate. He's crushing it. But yeah, in terms of the Donaldson stuff, it's actually something I had discussion with the folks behind the scene. I helped make the decision. The main problem with John Donaldson is right now it's a meta of every game or most games in ranked. You start a game, you with a reliever, and then you see John Donaldson rest the game and get full energy. In this situation, every pitcher has full energy. So you would see John Donaldson be a very meta option out of the pen because of the high stamina. He'd have full stamina every game in these 9-inning games. You could extend him longer than other starting pitchers out of the bullpen. But the issue is with Ohtani is he's also a factor with the hitting. He's also a hitter that players like to use in their lineups. Not many of these guys are using Ohtani in their lineups, but from watching the other qualifiers and stuff, there are players who were using Ohtani in their lineups. That's crushed by Kyle Tucker, and Cafe's got a lead. And taking away a hitter like that from a lineup is a little tougher than just saying, hey, we can take him out of the bullpen. And also, I think the level of problem Ohtani is out of the bullpen, also with guys like Rube Foster and Hilton Smith, is not as drastic because they aren't as problematic to hit in the game. So I think all those factors come into play of like, hey, let's take out Donaldson because Donaldson would just be very likely spammed out of the bullpen with these players. So like, yeah, it was more of a delicate decision to make. I didn't think the right decision would have just been to ban every two-way player. But yeah, it's hopefully the players were happy with this outcome. If there are some changes, if there's something else that they maybe want to try, maybe they try tinkering with it in another community series as we get going here. I know Wiz Enrique is doing his, Mitch to see if they change anything up for that. Also, yes, good note in the chat from your Anarchy. Kyle Tucker has been incredible for Cafe. He has been a mainstay of that lineup. And I think that's the really cool part about, say, like this content structure and where we're at. Like, there are a lot of great 99s, and someone even like Kyle Tucker can get swept a little bit below the radar because of all of the other cards that get used. The outfield is so stacked. You've got Acuna and Hank Aaron, and Mickey Mantle, and Kyle Tucker, and so many great outfield options. Seeing Kyle Tucker get used, he's been repped all day, and he's been dominating, is been really cool to watch. And like, it comes to show you that everyone has their lineup preferences. And for a lot of these dudes, I have to say, what a play from Mickey Mantle out in center. The differences in their lineups are minimal. A lot of these dudes are taking their lineups very critically. They run that durability captain, so they get all those attributes boosted for these players that follow the theme team. And you have like a pretty similar lineup with those players, especially since these guys are also working to get, what's his face? Ellie De La Cruz and Mickey Mantle, because they have a lot of stubs. But even here, the variety in the lineup is a difference. It is a factor at play. I mean, on Cafe's team, you've got Chipper Jones at third. You got Kyle Tucker in right. You got Mickey Mantle in center field. And Mickey Mantle has been another one who's been on fire. Cafe's been destroying the baseball with them. 21-19 after that scoreless inning. Crazy. And then on the other hand, you've got Turok. He's running Ketel Marte over at second. I forgot if Cafe is as well. You've got J-Ram over at third instead of Chipper Jones. What a swing from Chipper, by the way. Man, it just kind of feels like for Cafe, those like interesting picks, like the ones that are different from Turok, are also making a big difference. Like Kyle Tucker, Chipper Jones, Mickey Mantle. And like on the other hand, like for Turok, I mean, he's got Ketel Marte out at second instead of Jose Ramirez. I don't know. It could just be having a bad memory. I feel like I haven't seen him be as much of a factor. You've got Austin Riley out there as well over at first base. It's been cool seeing the mix of players. And what I'm really interested in is things go on this year and we eventually get to season 6 where all of the cards will be in play. What will those lineups look at the end? You have so many cards in 99s. Lineups are already a bit interesting in this. I'm interested to see how that develops over time. Because the fact that you see Kyle Tucker just dominating is something that like is unique to all the other teams. Kyle Tucker has not been doing this for the other team. 5 for 5 this game. And with how well he's been hitting, I think you're still really confident with him lefty-lefty. I think Tucker's also got really good splits for his lefties anyway. You know, 125 contact left with the boost, 102 power. You're still riding with King Tuck lefty-lefty. You're definitely sitting inside fastball with the Aroldis Chapman on the man, looking to pull one out of here. Oh, he gave him a sinker, got him just laid on a good pitch. King Tuck can actually get out. He got up 6 times this game here in the 8th. We can talk about that real quick. 6 times, 22-19 here in the bottom of the 8th. Craziness. And right as Cafe gets a little bit of a comfortable gap, comes to show you that a 3-run lead is definitely not safe in this scenario. Because Turok could definitely score 3 in a blink of an eye. He came back down 10 in this game. He went from being potentially mercied to scoring 11 runs in an inning. Here we are in the 8th of game number 1 with over 40 runs scored. Insanity. Also really interested to see how Senga does in the mound. What a cutter. What a cutter from Kodai Senga. Very, like a very interesting one to see today actually perform well. Like you could argue Kodai Senga has performed better than a lot of the 99 overalls. And don't let that ERA and whip really fool you, because someone like Turok is going to score a lot of runs on any pitcher in Hall of Fame anyway. But you look at the fact that Senga's getting outs and keeping him in his game. That's something that a lot of other pitchers have not been able to do. And when you have that momentum of a pitcher who's just working a little bit better than the rest, you kind of got to stick with it and hope it keeps going. And, you know, relying on Senga's four-seam, cutter, and forkball seemingly working pretty well for him. But this is one thing you don't really want to do. When you're riding well with the pitcher, you fall behind 2-0. Kind of gives that hitter a little bit of a confidence boost. What pitch do you see 3-0? Gives him the way forkball. Tries to dot it, misses the spot. And just like that, the tying run is up. In the name of Adley Rutschman. And here we go again. Right as a little bit of spot start to miss for Senga. Turok puts up some great takes. Gets ahead in these at-bats. Doesn't really fall into the pressure too much and works a great count. As that's hit high and deep to center field. Mickey Mantle on his way back to the wall. And it's gone. Tie game for Turok. Musters up a 3-run rally. And this is where you start to question keeping in Senga. The thing that's killing him is missing these spots. As he finds a spot there, but Turok crushes it right to first. This is one of those things where it's like, do you keep riding with Senga? Do you hope he just continues to get some bad swings? You hope you could just get ahead in a bat? There's another at bat where he's falling behind 2-0 and Turok start to look for some pitches over the plate. But I think if he walks him here, you take him out. Down in four-seam. Probably goes low forkball now. Ooh, he went to another down in four-seam. That's a crazy challenge. Gets him early on a 3-2 pitch. What do you go to? You go to a forkball. It hangs center cut, though. Is it going to stay in the park? It does. Sometimes that center cut pitch is the best pitch in the game. Crazy enough. And That it was. That got the job done there. But here we go. Top of the 9th. And Cafe starts off hot. Getting one of those fastballs over the plate. Turok actually tried to aim it over the plate. But Cafe demolishes it. Leadoff double for Adley Rutschman. And I'll tell you what, if you thought this game was going to stop in terms of the scoring, I promise you it's not. No lead is safe here. These guys are not done. But Juan Soto again. Another lefty homer for Juan Soto. How many homers in the game is that for Soto? All the, like, right center. The man is a psychopath. 24-22 in the top of the 9th. And he's still going. He is reading Chapman like a book right now. All over every pitch that's in the zone. Man, it is so insane to go through that last inning and to start this inning with a double and a homer. Just right away. And then a perfect single. And this is just game 1. Insanity. These are the offensive back and forths that are so fun to watch. The guys don't stop scoring. This is going to come down to 1 or 2 swings and pitches that these guys just miss. But, like, they're also still constantly scoring. It's so insane. And think about this. This is Hall of Fame difficulty. And you think about, 1% of players make World Series in this community on average. And at this point, these dudes are putting up football scores on a difficulty that stumps most of the community. And if you're wondering why this is not legend difficulty, this is a community tournament. So this difficulty, if we did Hall of Fame difficulty for something like this, oh, Mickey Mantle actually got out. Is that going to be a 2-ball? Okay, that's a big grab. Okay, hold that thought. I'll talk about why it's on Hall of Fame in a moment. Turok keeps it to a 2-run inning. Hits a spot on an inside sinker to Mickey Mantle. You're getting mad. And just like that, Turok bounces back with a solo homer from Frank. He sat back on the forkball. That pitch caught the plate a little too much. I was going to talk about how what's the approach on the mound if you're Cafe. He was falling behind in at bats earlier on before, gets a first pitch strike, but comes back with a forkball, just kind of hangs. And that forkball hangs every time. It feels like Turok's been crushing, and that's a 1-run game. Even though there's been 47 runs, this is a game decided by a difference of 1 right now. And you've got 3 outs to get. What do you do? This is where you got to get the thinking caps on. You're going to go to someone different out of the pen than expected. What do you do? He's deciding right now. His chat is giving him some feedback. They're deciding between, I guess, Greg Maddux, John Franco, Brock Stewart, Patrick Corbin. Man, you just look at the ERAs in these guys. Holy smokes. ERAs are being ruined in this tournament, chat. He's got a bit to decide. He's trying to make it like this is where you take that time and you really think about this. I mean, you've got 2 righties. You've got Ketel Marte. He's gonna go to the righty. It's interesting because I feel like Kenley's got the pitch mix that someone like Turok has been all over in these games. But if he sequences them right, he's got the matchups, and that's crushed to deep right to Acuna. That is a swing that Turok just missed. And now you got that right-handed matchup, and you're going to get a pinch hitter. You got Joe Mauer off the bench. And honestly, if you're Cafe, I think you're so cool with this. You make him try to get another hitter down. Put him in a different scenario here, late game. Try to throw him out of his element a little bit, and he does. 2-1 count here. Great take on a low sinker. That is a very difficult pitch to take. Yeah, John Donaldson is banned from this tournament, yes. Ooh, wow, that's a tough pitch to take. Down and in 4-seam. And Michael Nelson Trout is up with a chance to be your winning run. 24-23 in the bottom of the ninth here at Laughing Mountain. Turok, who has been crushing the baseball all day, versus Cafe Loves BR. What a take. That's a tough call from the blue. 3-1 count in comparison to 2-2. Changes this entire at bat. 3-1 count. He's going away slider and gets a big foul ball. 3-2 count now. Kenley Jansen, what does he go to? Away cutter! That's going to be up the middle to J-Ram! And it's an inning-ending double play! A gutsy pitch from Kenley Jansen gets Turok to roll it over. Literally a difference in one swing. Gets him a little early on an away cutter. A Cafe gets Turok to roll one over. A gutsy pitch. It's a crazy pitch to go to because something like Turok has been all over those fastballs all day. And an incredible pitch from Cafe. Gutsy pitching, but that's the stuff that makes the difference, man. Literally, that game was the difference in one pitch for Cafe Loves BR. And that's just game one, folks. He's up just 1-0 on this series. And this is big for Cafe because he goes to home field this next game. We'll see what stadium he takes him to because you had a 47-run game at Laughing Mountain. I don't think you want to go back there, but you never know. What does he want to do? We'll see. And as we've been talking so much about the hitting and pitching strategy. I'm going to switch this camera since we're waiting for the game. That game was a difference. A very minute pitching strategy for Cafe. That man decided for minutes who he's going to put in out of the pen. He goes to Kenley Jansen. The difference of that is a perfectly located away cutter that ends up in the zone a little bit. He finds a way to slat that to the gap and probably ties the game. If that ends up outside a little more, he probably takes that and another runner goes on and that inning keeps going. And he perfectly locates a cutter, and that's the difference in that. It's insane. And that's what I love about this game, man. Like, Turok is an incredible hitter. Cafe killed it with the bats too. And the difference is literally just a minute pitch. It's a game of inches. It is so crazy. And that is a crazy outcome. That right there is why MLB The Show Esports is so great. Tip of the cap to both Cafe and Turok that game. That was an absolute battle. But we've got game 2 going. This series is far from over. I could say that for sure. We'll see what Cafe decides to do and see if he decides to play at a certain type of stadium or change up the mold a bit. They're getting into the game in just a moment here. From the looks of it, getting all set up. I do want to say thank you all. If you're hanging out with me or you're watching our players directly in their chats. This has been a great showing from our players today. It's been incredible to watch. I appreciate you all taking your time, taking your Sunday to watch the MLB The Show Esports. I really hope you've been enjoying your time. I do want to thank MLB The Show again for allowing me to take part in this community event and to be here in the booth with you all. It's been a blast talking games. We've had some crazy moments. That game right there might have been one of the best games of MLB The Show I've seen. That was incredible stuff. And this is just a 1-0 series lead for Cafe. We still got some more baseball to go. 6 hours in. And yeah, a Cafe's getting the game sent. They're getting going here now. And it will be starting in just a moment here. I should mention as well, these are all of our players playing today. I highly recommend tossing them a follow on their channels. They've all decided to stream their games for us today so we could watch. Shout out to them for taking the time to do that. It is very much appreciated because being able to sit here watching the booth, commentate, add some insight, and, you know, hopefully keep you all in the booth here is, it's been fun, and this can't happen without the players streaming their games, their perspectives. And make sure you toss them a follow on their channels. A lot of these players stream somewhat regularly, playing top 50 games. If you want to start getting better or just watch the competitive play, you definitely should toss them a follow. And here we are getting into the game, and it seems like there was his Cafe's chat was discussing with him what they think the next step should be, what stadium do you play at, and it seems like Cafe's just decided to take it right back to Laughing Mountain daytime, bring Kodai Senga right on the mound. Is what I'm saying. You know, he gave up some runs. He feels like he's the pitcher that's been most effective for him, and he's riding with what's worked against Turok here. And they're going to try to see if he can minimize that offense even a bit. And honestly, I respect it. I mean, the home field advantage on its own is a huge advantage. And now you got Turok slightly off his element, being down 1-0 in this series. You gotta lose 2 to Turok. I like just taking it back to the thing that worked for you last, sticking to what was comfortable, and trying to keep riding that momentum that he has. What a pitch from Senga, backdoor cutter. I know I really celebrate that, but those high fastballs are scary pitches here because they could either get demolished or you could throw someone off like that, and he absolutely did there. That cutter forkball mix is really working wonders right now for Senga. 3-2 pitch again. Away forkball that just misses the zone, but Ellie pokes it down the line. It's going to be a double. That's the type of swing that you need on that. Just sit back on it, poke it down the line, hope it finds grass. Turok does a good job of sitting back on that. And man, he just demolishes an away four seam. And now you start to wonder, how long do you keep Senga in? Because Senga was working a little better than some other pitchers. But now that he's seen of Senga a bit and started to get a gauge of how Cafe is approaching him, you might need to consider having another wild card on standby. Someone else to mix it up. Someone else to throw him off. It feels like the game for Cafe is just using a pitcher or someone that could just throw Turok off, because he's been such an offensive powerhouse. Here's using your similar pitchers he's been facing a lot. He's been popping off against them. So I feel like you got to constantly have a wild card on standby, and I'm not sure how much length that Senga has for him this game. We'll see. Backdoor cutter catches the plate, and Turok demolishes it with Ken Griffey Jr. Oh my. And honestly, as weird as it sounds, while the home field advantage is on the side of Cafe, being able to have Turok just hop in and swing the bat in that top of the first is sometimes an advantage. In some instances, you just let him hit right away and get a big lead right away. That could just demoralize someone right away. And I know someone like Cafe has been battling this entire time, and he's been used to this. But in some instances, there have been cases where Turok has taken an early lead, and he just ran away with that game since the first. So it's not necessarily an entire disadvantage that he's away, especially since Cafe took him to the same stadium that he likes to play at home. It would have been interesting to see if Cafe went to like a stadium he likes more, if he likes another stadium more, and try to mix it up, but he's riding with what worked. But here we go, falling a little bit behind in the count with Senga. What does he go to get into the bat again? Goes up and in four seam. Luckily, Turok is very early on it. 2-2 count. Goes inside cutter. Yeah. Those two swings tell you that Turok is sitting inside fastball, looking for one to catch the plate. Was not able to slow down on him. Tries to slow down on that forkball. Is just a little bit behind on it. Good little sequence of pitches there from Cafe to mess with Turok's timing. And it's a 4-0 game. The Turok gets the bats going again, but we'll have to see how this goes. He is warming up the big unit out of the pen. And here we go. This is a slightly full circle moment. You've got the big maple on the bump for Turok. And I don't know, Turok might have been scouting the games while he was waiting, watching KJ play against Cafe, and the thing that shifted some momentum for KJ pitching-wise was putting in James Paxton in that four-seam. But after a bit, Cafe adjusted, and first swing against the Big Maple is a home run on a four-seam. I think you see why Turok is warming up Randy Johnson so soon. I think you probably keep a very short leash on Maple, hoping that it's just a little bit of a wild card that works here. But I don't think it is off that first swing. And at this point, these are just games of just trying different pitchers and someone who's slightly different to mess with your opponent. And that's not a promising first swing if you are your Turok. That's not what you want to see. And right now, he's all over the Maple. Early on those inside cutters, got that right timing on it. PCI is all over it. Knuckle curve that just kind of floats enough for him to get the bat on. Another good swing. And two great swings versus the Big Maple to start off this game. And now you got to face Chipper Jones. Max contact and power versus left. Have fun with that. Hanging changeup. Just laid Oppo Taco. And without a single out made, Cafe gets 3 straight runs off the Big Maple. How long do you keep in James Paxton if you're Turok? He has not gotten an out. Cafe is clearly all over him right now. We'll see how long this lasts. But yeah, I feel like I would have wanted to see someone completely different. I would have thrown someone, if I were in their position, obviously easier said than done. I feel like I'd have gone for like a Nolan Ryan who just has a different pitch mix, or maybe you want to go for someone like a Clayton Kershaw or like a different 9-9 overall pitcher. Maybe like even like a Satchel Paige who hasn't been used too much today. Maybe throwing some screwballs in the mix. But sticking with the Big Maple, it's been a heavy dose of four-seam sinker cutter. And I will say, Cafe's been great with the four seams. And one of his MVPs here, Kyle Tucker up here, lefty-lefty. Honestly, probably feeling pretty good lefty-lefty with him after a 5-for-6 game last game. 2 inside sinkers that missed a spot. Inside fastball and he demolishes it. Man, I just have to say that these at-bats from Cafe with Kyle Tucker have just been elite. Him and Juan Soto, even in these lefty-lefty at-bats, have just been great. Adley Rutschman to the left center field gap. Does it have the legs? It does not. Deepest part of the park, just a smidgen behind on it. It's one you probably want to pull a little bit more. Just a little bit behind on it. And another one of those guys, Juan Soto's had great lefty-lefty at-bats. Let's see what type of AB he gets here. He's just not even sniffing those inside sinkers off the plate. And Juan Soto hits it high and deep to right. And Cafe, just like that, took the lead. Literally in an inning, Turok scores 4. Cafe bounces back with 5. Lefty-lefty bomb with Juan Soto to do it. That's wild. That is a crazy bounce back inning. Cafe has just been on fire, man. He like Turok scores those runs and he has just been battling back all series. It's so impressive, man. Very cool to see. It is so easy when you're playing competitively against good hitters like Turok to, when things start to slow down, you shift your approach, you lose that patience, you don't square up as many swings, and he has just kept the foot on the gas, stuck to his approach to the plate, and he has been crushing the baseball. Another hit. I feel like you got to take out Big Maple at this point. Yeah, he's going to go to the Snapdragon, Lance McCullers. Change up the look a bit. I don't know how long he'll go to him, but he's going to go to him and try to get an out here. Mickey Mantle's been one of those players that's put up great at-bats for him. And another rocket for the Commerce Comet. What a swing. Don't let that man Mickey Mantle get on with runners on. He has been torching the baseball every single time. And it's 8-4. That is how you bounce back. You give up 4, you score 8 right back. And now you shift the pressure all onto Turok. You get the platoon matchup going. Oh, he's going to a 12-6 curveball to start. Love it. And now Turok has the pressure to bounce back. You have to, that inning is huge because now you put that pressure on him. You maybe get him to expand the zone a bit. You maybe get him to be a little bit more impatient, and you make him a little bit uncomfortable at the plate, especially now being up 4, getting an 8-run inning to start. You put that pressure for him to try to get a big inning back. You kind of make Turok change his approach, and now you got a 3-2 count with Senga, and he chases an outside forkball. Crazy. I think now that inning is a game changer for Cafe because now the pressure dynamic has entirely shifted. And you can tell Turok has already been a little bit different this inning. Maybe not swinging as aggressively first pitch. Maybe a little stingy on the black. That was a pitch that caught the plate. And he's definitely ready to hit that one. That could be all it takes to get that momentum going again. A cutter that just kind of gets the plate. 8-5. Want to see if Turok keeps up swings like that. If he makes any, he kind of sticks to those first at bats like he kind of did. This is crazy, man. This is I just gotta say, chat. The offensive showing is crazy for what these players are doing. They've been playing this game for about 6 hours now. We've been live here for 6 hours, 20 minutes. And these players are still firing on all cylinders. Absolutely crazy. You gotta tip the cap to these players, man. They're killing it. A forkball hangs, and Turok crushes it. It seems like he's... Oh my... How far did that go? We'll never know. Chat, find out a home run distance challenge. Greg Maddux is in the game. We've seen him a bit. And here on the Realm of Hall of Fame, Greg Maddux has not been too successful, especially against Turok. He's been demolishing sinkers and cutters left and right. Go to Greg Maddux out of the pen. He might be a fine option to go to if you don't throw too many sinkers and cutters. Try to mix in other pitches. But now that's a good pitch. Love that sinker. Now going away sinker. Good patience from Turok. This is the thing. When things start moving in Turok's way and the bats get going, he starts to be really patient and be really selective on the pitches he's swinging at. And he's taking some pitches that are really close to the zone. The fact he even took a shot at swinging at that, try to poke it to left is nuts. A lot of people would have just froze on that and gave up on it, but he's feeling pretty confident with his approach, swinging at the pitches that are close. I love the changeup call there. Try to get an early rollover. However, the 1 is going to be all you get away with. You got to throw something else here. He's going to go inside sinker, and it's a dot. What a pitch. Cafe's been throwing some gutsy pitches. Pitches that are terrifying to throw to someone like Turok, who's been all over sinkers and cutters on that inner half. But you mix in that away changeup a bit. You get his eyes off, and you freeze him on a great sinker. It's a great pitch. But I'm interested to see how Lance McCullers, the Snapdragon, performs this inning. He got that final out of last inning. We haven't seen him too much. I want to see how Turok mixes in those sinkers and cutters. See how Cafe hits them. Another inside sinker hit 102. It's on a line. Oh, it left. I thought that was one that was just going to end up in the glove, but it just kept on carrying. Chipper Jones. 9-7. Man, the bats just don't stop. The bats just don't ever spot. Oh my Lanta. Jose Ramirez gets a cutter on the plate. How far does that hit? We'll never find out. I'm just going to guess that ball went 485. And here comes Randy Johnson. Now you've got lefty-lefty with King Tuck versus Randy Johnson. Interested to see how Cafe does. With Randy on the bump, he has been crushing the four seams over the plate. That's a tough slider to hit. Good pitch from Torok there. But yeah, we've got a wild game here. It's Adley! Crushes a splitter. Perfect. Are you kidding me, man? Are you kidding me? Just sits back perfectly on a down and in splitter and doesn't yank it foul. And crushes. Oh. Chat. This man can't be stopped right now. This Cafe just has these stretches where he just hits pitch after pitch after pitch and it doesn't stop. Juan Soto has been incredible lefty-lefty. Like the fact that you're facing one of like the best or second best lefty pitcher in the game, Randy Johnson, lefty-lefty, and you're still crushing homers with Juan Soto is so insane. And they're so consistently like these sliders that catch the plate or inside fastball. He's been all over them. Does Kyle Schwarber have that sauce? No, the center field. 5-run lead just like that for Cafe. And right as Torok bounces back and puts up a big inning, Cafe bounces back and puts up an inning of his own. It's so crazy. With these games, you're really just looking at these pitchers like you're probably guessing something like Maddox lasts no more than a couple innings with how these games go. It's a game of like how long can this next reliever or starter stay in the game until they adjust, and a cutter catches the plate and Torok bounces right back with a solo homer. 12-8. And that's not the swing you want to see with Maddox. Oh, and if he's getting that circle change to dice up the middle, then that's not really what you want to see. You want that change to be an early enough swing to get a bad rollover to a fielder just for the sake of momentum. So you start to worry about Maddox now. I feel like the pitch's work for him has been that sinker, that down and in sinker. Ooh, got him a little late in that cutter. Is Mickey Mantle catching that? He's not, though. I thought he would have had a chance to catch that, but that gets over his head, even with a good defense. That's over the head of Mickey Mantle. Joe Mauer up. Dot of a sinker. Great pitch. Ooh, he's sitting that PCI down bottom left. I think Torok's starting to sit dead red on down and away pitches with a down and away sinker like that. Really interesting. Great take on a changeup. That's a tough one to take. 3-1 count. Try to go that down and in sinker on the black. Didn't hit the spot. Joe Mauer's on. And Mike Trout is the tying run. And he gets in the ground out on an inside sinker. And Ellie gets the crazy animation to turn it. What a turn from Ellie De La Cruz. And you have to say that's a huge double play to get because of how Torok's gone. You could have a chance to keep this to just a 1-run inning. That's huge for Cafe. Could try to keep on keeping the foot in the gas and create a gap. Gets a down and in sinker and just gets him a little off that. Torok has not hit that down and in sinker on both sides too well. And Cafe gets away with it with Mike Trout. That's a big double play, and Ellie could end this inning. Wow, good takes from Turok on high cutters. 3-1 count. He's going that down in sinker a bit. Has not been able to find that spot the same, though. If you're Turok, you probably got to start keying into that pitch, as that's crushed to right by Ronald. And it's over his head. Wow. It's not going to score a runner, though. Pokes it down the line. Later on it. Almost found Acuna's glove. And just like that, you've got the tying runner on second. And it feels like Greg Maddux just can't find his final out here. There's that inside sinker. Can't really hit that spot. He's just been a smidgen off. Ooh, went down and then cutter and hit the spot. Good pitch. I think Turok's hesitant on that. At least before that pitch he was. Now you've got a 3-2 count. You focus his eyes away. Maybe go back that down in sinker. Make him hit it. He goes to it. He crushes it right to J-Ram. As perfectly located as that sinker can get. Turok crushes it, but just does not get that PCI low enough. And just hits a hard liner right to second. A gutsy pitch yet again. A game of adjustments where Turok made that adjustment to that pitch. Cafe realized he hadn't hit that pitch well. And it was just how the game rolled. Perfect right to the second baseman. And then right as we get going, Cafe just does not stop. Right away, gets a pitch to hit, gets a splitter, dices it up the middle. It's just incredible. Like, it feels like in a lot of these innings, like that inning, Turok bounced right back. This inning, Cafe bounces right back. These players just start with the bats right away. It is insane to hit after playing 6 hours of this game on Hall of Fame difficulty. These players are so good at the game where this is just, in a sense, batting practice to them. They're just scoring so many runs on Hall of Fame. They're making it look easy. As Ronald crushes that to deep left field. And that's gone. Right as Turok gets 2 runs. Cafe bounces back with a 2-run homer of his own. That right there is Laughing Mountain for you. Putting up a good enough swing on a fastball. Getting good enough exit velo on it to hit it out of here. And that pitch just ends up a little too high where you allow Ronald to elevate that. It's just like that. It's 14-10. And Cafe is still looking to extend that lead. It is just very crazy how this game is. It's a crazy battle between a couple of different types of players. It's been interesting seeing their approach and what's been different between these two. And you gotta say, Cafe has really gotten the bats going ever since game 2 against KJ and has not stopped. It's been really impressive. He's been constantly crushing mistakes. He's not really expanding his zone too much. It's been great stuff. And Turok is still crushing the baseball. He still finds those rallies and those swings. It just feels like it's non-stop with Cafe, where Turok right now is just playing catch-up all the time. And even a swing like that, he hits in the right spot because of the shift. It's like everything, all the puzzle pieces are aligning for Cafe right now. It's such a mix of like him feeling good, but like even when his swings aren't the best, he's finding ways to get it done. It's like a little bit of like a magic to what's going on here. It's King Tuck. Lefty, bomb. The lefty home runs have been non-stop. Cafe has been arguably just as good, if not better, in these lefty at-bats. And man, you look at the minute things. Jose Ramirez sneaks a grounder up the middle, gets on base to keep this rally going, but in part partially because the infielders are shifted, he just finds the right spot through the infield. And that's the thing, man. In games like this, while these players are such good hitters, and they are scoring so many runs. Those are the things that can make a difference. A player being shifted, one pitch that slightly misses a spot. It's crazy. And this rally is in big part to Jose Ramirez just thinking a single through the infield. And on the contrast, some of Turok's rallies have ended because Cafe finds a right spot, a right pitch, and has the infielders aligned perfectly for that type of pitch. I will say, I think the window on Greg Maddux is closing quick because he's throwing that down and in sinker to the lefties, and Turok is starting to crush it. You got to take him out now. He crushes that down and in sinker, 2 swings in a row against it, and it sits back on an away circle change and literally dices it perfectly down the line. And yeah, chat, I want to tell you this. Let's make sure when we're discussing the game, we're giving credit to both players here because both players are playing some incredible baseball. And with how MLB The Show goes, anything can happen where momentum very quickly shifts. Like literally just talking about how Cafe got that rally going, kept the foot in the gas. Turok has bounced back with 3 perfects to start off this inning for a 3-run inning against Greg Maddux. Now the pressure's on Cafe. You got to take out Maddux. You got to find someone different to come in maybe. You got to find something to stop this rally. And things change in an instant. And these games are honestly such a battle of attrition where both players will have hard hit outs. They have some unlucky circumstances. They'll have some lucky circumstances. It's a battle of the attrition and how long they fight through and making sure they come up when it matters most. And in the instance of Cafe, he has a situation or two that has helped him out and he's taken full advantage of it. Turok will absolutely have those opportunities and he'll need to make sure he takes advantage of those as well to keep up. He's crushing the baseball right now. He's got a great read in the ball versus Greg Maddux. Now you got Aaron Loop in the pen, who we've seen a lot of today. I'm interested to see how he hits him. 3-2 pitch. Going away to a sinker again, and that's just a great pitch. Again, you could say it's a little bit of an unlucky outcome because he destroys that. But with that PCI outcome, that pitch location just goes right to the first baseman. It is a good swing. To get some good contact, just right to the first baseman. Down away sinker to Joe Mauer. That's going to find a gap that gets over Mickey Mantle's head. Turok's had some great swings on those down in the way pitches. That's tough to do, man. It's tough to do. And right now, the strategy on the mound for Cafe is just to keep on pestering him down in the way. Make him keep hitting those pitches. Get his eyes all down the way. And now that he does that, he gets him inside. Gets a late fly out to Trout. Trying to... This is one of those things with a fair amount of these players and the pitching strategy. When you're playing good players, there is some strategy to pitching. Cafe's doing a good job of throwing similar locations, trying to get Turok to be like, hey, this is the pitch I'm throwing. You should look for this pitch. And when he does that, he throws something else. And he knows Turok is sitting dead red in those down the way sinkers. And there we go. There's one below the zone that sneaks through the infield. You get that little bit of a break. A pitch that could have easily been a ground out finds a gap. Now you got to take advantage. You have a chance to tie this swing with one swing with Ronald Acuna. And 2 great takes to start off this inning. Or this at bat. 3 great takes from Aaron Loop. And now what do you throw here? Do you throw a pitch to try to get him a little impatient? Goes to a down and in sinker. I'm interested to see if he goes down and away sinker. He goes so high and away sinker, and he's all over it. It's going to split a gap. That runner will score from first. 16-15. This is a battle of a game, man. And it feels like right now, Turok is just looking for those middle away sinkers. Looking to get a barrel on the bat as that's crushed by Adley. Sits back enough on an up and away cutter. Perfect to center field. 17-16 in the 4th. The ball is flying out of here, Laughing Mountain. Crazy, man. Turok scored a touchdown this inning to bounce back. It is so insane how you could have a 5, 6, 7 run lead and these dudes instantly bounce right back. This is why I'm saying it is such a long game. You are playing for the long game. 1 or 2 outs may not matter the most when there are 20 plus runs being scored in the game. It's insane. What a cutter. Good pitch. Good pitch. And a great bounce back inning for Turok. And it's like there's this constant dynamic shifting. Even though Cafe's up a bit, he's up in the series, and he's the home team here, there's a bit of a pressure shift. You're down now, the pressure's on you to come back. How do you bounce back? And we talked about the luck dynamic. We talked about how things work. Inning starts off with a good swing right to the left fielder. And again, it's just a battle of consistently putting up good swings and constantly fighting. Also, Bestie, I appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. I really appreciate you watching the videos. As there's a drive to deep right field by Kyle Schwarber, and that'll be a home run. I got Castellanos right there. Okay, that ball is definitely like 490 at least. Kyle Schwarber, another lefty home run for Cafe. This man has been insane lefty. For a lot of players, lefty, especially against a Randy Johnson, is so tough to face. And Cafe's just put on a show here with Schwarber, Kyle Tucker, Juan Soto, where even if that matchup is not on his side, where a lot of people kind of worry about lefty, he's just been unfazed. It's been so impressive. And now Randy Johnson's out of the game, and we got Joe Musgrove out of the pen. Someone I have not I've watched too much of, but he has been used a bit. Another sinker cutter boy, pretty good on the hits per 9. Gonna change it up from Randy Johnson, get some sinker cutters in on the mix. Good cutter, that's a tough one. If you're not ready for it, that's an easy pitch to roll over, but it's a good pitch to go to. There was a second one in a row, though, and gets an early swing, good pitch. And Acuna is set down, and you got Chipper Jones. Yeah, I mean, I have to be real with you all, too. I've been someone who's competed against players like this. I've made a few, like a top 50 push or two. Maybe not super crazy top 50 pushes. But I have to tell you this. There are levels to these top players. There are players like me who can make World Series regularly, who can compete a bit on Legend. But these like top 50 to 100 players, these players who just consistently show out in these esport events, they are another level of player because they're so consistent offensively. They make games like this look easy on Hall of Fame because they're doing it so regular. They lock in the entire time. Someone like me, I can compete with these players, but only so much. Like I can lock in and compete, but I lose it a bit. Like when I'm locked in for like 3-4 innings, there's a point where I lose it and I can't keep that focus. And players like Turok and Cafe have just been scoring runs nonstop today. And these two have just been like a battle of titans here in these finals. We had a 23-24 game in game 1. Game 2, we've got 17-17 in the 5th. It is incredible. And I really have to tell you all, like, as someone who's played against players like this is like as much of the cream of the crop as you're going to get. Like, these are the players that are at the tippy top of the leaderboards that are competing in this game to a whole nother level. It is crazy. And this is like a community tournament. You play it on Hall of Fame here. We had a fun variety of players who decided to take part in qualifiers. Some players who made some deeper runs that you may not have expected to in comparison to the goons that we had. But then you have these players that just everything is clicking and they're locked in all the way through. And you've got 34 runs scored here in the 5th inning. It is really impressive. This is what the MLB The Show esports is about. You just got these goons putting up football scores, letting all chaos loose. And like, while this is a crazy game right now, is that's going to dink up the middle. Bases are now loaded with nobody out for Turok. Oh, a base running blunder. He sends him to third. That's a costly out because a double play could end this inning now. Hold up. But this is a casual, I mean, a more casual tournament. You know, this is not meant to be as competitive as our big championship series tournament and stuff. But the fact that you have games like this still going on 6 hours into this tournament, guys, is letting chaos happen on Hall of Fame. It's so crazy. It's so cool to watch. That will be a fly ball to center field to Mickey Mantle. We'll get an out. The runner is going to be sent home, cut off, hit perfectly, but there will not be a play. This would be huge if that unfortunate circumstance that Cafe gets out is only a 1-run inning. You had the bases loaded, nobody out, and Turok has been punishing teams for those runners being on. If you can get out of this, there's only 1 run. That's crazy. Honestly, I'm going to be real with you, Pretzel. As that's going to be... Nope. Mike Trout does not care. As I want to talk about something, he's going to hit a 3-0 homer. Turok does a good job of capitalizing despite that weird base running thing, and he's now up 20-17 in the 5th. It's crazy. I will say, as much as I could keep on playing and practicing, competing, there's another level to this. Like, for example, we've got Turok, who is a 16-year-old, reaction time at peak level. Me, like, the only way I'm somewhat competing is if I'm hopped up on energy drinks, just Nick Merckx leaning into my monitor, dialed up every second. And I'll tell you what, I would not be able to compete in a tournament like this. These dudes are playing for nearly 7 hours now, and they've still got it. For me, when I play, I have like a stretch like 3 or 4 games where I could really be solid. And that's just in regular ranked. If I'm playing goons, I bet I can only play like 1 or 2 games against goons. That just takes a whole other level to lock in, man. Now I know why these tournaments are on Legend. Yeah, for these competitive tournaments, you see why. And the crazy thing is, when these guys play on Legend and they're competing, they still can score in games like this. They don't do it as often. Like Turok has scored 10 plus basically every game, and Cafe's been great. I feel like on Legend, they still can do this. Like when you watch Kreiner and Zazzy go head to head, we've had games like this time and time again, even on Legend. But yeah, the fact that these dudes are doing this in Hall of Fame, they need Legend to have some sort of pitchability. Like, being able to pitch on Hall of Fame against players like this is a near impossible task. It's just constantly about minimizing damage. Literally, like, I've been saying it since Cafe is paired up against Turok, it's just the battle of constantly slowing him down and finding things that stop him. And even when you slow him down for a bit, he just has a crazy bounce back inning like that last one. And now the pressure's on Cafe to find it again. Even though he's ahead in this series, this game is so much of a momentum-based game where someone like Turok just can keep this momentum going. And if he just gives up like 1 or 2 runs maybe, he could run away with this game just based off the inning. It's a game of constantly battling back and forth. You give up 5, you got to try to get 5 back. You got to keep on battling back. And the second you start to slow down and momentum goes the other way, then all it takes is just a couple innings to go their way and they could be in mercy territory. And that's why someone like Kyle Tucker needs to lock in right away and get Cafe right back in this game. Because he needs to keep right up with Turok. Puts up a good inning, he's got to bounce back. Even though he's up 1-0 in this series, and he's got a game to lose, momentum for Turok could easily carry through another game. So you've got to keep that foot in the gas and keep on swinging the twig. And I'll tell you what, Cafe is finding it again. And one of his MVPs for sure, Juan Soto, up here again, all the way down in the 7th spot. You got to deal with 125 versus righties. Going to be quickly down 0-2 to Joe Musgrove. Gets him on a down and slider. Good pitch. And this is where that pressure started to set in. Since you're the one battling from behind back now, you kind of got to balance that approach from being too impatient and trying to do too much to the plate to just not trying to take too much. There's this fine line you got to balance. And the differences in these games are those check swing calls to be a strikeout or getting you to chase one pitch out of the zone. And a swing like that is a good swing. He's just a little bit behind that cutter, goes right to the second baseman. I think that's a pitch that he probably wants back because he definitely could elevate that out of here. But there's a good spot from Torok. And we're at a 21-18 game. Torok still holds the fort. Now you want a crooked number if you're Torok because you could build some separation from Cafe here. You got a 3-run lead right now. You keep the foot in the gas, put up a 3-4-5 spot here. And that pressure starts to grow if you're Cafe, even though he's got a game lead. But that's just not a swing that Torok has had much this game, chasing that high cutter. You got to keep things in reason here. You got to swing at the right pitches still. Camilo Doval, someone we've actually not seen too much in these close games. Sinker, cutter, slider mix. I feel like if you're Torok, you're just dialed up for any sort of fastball, and he gets that sinker. He gets that sinker and crushes it to left center. Doval is an interesting one because at points he could be very effective. Like that cutter, tough to lay off. The inside slider, tough to lay off. But when people start to click and they find out how to lay off on those pitches, then it becomes a little tough. When you got to start attacking the zone, then you're really only 2 pitches to attack the zone with are outlier cutter and sinker. And for players like this, like Torok and Cafe, who are such great fastball hitters, when you make someone throw a fastball in the zone, they punish you time in and time out. Especially here on Hall of Fame. Ooh, he went to the high slider there. I like the pitch. Hank Aaron, by the way, someone that you don't see on the side of Cafe, but has been performing for some of our players, including Torok here. 3 for 3 on the game for Hammer and Hank. You sometimes got to be careful those away cutters with Hank, because this swing just kind of fits those away cutters really well. He hits that ball really hard to right center. So now you got a 3-2 count. You're going to go to an away cutter, and he demolishes it up the middle. Runner's going to be running the third. Never mind, he's going to keep him back at second. Goes for the hit and run. Doesn't really change anything, though. Now I got 2 runners on for Ketel Marte. This is where that pressure starts to build up. You see Torok rallying. Ketel Marte, though, gets a cutter, center cut. And that's a swing he definitely wants back. Hits it to straightaway center. A little bit later on it. If you get on that early side of it, especially as a lower pitch, he would golf that out to right field. We sat back on it a little bit too much and flies out to center. So now it's down to Joe Mauer to keep this inning alive. 2-1 count. Inside cutter. Just late on it. He's going to go up and in cutter again. Good take. 3-2 count. Runner on first should be running here. This is the thing, man. It's so tough to, in these at-bats. Also, we got some managerial decisions here. Patrick Corbin coming in the 3-2 count because he did not like that at-bat. And then right after, pinch hitting with Austin Riley. And Joe Mauer is out of the game. I think Joe Mauer was his first baseman too, if I'm correct, and he has someone else at catcher. So I would not be worried too much about that in this scenario. And now you got Patrick Corbin. He's got a quick 0-2 count. Give me a slow curveball here. Throw a lob curveball here. Oh, he went high 4-seam. Okay. 1-2 count. Ooh, he goes the down away changeup. A good take. Didn't hit that spot. 2-2 pitch. And he gets a sinker. It catches the play and Torok crushes it up the chute. 2-run single for Mike Trout. It's like that. It's a 6-run game. This is why it's big. You get those runners on. You load the bases. If you can get those runners in, especially for Turok, who's trying to get some separation from Cafe, that's huge. As Ellie hits a fastball to right field. And just like that, this game is 27-18, a 9-run lead for Turok, and he's still going. Perfect down the line. That'll be a double for Acuna. And now you see Turok gaining that momentum with a chance to end it. It's really worth noting. It's a recurring theme. But when that mercy opportunity shows up and you're within reach, you have to take advantage every time. We saw earlier that Cafe was down 10. Went from basically being mercied at one point. I'm pretty sure it was in the KJ series. To bouncing all the way back to winning. I think my memory serves me right. I could be wrong, or it was vice versa. My memory is so bad because of all the chaos. But these players could easily come back in any scenario that they're down even 9. I mean, you got a 27-18 game. All it takes is one good inning for Cafe here, and he's right back in this. He just has to start putting together the pieces against Joe Musgrove here on the mound. He has not really read too well. And even if Cafe loses this game, we've got a game 3 potentially. So anything can still happen. A lot of people could have counted out Turok after game 1. Cafe putting up a great performance, but this is just a battle to the end, man. It's really impressive. Nobody on either side is giving up. They're still keeping the foot in the gas, scoring runs. You know, it's insane. It's insane to do this on Hall of Fame. It's how good these top players are. Like these top few players are so good at this game. They make Hall of Fame look like you and I would on Rookie. It's just so crazy. Like honestly, like a fun little challenge for anyone is if you want to get some PXP, you know, play against the CPU on like veteran difficulty in a 9-inning game. See how many runs you score. See what difficulty is that difficulty where you just like can't score enough runs. Like me, like I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be able to score 27 runs very likely on Legend difficulty and versus CPU and probably Hall of Fame unless I'm really firing on all cylinders. And of course, right as Turok gets that 9-run lead, Kyle Schwarber comes back with the homer. Veteran harder than Rookie. It's honestly, I don't know how you all feel. Sometimes when you play on like Rookie or like beginner difficulty, I'll do that beginner difficulty for like videos or like thumbnails and stuff. Sometimes the pitches are so slow, it's so tough to hit. I have no idea. I mean, I know what it is. It's because the pitches are so slow. It's really tough. I know some people when they're talking moments and stuff, they don't like them on Rookie. They like veteran because they're just used to that a little bit more. And yeah, here we go. We've got another rally brewing here for Cafe. Only 27-19 here in the 6th inning. Cafe's like, you know what? Let me just try to score 8. Let me come back in this game. Let me try to end this series here. And he's starting to connect. Ball's getting through the infield. It's getting juicy. And 2 runners are on. Chipper Jones at the dish. And stringing together these hits and getting the runners on and making sure you cash them in is huge. With these games that are so home run reliant and there are such big gaps in the lead at all times, 2-run, 3-run home runs are huge. Whenever you get an opportunity to hit them, Chipper just misses one there. 0-2 count now. Could take on an inside cutter. Ooh, almost gets him to bite at a down and in slider. Good fight for Chipper though. And Cafe is just battling here, seeing more pitches. Away cutter, what a fight. 2-2. Backdoor cutter. And what a play by Austin Riley at first. What a play to save potentially a run, depending on how things go. Not a double play, which is also huge. Having the high speed from these players are huge to get that runner on, keep that rally going, because a double play changes the potential complexion of this inning. 2 runners are still on, and the 3-run homer is still at play here for J-Ram. That sinker he's just a little late on. I think he knows that's a pitch that he was hitting before that he's just been a little bit off on in these last couple innings. So I think he's just taking a moment to pause, reset a little bit, take a breather. Great take on a low changeup. Another great take on a down and away sinker. 3-2 with King Tuck on deck. Down and in cutter, and ooh. Solid swings, a little early on it. And then tries to come back with a 4-seam and a really good at bat. Saw a lot of pitches from Joe Musgrove there. Now you've got Kyle Tucker on. He could put in the lefty here with 2 lefties in the next 3 batters. He's going to go to Aaron Loop, but it honestly is a tough decision because he has been crushing lefty-lefty. He's not even going to pinch hit for him. He's been so good with Kyle Tucker, lefty-lefty. He's just going to trust. And he hits an up and in cutter. And I know he wanted that one. I know he wanted that one. A little bit early on it. And he sits back on an away slurve and just plops it up the middle. That is unreal swinging right there. You get an inside fastball you're early on, and then you mentally slow down and just drop one into the outfield. And in a sense, this might sound like a little bit of like an Alex Rodriguez in the booth take, but you hit a single there, and the runners are still on. You could keep things going. The 2-run, 3-run homer is still in play. The downside is you hit that single, and now he flies out with Adley. There's potentially a shot he strands him. Lefty Juan Soto up here. But I don't know. With how he's hit lefty, I think there is definitely hope. But yeah, with those, good away cutter. Perfectly located, gets in the bite. And yeah, he does get some runs back, but does strand some runners. A little bit of a difference there. I mean, you think about the implications of this game. He was close to hitting a home run on an up and in cutter with Kyle Tucker. That would have given him 2 more runs to make it 27-23 in a 4-run game. But now, he only gives up a single. And we're at a 27-21 game. 2 runners get stranded on. And now you've got Gregory Santos on the mound, who managed to get out of that last inning. And he gives up a homer on an up and in slider that Twarok is all over. We saw Gregory Santos try to make an appearance last game, enter in a little bit of a jam. He got a little bit of a fast slider, which could be a tough pitch to hit. But Twarok, ever since that last inning, other than that last inning against him, has been all over Gregory Santos. All over him. He's been feasting on him. Up and in slider, gone. Away fastball, gone. Just perfects left and right. Now he's going to go to Kenley to try to minimize the damage here. It's an 8-run lead now. If you could try to keep this out of mercy territory, just so you get a chance to come back if you're Cafe. Literally, this game is going to be a different of like, can Cafe find one inning where he could shut down Twarok? Can he just shut him down or minimize enough so he can catch up? And right now, it seems like he's having a tough time with it. Twarok is all over the ball. Cafe's also slowing down a little bit with the bats. And you're giving Twarok a chance to kind of crawl back here in this series. Momentum kind of skewing his way now. Is that one going to go for Cattell? It does off the foul pole. Ketel Marte sits back on a middle away sinker, pokes it over left field. Turok is one runner away from Mercy territory, but if you want a shot at a Mercy, I think you want more than a 10-run lead. I think you're banking on your opponent always scoring over 1 run. And we have over 50 runs in this game, by the way. 30-21. 51 runs scored, and we still have 3 innings left. That is just insane. And honestly, these guys are showing no signs of slowing down. Oh, that's one where the impatience and, you know, maybe that pressure wanting to get the Mercy steps in. A down and away slider honestly isn't that bad of a pitch. Just gets Turok a little bit early and gets him to roll over. And just like that, Ellie hits a rocket down the line. I mean, that double play might have been all it takes. Stay away from the Mercy territory. Give yourself a chance to put up a big inning. And you start off with 2 straight homers. 7 runs down now. And I'll tell you what, Cafe is not done. He is gonna battle. He is crawling back. And yeah, I think you take out Aaron Loop. Second he gets a read on him, take him out right away. Put in someone else. POV, you bet the under. Literally, though, like, on average, like, if you were to look at the average MLB The Show ranked game on Hall of Fame, you'd be like, over under, like, maybe 7 total runs. Maybe 10 if you're feeling nice with it. But these dudes are like, you know what? I'm just going to score that in, like, 2 innings. It's unreal, man. Unreal. But at this point, it's just a battle of how many outs you have left. If you're Cafe, you only have 8 outs to give. And as much as that's a good swing, unfortunate line out for Mickey Mantle, every single out matters. When you're trying to battle back, you're down 7 here. You got to make sure you're making every swing count still. Any swing like that you just missed or you're a little bit off is a wasted swing for these guys. Like even now, that's when he just missed. And those outs were hurt as you're trying to come back here. Some good swings to start off, but he's just got to find it here against Duvall and just start putting up those good swings again. You can't give away too many of those outs. You only have 7 outs to give now to get 7 runs. This is like the top player's equivalent of playing Showdown, where it's like, hey, I'm down 10 runs. I have 7 outs to give. You got to play the long game here. And what a bounce back at bat. Bounce back at bat for Chipper Jones. Couple swings he just missed. Bounces back with a backdoor cutter that he just demolishes the center. You've got Camilo Duvall on the mound still. Probably at least mound visit there, at least considering it. But I don't know. You see 1 run scored and you feel like a seal is broken. And then Cafe just keeps going. He is all over 2 straight swings. 0-2 count. Inside cutter. Another one he just missed, man. And Turok is just going to keep on attacking him inside. What does he go to here? 0-2 again. The classic sinker right down the middle. It's going to get the job done. So as much as Cafe got it going there, when he puts up a couple there and Turok is still up 6 and he's still got a little bit of a gap. That's why those big innings are huge, because you got to keep building separation between Cafe and make sure he doesn't come back. And, 54 runs here in this game here in the 8th inning. We still got 2 innings left. What lead will be enough? I don't know if any lead will ever be enough for these guys. But if you're Turok, you've got momentum going your way. You're winning these innings, or at least keeping things even. You have a 6-run lead, and you just got to hope to hold down the fort for just 2 more innings. He's got to find a way to keep scoring enough. But, man, a big strikeout for Kenley Jansen to start off the inning. It's a big first out for Cafe. If you're Cafe, if you could just squeak out a miraculous 1-2-3 inning, a scoreless inning, then you give yourself hope. You squeak out a scoreless inning, you can put up an inning of your own to get yourself within a couple, and especially as the home team here, all it takes is a momentum-filled 9th inning. So if you're Turok, you've really got to make sure you at least score something. You got to keep something going in your direction. Keep building up that gap from Cafe, because a 6-run lead is far from safe with how this has gone. Also, Chawsy, I appreciate for the 39 months. You absolute legend. This is the scores have been crazy. You've got Cafe loves BR. You've got Turok here in the finals. Cafe up 1-0 in the series. And man, it's a walk. Really good at bat from Turok. By the way, Ken Griffey Jr. coming up for his 7th time this game. Yeah, you know, any player coming up 7 times in the game, normally doing that in like the 15th, 16th inning. But you got Ken Griffey Jr. coming up 7 times in 8 innings. It's just insane. And yeah, you're starting to see Turok take a few more pitches here. Be a little bit more patient. Drive up that pitch count from Kenley Jansen. And he gets a pitch he can hit. Cutter over the plate. 3-run jack for Ken Griffey Jr. 33-24. 57 runs on the game now. And it's now a 9-run deficit for Cafe. And now he just got to go through Mike Soroka just to find these outs. It's huge for Turok to keep it going. At one point in his game, Turok just needed an opportunity to get some separation. Just have one or two slow innings from Cafe, a bigger inning or two on his end, and he's doing a good job of not stopping. Like, look at that, man. Any pitch that's somewhat of a mistake, he's crushing. He is crushed inside cutters all day, and even 7 hours into playing this game, he is still hitting perfects on inside cutters. Unreal. 34-24, 58 runs in a game. It is really a shame that Laughing Mountain has no seats out in the outfield, because the fans would be feeling a home run derby right now. Honestly, these dudes are playing the 2022 home run derby here. It's another home run. The bullpen only has 2 and 3 players in for each team. The pitching staffs are dead at this point. There are nearly 60 runs scored. Good question, Max. In these finals, the players in my qualifier were required to broadcast, or at least have enough people broadcasting so we could always watch a game. But luckily, everyone was very kind to broadcast their games for this. I would anticipate if you make it to the finals, especially the final day, to bank on streaming, because I bet Wiz Enrique will want to do some coverage and watch those games and stuff. But back to our game here. 11-run lead now for Turok. You have 2 runs, or 1 run you could really give if you want to get the mercy here. And Kyle Tucker is going to hit a deep fly ball to center. And he's going to just miss it. Just a little bit behind on that. Hit it to the deep part of the park. Backdoor cutter. Yeah, I think at this point, Cafe's like, you know what? I have a game lead. I'm down 11 here. You know, let's get some good swings in here. Get another lefty at bat versus Aroldis Chapman here. You know, you never know what could happen. No lead is safe with how these things go. But a little bit impatient in that second swing, or I feel like he's just getting some reps in here to end this here. 3-0 count, though. I'm going to turn off those ads. Oh, Juan Soto. Juan Soto doing Juan Soto things. It's now a 10-run game. And Cafe goes lefty-lefty with Juan Soto again. I feel like we can make an argument at this point that lefty-lefty is going to be more so in favor for Soto and Cafe. He's been that good with them. He's just been all over the ball lefty-lefty. It's been incredible. But he's got to score here if he wants to prevent being mercied. Step 1 is to avoid the mercy rule. Step 2 is to find your way back in the game. But honestly, that's a tough task with 1 out left, down to his final strike with Ellie De La Cruz. Here's a pitch from Chapman. Great take on an inside slider, 3-2 count. What pitch do you see 3-2? You get an away sinker and a good fight from Ellie. 3-2 yet again. Away four seam. Just laid on it 2 pitches in a row. 2 great fights. Honestly, solid swings. His pitches he just missed. 3-2 again. A little late in that four seam. I think Turok knows he's a little late in those away fastballs. He's saying, hey, listen, I need you to, you're going to need to hit that pitch. I'm going to keep throwing it. And now he goes inside fastball and he's early on it. You can't find that good timing right now. 3-2 again. What a battle over the bat with the game on the line. A splitter that's a little high. Another foul ball. Ellie De La Cruz is the battle of his life here. It's a bat. 10 pitch AB. Inside slider. Another foul ball. Even though Cafe has the game lead, he is battling in this at bat to avoid being mercied. And he gets to live for another batter. Kyle Schwarber. Up lefty. He's felt so confident lefty. He's going to be a little late on the four seam fastball up and in. And Turok is going to pick up the mercy rule. 50 runs scored on the dot. 35-25 win. Some people might look at that and be like, man, he got mercied. He's out of it. But with how these games go, mercy rule ain't nothing. Yeah, there's 60 runs actually. Holy smokes. That is a crazy game for both sides. That is crazy. Whew. Well, I mean, listen, this is going to go the distance, folks. This is going the distance, as some of you may expect. We are not done here today. Absolutely crazy. I would say so, Clappin. These are the players who are at the top of the MLB The Show ranked leaderboards. They're the ones who play MLB The Show events pretty consistently. Cafe, for example, is someone who's been a good performer in the Tampa Bay Rays tournament. And while there isn't like a consistent scene, maybe like Madden has, where there might be like more established pro players and stuff, this is your comp scene here. These top tier legend difficulty players where you find them on the upper difficulty of ranked. And this is the comp scene here. And as things keep going, that bunch of people keeps getting bigger and bigger. Like Cafe has been putting on a great showing this year. He's actually looking through his pitching staff right now. He's going to seemingly look for some other pitcher options. I really think the strategy is just look for someone who's a little different. Someone who could maybe mess with Turok. Someone who could, be different from something he's expecting. He's scrolling all the way through his pitching staff here to see if he could find someone as we're heading into game number 3. This is where everything's on the line, by the way, folks. $1,000 prize pool on the line, or $1,000 in prizes. The first place winner wins $2,000 for this tournament. Second place gets $1,000. So it's a $1,000 game here. And the stakes are as big as they're going to get. And I do want to say, as we're heading into the finals here, I appreciate you all hanging out and chilling with me. The players are going to be getting into the game in a moment here. It's been a blast commentating these games for you, man. I will say, being 100% real, I didn't know what to expect on Hall of Fame. It's a completely different world on Hall of Fame for these players. And I think, like, they're making it look easy. They're putting on a show offensively. It's been crazy. And it's cool to see that an event like this is a fun community event, which I think opens up some fun signups and like some interesting people to sign up, like some people who may not have signed up for a Legend tournament before to take part. And you still see like the players who have been playing consistently the best today make it to the finals and just put on a show like this. Is so cool. Even though this isn't the most competitively focused tournament, we have some crazy competition here in the finish. It's really sick to watch. So shout out to all of our players. Shout out to these two for doing their thing today. It's been fun to watch them. And it's honestly mind-blowing to see these dudes playing the game for 7 hours, 15 minutes and seeing all of this go down. Like, I'm watching these games. I've been in the booth. I am a dead corpse. Like, I will be ending my night in solitude, lights off, eat dinner. I might just sit in my bed back there, lying on my back, staring at the ceiling, as being, what is going on? Because that's what this is, man. This is such a crazy showing from these guys. Like both of these games, even though that game was a mercy in the end of it, it's been a battle between Cafe and Turok. And I do want to mention again, shout out to these guys. Follow their Twitch channels. I'm glad that we have these little profiles on these players. You've got the Texan Cafe Loves BR versus Turok. And go to him on this. From Ohio, the 16-year-old stud. It's been crazy to watch these dudes, man. All of these players streamed their games for us. A lot of them stream their competitive games. If you like what you watch today, I highly recommend following them on their individual channels. Because if you want to learn more about the comp scene, see what the games are like, it's literally its own community of people that's building up bit by bit. And it's cool to see that these guys came out today, put on a great tournament, and put on some great, there were some great competitive games. It's really been cool. So shout out to them. They're the ones who are really putting on this show here. I'm glad to be here and, keep things in context. We have a fun matchup here. Greg Maddux versus Framber Valdez heading into this game. Who would have had that on their bingo card? Heading into a MLB The Show competitive tournament. What players would you expect on the mound? Framber Valdez? Greg Maddux? Probably not. You'd probably expect Nolan Ryan and Randy Johnson in these high velo pitchers, and these players are just, at this point, they've done so well against each other. They're trying to change up the mold, trying to go for some control pitchers, trying to change up the strategy a little bit from what they were doing before, just try to throw their opponent off. And now the strategy is to come in with Framber Valdez, who is a slow cutter, and Greg Maddux, who is definitely more of that slower pitching control type guy. And yeah, what's the over-under for this game? We had 60 runs that last game. I feel like is it crazy to put an over-under of like 45.5 runs? I do have to also mention, how much of a battle is fatigue going to be after two crazy high-scoring games? How much do both of these guys have left in the tank? Like, even like someone in Cafe's chat is saying it. I am getting exhausted watching this. And it's crazy to see how much these guys are doing. How long can they keep it going, though? 7 hours of MLB The Show. Even on Hall of Fame, which is a little easier for these guys, can be a little tough. But you know what? Cafe's like, you know what? I'm just going to still hit some perfects, Don't you dare think I'm going to slow down, Scan. How dare you? Thune and I were in a rut in the booth because early on, these games were so, like, hitter-focused. It was so much of sinker-cutter spam in the zone. And the players changed it up to do something different. It's funny how things have gone full circle, and we're back to sinker-cutter pitchers. Now to try to change up the timing and things and strategy of their opponent. And again, it's crazy, man. Ooh, down and then cutter. And that's Framber's bread and butter right there, folks. Framber Valdez, you want to use a supercharge. And if you want to try his 97 overalls, don't sleep on this card because he's got a sinker that reaches mid-90s. And you see there 94. But you've got to slow down to a cutter that's like 10 miles per hour slower, 80-something miles an hour, low 80s, 83. And for players like this who crush fastballs, they could time up the sinker but have a far tougher time slowing down to the cutter. And that's one thing that Framber Valdez has in his little tool set. A really slow cutter, which is sometimes really good. For some players, it's You know, other comparisons of players are players like Devin Williams. Devin Williams on his 99s in years past has high velocity fastballs in the mid to high 90s and then cutters in the mid to low 80s last year especially. But you got Framber Valdez. You've got 94-95 on the sinker, 94-95 on the four seam. You've got high 80s on the changeup, so the changeup is faster than the cutter. It's tough to get that timing down. It's like a completely different mix of pitches. Something like Greg Maddux, for example, is pretty similar with his sinker cutter four seam mix in terms of the velocities throwing. They're all like high 80s, low 90s, so there isn't as much change of speed going on there. The change of speed really comes from that really slow changeup. But yeah, shutout inning in the first for Turok. It's what you want to see with how good he's been hitting. If you can keep Cafe slowed down, get those bats going right. And I feel like this is where we're starting to really see that exhaustion come in. Cafe is slowed down a little bit. I think at this point you have a little bit of a test of pressure from being in the finals, of course, but just sustaining the energy. And I think this last game is really just going to be a battle of like who has more left in the tank. I think you might see less runs scored this game, and you know, if runs come in, they're going to be in spurts where someone has a great inning and it probably slows down for a bit because your energy and focus just has to be so concentrated to score these runs at this point. And I'm really interested to see how the offense goes. We just had a 60-run game before. We had a 40-something run game before. There were 100 runs scored over the span of a couple games. How much more these dudes have? And they've got some perfects in their belt in the first inning here. But I think the guy's going to find the home run stroke a little bit. How do you sit at your desk for 7 hours? It's crazy, man. Oh, here we go. We're starting to see some small ball in play. Single down the line for Adley. That'll be an RBI. Turok has a 1-0 lead. Getting that first run, getting ahead is big. This game might just be a completely different one from before. That's crushed right to Jose Ramirez. Unfortunate outcome. But that's one of those swings that if you're Turok, you know you could definitely get beneath that ball a bit and elevate that ball more. It was just a little bit too line drivey on that. It goes right to second. It's going to be a big out for Cafe, who gets a chance to get out of this inning. They've got to get Jose Ramirez. And I feel like the theme for Cafe is where he's began to find problems on the mound is when he falls behind in these counts. When he tries to dot early in counts and tries to, you know, get an early strike against Turok, and Turok just takes those close pitches. But that at bat, he did a good job of bouncing back after falling behind and throwing some quality strikes and getting out of that little jam there. And it's Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker again, lefty. I don't know if there is any more automatic at bat right now as Kyle Tucker hitting a home run to center field or right center against a lefty. It's like an automatic right now. It is crazy. Even when things start to slow down a bit, Kyle Tucker is what gets the offense going again for Cafe. Now you've got Adley Rutschman, and then you got Juan Soto right after. Backdoor cutter. He sits back on it enough high and deep to center. Perfect, but ooh. Man, that's not the outcome you want to see. I know that's a perfect. The center field, but that pitch is located so well down in the way, right on the black. Even though that's a perfect, I think you want to sit back on that a little bit more and then hit it to right. Like that. That's the perfect swing you want to see. Sit back on it, hit it to the opposite field instead of trying to pull out the center. And great bounce back swing, and it's easy to get frustrated after that perfect fly out to center. And bounce back right after with a great swing is a tough thing to do. and not let it get in your head. And that's a good job for Cafe to do that. And now that pressure again is on Turok now. He's behind 1. He's got to pitch a little carefully to get through this inning. Great take. 3-1 count. The pitch to Ellie. And wow. What a take. What a take. And now you've got Kyle Schwarber, another player who's performed well lefty-lefty, but the average is a little lower than your other matchups. It's interesting how Schwarber has been the guy. And there's some other catcher options out there that Cafe could be using. You know, you got the Elias Diaz card. You've got Joe Mauer. Adley Rutschman. Maybe he hasn't gotten to Adley yet. And Schwarber's gotten the job done, but has not been as effective as some of those other players, I don't think, especially you look at the numbers. But now you round that order up to the top with the Commerce Comet. Then you instantly feel good. Mickey Mantle's been automatic for him today. And now you got to really make sure you score in this rally here. You have a chance to build up a gap between Turok. Turok could score 1 run very quickly, 2, 3 runs very quickly. But if you could build up some separation, that's going to get up the middle. It's going to score 1, make it a 3-1 game. You want to keep rallying here. 3-run bomb makes a 5-run game, and this rally becomes huge at that point. You just need to keep on building a gap bit by bit away from your opponent. Oh, he's got Adley catcher. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. He does have Adley. I forgot about that. I think Schwarber's at DH. My bad. Yeah, you're right. I forgot that literally Adley he's hit with Adley a lot. That's so interesting how Schwarber's been the guy. And he's been the guy for a lot of people. And I will say Schwarber is good. That card is gross. But it's been interesting, especially for something like first base. You know, the main mix we've seen has been like Austin Riley somewhere at first or third. There was a Frank Thomas showing earlier on when the lefties were really being used a lot. And now you've got a Kyle Schwarber getting in the mix over there. And I think he's either at DH or first base. Also, back to Turok's perspective, he's hitting now. And ooh, a little late on that changeup. A good pitch. Gets him a little late on that. He hasn't thrown that too often. Can't really throw that too often, though, because Turok could definitely adjust. But, like, yeah, like, I think so far, there's definitely a little bit. I think it's a little bit of a different approach. I mean, the exhaustion, the amount of effort has been put in this tournament today. It is so tough to keep at it. And I think this game, it's just going to take a couple of rallies for someone. Someone puts up a one big rally might end up being the difference of this game here. Complete difference from our other game where it's just every inning back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, he does have Soto at DH. Yeah. Soto DH. Schwarber first. Guess we'll. Oh, what a pitch on the changeup. I don't think he bites at that earlier. But at this point, he expanded that zone a little bit. Yeah, it's so interesting how Schwarber's been the guy at first. I think they're like I was saying earlier that I wanted to see if there were some interesting picks for players. Yeah, there he is over at first. Like Vlad Jr. is a card I think is great, and I thought a lot of people liked, but haven't seen much of him at all. I guess people have not liked him as much as I thought. As Austin Riley's going to smack that to a gap. That's going to be a 2-out double, and Turok's not done here. Also, TJ, I love your face, buddy. I appreciate you, dude. How we doing, Jess? What's good? What's good? And yeah, it's first base. I feel like there are more first base options than what we've seen, but you've seen a lot of Schwarber's been a mainstay in lineups. It's interesting to see how these teams have been constructed here. And I will say, you know what I'm shocked about? We haven't seen more Mike Trout. I feel like Mike Trout is such a favorite for a lot of people. Even though there are a lot of great outfielders, Mike Trout seems like a viable choice for a wild card. I don't know what some of these teams are wild carding. I know that on this side of the spectrum, Cafe, who is up at the dish, his wild card is Chipper Jones, and on the other side for Turok, his wild card has been whatchamacallit, Mike Trout. But I don't know what the mix has been for other people. I guess it does make sense now that I sit here and reflect on my brain dead self that Trout isn't used as much, because you've got so many good outfielders in Acuna and Hank and Mickey Mantle and Kyle Tucker who've all shown up for these players today. And, you know, why burn a wild card on a Mike Trout when you could get a top tier third baseman in a Chipper Jones, or maybe get a wild card in another position that has a player that you really like. Also, wow, Kyle Tucker gets out lefty-lefty. I think that's got to be your sign that things are slowing down a bit. The fact that he is not going yard lefty-lefty, that's a good swing from Adley, just right to the left fielder. Man, quick inning. Some good swings, but a quick inning for Turok on the mound. And this game's going a little quicker. The Professor and Framber Valdez are doing their thing on the mound. Again, two players we didn't expect. But, of course, the commentator jinx. Say a pitcher does well, give up a home run literally the next pitch. Pitch right after, a slider that he just reads to a T, sits back and hits the center field. And we are just like that, tied. Yet again. So this seems like that inning for Turok, where things are connecting. He's starting to piece up the ball, get the approach down versus Maddox. And now you got to take advantage of it. Try to score while you're feeling it. Ride that momentum, put up a crooked number this inning. Would not be ideal to keep this game tied. And yes, there are different colors between the two streams. It seems like from watching the streams, Turok's gameplay is your basic colors, like nothing's really been changed here. But Cafe has definitely done some color correction or some settings changing on his stream, and has the colors a little darker and a little bit more saturated. So there's definitely a little bit of a color perspective, but I like to look at the hitting perspectives on both sides. I think the surprise of like not knowing what pitch is coming makes it a little better of a watching experience in the pitching side. But we have been tuning into both, and there have been points where you watch that pitcher side, and some of like watching the pitching approach, some of these guys gets pretty interesting too. See where they're trying to aim. And also here's Framber out of the mound for Cafe, by the way, the good old slow cutter, like we talked about before. Trying to get Turok a little bit early, get him on his front foot a bit. Good sinker, is looking for cutter there, I guess. Gets a sinker, gets him late on it. It just stays in play. Ooh, I have to drink some water. My throat is killing me. But if anyone's watching and is joining us, that's going to be a double play at the end of the inning. Cafe gets out of it. If you're just watching, just joining, wondering what's going on, this is the Scann Community Series tournament. It's a tournament that I was thankful to be invited to take part with MLB The Show on. It is a Hall of Fame difficulty tournament. It has a $5,000 prize pool total. Both these players are at least getting $1,000. First place gets $2,000. Second place gets $1,000. And this is a community tournament where the Hall of Fame gets some people involved that may not have before. And at this point, at the very back end of this tournament, the Goons have fought their way through. We've had some crazy games. Like last game, there were 60 runs scored in 8 innings. And this is the winner takes all game. You see in our bottom right, you got Turok and Cafe. Tie series 1-1. Winner takes all here. And it's been crazy. It's been a crazy day of games, and it's all led up to this moment. And these dudes are still duking it out, even if they're not 100% locked in with the bats they were before. You still got a 3-3 game. It's been an absolute battle, literally to the very end. You really got to give credit. It is crazy. Hey, I appreciate it, Fitz. I appreciate it. And I appreciate it, Karma. Thank you. I appreciate all of you hanging out with me. I taking a moment, you know, we're in the action, knowing as I talk about something that things are going to ramp up and chaos will ensue. It really is fun to be here in the booth and commentate with you all. Like, for me with esports, I think the competition is great. It's fun seeing the best in the community go head to head and let chaos ensue. And my goal here is to hopefully like shine a light on them the right way and maybe like share some insights, or hopefully for all of you watching who aren't as in tune with the comp players, is that hits off of Adam Ottavino's butt. Cafe takes the lead on that. I want to do this to try to, you know, hopefully bring some more openness to the esports. I know, especially from watching other games and games that I casually dive into, watching esports is a whole different level, and being able to hopefully share some insight and hopefully educate you all on this all, as that's another run. It's been really fun doing it, and I really hope that you're enjoying your time with me today. And this is not it for esports. Next weekend, we got Wiz Enrique, who will be providing his coverage for his community series going on, which will be fun to watch. We also have the championship series. I'm going to flash on the screen for a second, as it's a fly out to the infield to end the inning. Qualifiers begin on August 19th. And me and amongst the other MLB The Show eSport ambassadors will be covering those games on Twitch. And we've got a really fun variety of commentators from the different realms. If you guys have been listening to me talk a lot today, you know I am definitely very analytically driven. I am a nerd at heart with this game, and having competed before, I love trying to dive into those things. You've got Thuni, who is just an incredible voice, does a great job of getting you emotionally invested. Did this freeze up? What happened here? Did Cafe's stream freeze? Yeah, I think his stream froze. I think he's paused, so I guess we'll check in on that, and they're gonna pause for a sec. But yeah, I think every one of the commentators in this community who are covering and helping out we all provide our own little flair, the things that make us unique. And it's cool that, you know, there's a tournament like this where I could hop on here and just sit with you all and talk MLB The Show nerd stuff. It's very fun. So I'd appreciate you all hanging out with me today. I've had a blast. And I guess while we have a moment of downtime, I'm going to thank you all for watching, because it wouldn't be for you all that I could be in the booth to commentate games, or that there would be a Scann Community Series. If it weren't for all of you that support my content. That's a dot by Framber Valdez. So thank you all for supporting me and my content in this community, and the fact that these esports things can happen because of you guys. And of course, the players who are out here competing their butts off 7 hours, 40 minutes in. It's been crazy. Why is my face came off? Good question. Honestly, main reason is during these gameplay moments, I think it's good to just focus on the gameplay. Sometimes having a camera on, I block parts of the screen. You can sometimes be a bit of a distraction, as that's a ground ball double play and a scoreless inning for Cafe on the bump. He wins that inning. 2-run inning to take the lead. Gets a scoreless inning on the bump right after. Big inning right there for him. And yeah, but I like to, especially in like a big like official event like this, I like to keep the camera off. I will say I've kind of been a little crazy because I've kept my stream lights on, and the camera has not been on me in a minute. Just to show you all, this is not a recording. I'm still here, trust me. And we're fighting the good fight here. Also, you all are legends. TJ gifting a sub to Guy Abitas. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you, my friend. Also, yeah, I'm telling you, the fact you could tell things are slowing down, obviously because of the lower run count. But the fact that we don't have Cafe hitting lefty bombs with Juan Soto, Kyle Tucker, like he was. It's the bats have slowed down. The energy is not the same anymore. This is a slower game at the very back end here, 7+ hours in. And again, these are the things that these events put you in the gauntlet for. These esport events have you sitting at your desk playing for a while. So it's one thing to have a player who plays well for 1 or 2 games. How long can you keep the foot on the gas? And this finals has been literally a test. Every game has been a battle to the end. The first 2 games had a crazy amount of runs. Do you have the energy to keep this up? And the one who does it, who ends up winning, is going to be the one who has just a little bit more energy, who has a little bit more fight in him after 7+ hours of playing this game. And right now, Cafe is absolutely fighting. Randy Johnson on the mound for Turok. 2 straight runners on here. You really want to focus on this at bat for Schwarber. You got the max clutch now with that runner on seconds. That PCI is going to be a little bigger. And you really want to like hone in on your pitch to hit with Randy Johnson on the mound. Try to pull a ball out of here with Schwarber and make a dent in his lead. Or at least keep working that pitch count. Keep that pressure up on Randy. And he gets an up and into seam. Kyle Schwarber. There is that lefty homer. Talked about how he was losing it a little bit. And that was just a great adjustment for Cafe to be a little early on the up and in 4 seam. Earlier in that bat, Turok says, you know what? I'm going to double down. I'm going to throw a 2-seamer. Hopefully get him too early on it and get a swing and miss. And Cafe adjusts that swing perfectly. And honestly, in games like this, those are the swings that could potentially win you $1,000 when you just lock in a tough at bat like that and make one great swing like that. The other games have been constant back and forths and honestly have been a difference in 1 or 2 swings. But in a closer game like this, where not as many runs are being scored, completely different ball game here. How come these guys done bunchies? Because these guys hit like 400 and 500 with their players. Look at Turok's batting averages in the pause menu here. 494, 509, 524, and a lot of those at-bats are on the higher difficulty games. On the other hand, you've got a Cafe who's hitting like high 300s, 400s with every single player. You don't really want to bunt in many of these scenarios when you're so confident in your bat and potentially give up a home run like in that scenario. I hear the only people that bunt are the somewhat fringe top 50 players who run like a Jackie Robinson and also are Rockies fans. And also don't know how to run the bases properly. Those are the only people I see really bunting somewhat consistently on the top level. Keck W. I love you, TJ. But yeah, it's a lot of these dudes are so good at hitting. They are so good at hitting. They just rely on the home run. It's really the self-confidence. And I will say though, like there have been some events in MLB The Show history that have brought out the bunt. For you old school folk who might remember this occurring, there's an iconic MLB The Show event that took place way long ago. Was it MLB 17 or 18? Where SDS had the content creators out there. They had all the creators in their studio. And Healy won the tournament on a walk-off bunt. And that became a moment immortalized in MLB The Show history. People never let him forget it. They're like, oh, really? You're going to walk off bunt? And that just became like a thing in MLB The Show history. And yeah, it's really interesting. But yeah, I think these players are such good hitters, they don't really worry about the bunts too much. I will say though, part of me wants to see like a really good player just get the bunting strategy down, as that's gonna drop to the gap. Turok is battling back a 2-run double for Ronald Acuna Jr. And it's an 8-5 game just like that. This is why that gap in the lead is huge. You never know when Turok is going to fight right back. And sometimes with bunting in this game, it could be nearly impossible to get out. When you got the 99 speed, you've got the 99 bunt, and even with some shifted infields, it could be nearly impossible to get out. I think there's got to be someone who hops in this game and does that series. I've played people in this event, the Polo Ground event. I played one dude who bunted literally every time. And even with the bunt defense in and stuff, it always worked out because they get to a 2-strike count. You'd steal the runners. The player would cover the base and not be able to field a bunt. And it drove me nuts. And speaking of driving me nuts, I feel like Turok is probably going to be driving Cafe nuts. Because he just scored however many runs unanswered. And it's now a 1-run game in a matter of minutes, right as Cafe started to build some separation. And wow. A cutter that Turok, I think, just missed. Literally just missed. That could have easily been tie game. That he was just a little bit underneath. Well, he ties it anyway. Just gets a curveball in the zone. He demolishes it. Man. I'm telling you all. This final series has been so good. It's just been a constant back and forth. Literally, neither player has been out of either game. It's been insanity. We had a 35-25 game last game, which only ended in a mercy because Cafe had a couple down innings that Turok was able to run away with. Here, you've got an 8-8 game where even when the guys aren't scoring as much as they were before, you still got 8 runs here in the 5th when these guys have been playing this game for 7.5 hours. I'll tell you what, this is as competitive as a final series I think you're ever going to see. Is that one's going to go for Ketel Marte. And Oppo Taco. And literally just like that, Turok's got the lead. It's 9-8 in the blink of an eye. Make that 10-8. Perfect to right field. Someone probably saw the game slow down a bit. Like, you know what? Now's a good time for me to run up and go to bathroom break, you know? And then, nope. Not at all. This would be a rough game for the real MLB pitch clock. Because you do not have time between innings to leave your seat. And in this type of game, if you were to go leave up in between innings, go get a snack at concession stands, you could have just walked away, came back, and just watched Turok score 7 straight runs to take a lead. Like, man, poor fans. You got to be sitting at your seat the entire time. And yeah, the big unit back on the bump here. Cafe looking to get those runners back, or those runs back. Ronald Acuna, who's been great this game, 3 for 3. Now, these are on Hall of Fame. This tournament is a Hall of Fame difficulty tournament. What a play from Randy. Wow. Yeah, this is Hall of Fame. This is a community tournament. A bit more of a step down from your normal competitive tournaments that we see with the championship series stuff, which will be resuming soon, by the way. Take a screenshot, folks. But right now, we've got a community tournament, and even though it's a community tournament, we've got some absurdly competitive games here because Cafe is not done. 9-10. Oh, and he comes back with a slider inside. He just laid on it. Man. Yeah, I will say, the ERAs are absolutely donezo. And I honestly would be really interested to look in both these players and their ERAs anyway. Someone like Turok that's a drive to deep left field by Kyle Tucker. You could tell Cafe is hot when he's hitting lefty missiles like that one. 486. And the thing is like, while these dudes' ERAs are getting shredded, a good amount of these players are honestly playing top players anyway on Legend, playing each other regularly, already giving up a lot of runs. So yeah, their ERAs are definitely getting shot to the moon with these players. But honestly, their ERAs might not have been too great anyway. Like, these players judge ERAs different from, say, you and I. You know, I play on Hall of Fame and dabble in some legend at this point. You know, the players I'm playing, I'm likely getting pitchers who have like sub 3 ERAs still. These legend players play these top players so much who are so good at even legend difficulty. They're probably judging like 4 or 5 ERAs. They're like, oh, the pitcher's got a 5 ERA. I'm just going to use them because they get enough weak swings. We're at a point where these players have constantly shuffled pitchers in the rotation just to mix it up, try to mess with their opponent a bit. We've got supercharged Framber Valdez making appearances for both teams. We had Greg Maddux. We've had a whole bunch of people. I was really interested. I wonder if he kept him in his rotation. Cafe had the 94 overall or whatever lower overall Ryan Yarbrough in the rotation. I think he was considering going to him because of how slow he throws. But I think he decided to go for Framber last minute. I don't know if he has him in the rotation still. But this has been crazy. This has been crazy how well these dudes are hitting. They just have not stopped. It's to a point where you guys got to try to test a miracle. As that's going to be a 2-run homer for Acuna. Literally, this game started off slow, and now these dudes are like, you know what? We're back to hitting. We found the energy again. Scan, you thought this was going to be a game with sub 20 runs? You buffoon. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy how this goes. Went to the bathroom, came back, and dude scored a touchdown. I'm telling you, dude, it's like football. Sorry, I need to take a moment to breathe. Ooh, what a pitch. Man, chat, I do have to say, just taking a moment to just be real, it is, my voice is dead right now. I am going to be a corpse after today. But holy, to see the craziness of these games, it's been worth it. But man, I'm at this point, is that gonna leave? That's a homer. Oh my Lord. I'm at a point now where like it feels like I'm gonna drop some inter-game knowledge for you Call of Duty players. I feel like I just played a round of zombies to round 40, and I tried to solve an Easter egg on a map for the first time, and been sitting in the game for 7 hours. But I've just been sitting here watching competitive players play. I have 0 energy left in the tank, and I'm just watching Cafe and Turok just score run after run after run. They're playing for 7.5 hours. They're still going. Turok is a 5-run lead. We're at 25 runs here in the 6th. He doesn't seem to really be slowing down anytime soon. It exhausts you just sitting here watching it, commentating on it. It is insane. That's how good the games have been. Every game's been close. They've been nonstop. It's just so impressive, man. It really is. So really, shout out to these two for putting on a show here. Shout out to Thuni for helping me in the booth earlier, for being an extra jolt of energy earlier on to get us going. And shout out to you all for watching, the folks at ESL helping out with the bracket and stuff behind the scenes. There are a lot of people been chatting to, keeping me in the loop and updated with stuff. It's been a great time, and I really do appreciate you all for showing the support and hanging out here. I'll tell you what, it sounds like it might be wrapping up, but we still got 3 innings of chaos here. And while Turok is building up a lead here, now up to a 5-run lead, Cafe has already come back down 10 before, I'm pretty sure. If my memory serves me right, I'm in so many games I've already forgot. No lead is safe. So it's about minimizing damage for him on the mound, try to keep this at a 5-run lead, and then hopefully next inning you put up your own crooked number. And this is Hall of Fame. You still see some craziness somewhat like this on Legend difficulty when the championship series gets going. It's another home run. Man, I feel like Turok at this point just wants to end this game. He wants the mercy. He is just fighting here with 2 outs. He's 3 runs away. He has a chance if he just puts up a few more good swings to send us home here. This has become a big inning, and now it's a 7-run lead. A lot of pressure on Cafe to find it. And you got to give credit for Turok. At a little bit of a point where he slowed down, but he has found it. It just been run after run after run these last couple games. And, you know, there's been a bit of sustainability to his offense where no matter what, he's just scoring. Cafe's had some points where he's slowed down a little bit, or at least not kept up the same pace. And Turok has just kept it up, especially these last 2 games. This is where the sustainability is crazy. It is very tough to beat someone like Turok right now with how much he is squaring up the ball, taking good pitches. Very difficult to do here, especially so late in a tournament. It is so easy to start expanding the zone, be just a little bit off on your timing, and Turok is just still fighting enough. Oh, if Ali made that catch, it's short. But Cafe still got hope. Definitely wants to fight back. Find the bats here. Put up his own crooked number this inning. The good old lefty at bat test versus Randy Johnson. I feel like that's a questionable decision. Like, what was that? Way like 20 something? Was that 20 something pitches with Randy? I feel like that's a questionable decision to take him out, because now you give him the perfect opportunity to pinch hit with Austin Riley. Felt like he wasn't hitting Randy that well. I would have only taken him out if he got to like yellow or maybe red energy. You now give him a chance to bounce back, and here you go. Cafe, the second Randy Johnson gets taken out of the game. 2-run homer. It's a 5-run game just like that. And like I said, this game is far from over. You've got top of the order, Mickey Mantle, who's been great with today. Oh, 1 count. See if Cafe still has it in him, man. He's definitely still got some good swings in him. But how many of like the bad swings will hurt him? Like, that's a swing that he was not really putting up earlier. A swing that he's just a little bit behind on. Oh, Mickey Mantle high and deep to left center field. And that one's going to go back to back. And Cafe's bouncing back, man. He's not done. Really good swing there from the Commerce Comet. It's a 4-run game. And it just came down to the decision of taking out Randy. I feel like Randy was getting the job done at least enough on the mound. And second he's taking him out, Cafe's made him pay. Chapman has not really gotten the job done here. Great take on an inside slider there. 2-2 count. What pitch do you see here? Inside circle change, and he spits on it. 3-2 count from Aroldis Chapman. Ooh, that's a swing that he might have been all over earlier, but he just slammed that PCI a little low. That's one that really needs to be precisely located. If that's a little closer to the corner, he puts his PCI in the corner and smokes that. But the fact that that was a little bit center cut means that PCI has a greater chance of being a little off. And he slammed that PCI a little to the left there. And that's an infield fly. Big out for Aroldis Chapman. Ooh, and an away sinker gets in the rollover. Right as Cafe got bouncing back. 2 straight outs from Aroldis Chapman, and Turok still has a 4-run lead. To take a look at the batter analysis. One of my favorite things with these top players, looking at how quickly they navigate that menu, because they're so used to just looking at batter analysis, seeing like, hey, what are my outcomes of goods? I have a lot of good goods and stuff. And you really have to say with MLB 23, with how this game is, this is what competitive MLB The Show looks like. When you're watching the top players play, you get an experience that is a completely different world from your casual ranked game. For us who are on the lower parts of ranked, you see a lot more normal scoring games, but you got players who are the best, amongst the best hitters in the world, playing on a difficulty that is a lot easier than the normal because they're used to Legend, and they're playing at a high elevation daytime park here. It is just maximizing all offense. So when you see these high scores, it's a completely different world from your normal MLB baseball. It doesn't say that those games don't happen, but in a tournament like this on Hall of Fame difficulty, where these players are just squaring up the ball left and right, it is honestly very tough, honestly impossible to pitch these dudes, especially at a stadium like this. So this is why you see the high scores. This is what the MLB The Show esports are like. You see some crazy high scoring games. You see top players. While in other parts of the game, you know, you see some more modest games on average. I could have some high scoring games myself as like someone who has dabbled on the top player scene a bit, but these dudes do it at such a consistent level and they're so good at hitting. They play the game so much where it's gotten so much easier with them, you know? And it's got a completely different experience here. Oh, wow. Chopper up the middle. Aaron Loop. Can't get a glove on it. And now Turok is 2 runners on for Jose Ramirez. Again, a chance to expand that lead. Only a 4-run game now. This is a big one because a ground ball could be an inning-ending double play that keeps Cafe in it. That's going to be a single to right field, right to Acuna. Now the bases are loaded and the stakes are still the same. Ground ball could be an inning-ending double play. Home run could be a potential difference maker in the game, where a grand slam here gives him an 8-run lead. So here you go, Mariano Rivera in here. Enter Sandman, looking to get this out of this jam. And I'm going to be real. I don't know what you do at this point. I think there's a certain point after playing that you kind of just need to hope that the MLB The Show gods are on your side. You got to throw a pitch, really hope you get a swing and miss or a rollover, and just hope they're on your side. And that cutter just catches the zone a little bit. He is dialed up for that fastball. And that is a bases clearing triple with double. Why did I not say double? And it's a 7-run game for Turok, and he's done his job of manufacturing runs this inning. That's over at Acuna's head. The runner was not running, though, so it only gets him over to third. And it is now mercy territory for Turok. One swing could end it here, but that's getting sent up the middle by Austin Riley. 21-13. Turok gets the 23-run mark. We have GG, and I think he wanted it there. Got an inside sinker, but was just off. You really want to take this opportunity to end this here that you have. You want to just find a way to poke a ball over the wall, find a gap. Yeah, 81 speed on first. That is hit high and deep to left. And Ellie De La Cruz is going to send us home. A couple really good rallies from Turok as things started to slow down. He had 3 straight innings of 7 runs to just run away with the game, and that's a difference, man. Like someone like Cafe hit so well today and battled, but just had 4 innings where he just didn't really keep up with him, and Turok just kept going. It's just an impressive offensive performance, and your Scann Community Series winner is none other than Turok. GG's to him. Let me pull up his little player card here. You can definitely shout out to Cafe, who put on a great show today. Had a great run today. Tip of the cap to him. But our winner here none other than Turok, the 16-year-old stud, and an incredible showing from all of our players today. Thank you, Thuni, for joining me in the booth for the back end of the commentary. You're a little bit quiet. I'm going to be real. It would have been nice to have you say something while you're in the booth with me. You kind of just stood here with your little radical fingers going. Would have loved to see you do something. But that is it for us today, folks. GG's to all of our players. Seriously, I want to get some claps for our players who played in the qualifiers. There are a lot of great people who played in the qualifiers, sent clips over that allowed me to make a little highlight reel and all of that. And shout out to all of the players. Shout out to folks at ESL and MLB The Show for helping out behind the scenes, putting this together, helping things run. They've communicated with me really well with everything today, keeping me in the loop, and I really appreciate all of it. And thank you all seriously for taking part in this. This is a community tournament. So seeing the positive community response is really cool. And it's cool to see esports get going again here. Like I've said, keep an eye out on your championship series. We've got this going on again here soon. So for you comp players who took part in this, you're going to want to take a screenshot, take note, because we're getting going with this again here soon. But I am going to end it here. GG's to everyone for playing. Turok with the win. Cafe getting second. Turok wins $2,000. Cafe winning $1,000. Third and fourth place getting $500, and then the rest getting $250. Very cool to have this go down today. And shout out to everyone for playing. I hope everyone had a fun time. Like seriously, whether there are some, obviously some things that are some road bumps and things that go along the way, like we had a disconnect. There are some issues with stuff, but the fact that everyone stuck through, and I hope everyone had a fun time with it, is really what matters to me. And I hope for all of you watching, you enjoyed watching the competitive nature of these things. And I hope maybe you want to watch the championship series, or maybe you want to watch Wiz Enrique's finals next weekend. Yeah, like really thank you all for hanging out. You have a great rest of your Sunday. Like I said, I'm probably just going to lie in bed, stare at the ceiling, and just contemplate my MLB The Show skill, because I don't know. I don't know how to feel anymore. Well, you all have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you again on the next stream. No idea when that will be, by the way.